This is Audible.
Drama Dance, a Nicky and Noah mystery, Nicky and Noah Mysteries, book number 8. Written by Joe Cosentino. Narrated by Griswold Adams. Chapter 1. The Victorian-era playroom was adorned with wallpapered walls of pink and gold swirls. A large window hovered over a cushiony toy chest. Standing guard on one side was a grandfather clock and a pink chase lounge on the other. Elaborately decorated gift boxes of all shapes and sizes stood between them. Cherished music played as couples in elaborate gowns and vested tuxedos executed a promenade at the Stahlbaum's holiday party. Little boys in knickers galloped with their toy horses, and sweet girls in frilly party dresses danced with their dolls. A small, thin, elderly man entered in a puff of smoke, causing a hush in the room. Uncle Drosselmeyer, in a maroon suit, motioned for pretty young Clara, dressed in white, to join him next to the Christmas tree adorned with gold balls, candles, and garland. Clara's younger brother, Fritz, joined her with mischief in his eyes. The adults and children left the playroom, except for Drosselmeyer, Clara, and Fritz. The lights in the room flickered as the bald man waved his tiny arms and magically produced a garlic crusher. "What happened to the Nutcracker?" I asked from the front row center orchestra, resting the notepad and pen on my lap. Reuben Markinson entered the stage from the wings. "I couldn't fit a nutcracker up Martin's sleeve." Martin Anderson dropped his Uncle Drosselmeyer persona and sneered at his husband. "So you expected Clara to dance with a garlic crusher?" Reuben replied, "It's less absurd than you dancing on stage at your advanced age, Martin." Martin glared at his longtime companion. "My body is a temple." "And it's in ruins," Reuben replied. "We're back. For you Nicky and Noah mystery virgins, let me explain. I'm Nicky Abondanza, professor of play directing at Tree Meadow College, a quaint college in picturesque Vermont. Tree Meadow was named after the quaint gay couple who founded it, Harold Tree and Jacob Meadow. They are immortalized together in bronze at the quaint college entrance, to the delight of every pigeon in the county. I had taken a sabbatical from teaching to direct and star in a Broadway play and direct 2 movies. But when producers responded to my calls with, "Don't call us ever again," I realized that those who can do, those who did teach. So, missing my college more than a hooker misses a John with a fat wallet and narcolepsy, it was back to Tree Meadow for me, where I was recently promoted from associate professor to professor. For you non-academics, that means I make more money now. But I don't teach and direct shows for the monetary rewards. I do it for the ulcers and heart attacks. This semester, after teaching my theater classes at accelerated hours, I finished my classes mid-semester, and my department head and best friend, Professor of Theater Management Martin Anderson, loaned me out to the dance department to direct their December production of The Nutcracker Ballet. Since I have gotten myself out of many traps, I also agreed to understudy the cheesy role of the Mouse King. For the carnally conscious, I'm tall, with dark hair, a cleft in my chin, emerald eyes, a Roman nose, and long sideburns. I have a muscular body, thanks to the gym on campus, and to my fear of giving in to gravity now that I hit the big 40. My husband of 5 years, recently promoted associate professor of acting Noah Oliver, as usual joined me as the production's acting coach. Noah's dance training in college made him a perfect understudy for the Sugar Plum Fairy's Cavalier. By the way, Noah is 7 years younger than me, but it doesn't bother me at all. Noah is gorgeous, with golden blonde hair, sea blue eyes, milk and honey skin, and a tight little body. We both always wear dress shirts, dress slacks, and blazers, except to bed. Speaking of clothing, to my tailor's horror and Noah's delight, I have a nearly foot-long penis when erect. Had I been a caveman, I wouldn't have needed a club. A gay porn star would hang his head, both of them, next to me. Why am I telling you this? I tell you everything. As for the rest of the cast and crew, elderly Martin is playing Clara's elderly uncle, Drosselmeyer. Martin's equally elderly husband, Reuben, agreed to be our props master. Dance faculty members took on the roles of the Sugar Plum Fairy, Cavalier, the Mouse King, and choreographer. The star dance students were cast in the roles of Clara, Clara's understudy, the Nutcracker, and the Nutcracker's understudy. In the ensemble, the remaining senior dance students filled the roles of the parents, and the freshmen were cast as the children. I brought my theater student, Nate Owens, along as stage manager. Other theater students are doing the set, lights, sound, and costumes. Finally, due to his vast talents and my nepotism, Noah's and my 11-year-old adopted son, Taavi Oliver Abundanza Capule, was cast as Clara's brother, Fritz. Now, back to the action. I said, "Reuben, we cannot use a garlic crusher. Martin, you can pull the Nutcracker out of your pants leg." "And look like you, Nicky?" Martin winked. Reuben handed the red and white Nutcracker to Martin. "I'll ask the costumer to sew a large pocket inside Martin's jacket and put the Nutcracker in there." "I'll look like I have one pectoral muscle," Martin said with his hand on his hip. "One is better than none," Reuben said. I rubbed my tired eyes. "We'll hide the Nutcracker behind the tree, and Martin can grab it from there." Reuben ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair, and then adjusted the collar of his maroon leisure suit. "Careful not to undo the latch of the Nutcracker's chin, Martin." Our adorable son's adorable dimples made him look even more adorable in his knickers, ruffled shirt, and jacket, which matched his olive-colored skin. Far more mature than his Fritz character, Taavi said, "I unclasp the latch when I take the Nutcracker from Clara, so it looks like I broke it." "Right, Taavi." He offered me the hang loose sign. I continued the scenario. "Katerina, as Clara, you then use the white sash around your neck as a strap to hold the Nutcracker's jaw in place. Then you do your dance." "About the sash," dance student Katerina Lamas scratched her short dark hair and batted her large dark eyes. "It's kind of boring, like this dress." I sighed. "Clara is a young girl." "But she marries the Nutcracker at the end," Katerina replied. "And they aren't even cousins from a red state." "What's your point, Katerina?" Katerina said, "This little white dress is bland and stiff." "What would you like to wear?" I asked. Liz Canton, Katerina's understudy, looking nearly identical to Katerina, whispered in my ear from the second row, "Katerina no doubt wants to wear the pasties and G-string from her strip act, and a boa instead of a sash." Katerina's brother, Piero Lamas, our Nutcracker understudy, shushed Liz from the seat next to her. "The theater walls and the flats on stage are gold and pink," Katerina said. "Why can't I wear those colors?" "Because you'll stand out in white," I explained. "It's certainly not due to her virginity," Liz whispered, followed by Piero's groan. Undaunted, Katerina said from the stage, "And the choreography is so pedestrian." "Excuse me?" Associate Professor of Modern Dance, choreographer Otto Dietrich rose from his seat, front house left like a volcano ready to erupt. "Is there a problem with my choreography?" "Actually, yes." Katerina came down stage center. "I do a glissade, arabesque, and every other tired-out old ballet move." Afraid to hear the answer, I asked, "What would you like to do?" Katerina demonstrated. "Can I add a few shimmies, a pelvic thrust, and a crotch rub?" "I rest my case." "Will you be quiet?" Piero said to Liz behind me. Otto explained, "The producer requested a traditional ballet." Rising, I said, "Katerina, this is the Nutcracker Ballet. Classic, family, holiday entertainment." Liz rose from her seat in the second row. "The costume needs to be white because the story is a metaphor for abstinence until heterosexual marriage." Piero glared up at her. "Come again?" "No, don't come at all until heterosexual marriage," Liz replied. Piero stood next to her. "What the hell are you talking about?" Liz explained. "In the story, the Mouse King's mother put a curse on Prince Nutcracker to turn him into wood. That is symbolic of his not having sex. Then Clara's love brings him to life. He fights the mice, meaning his sexual urges, and then goes with Clara to Winterland, a sign that Clara is frigid. Then they go to the land of the sweets, where he is tempted but doesn't indulge in any sweets, meaning gay sex. After the Sugar Plum Fairy heterosexually marries them, Clara and Nutcracker go off on their winter sleigh to one day raise a family." "You're out of your mind," Liz replied to Piero. "Are you mocking my deeply held religious beliefs?" "Yes." "Then you are discriminating against my evangelical Christian religion. I will have to report this to the lawyer for our Christian group on campus." Piero and Liz looked comical arguing in their Nutcracker and Clara understudy costumes. "Liz, someone disagreeing with your religious beliefs isn't discrimination against them," Piero explained. "What's discrimination is you trying to tell other people how to live their lives." I glanced at my watch. "People, it's 10 o'clock, only a few days before opening night. We've gotten through only the first scene of our tech dress rehearsal. Can we please get back to work?" Liz and Piero took their seats. Katerina, Clara, rejoined Martin, Drosselmeyer, and Taavi, Fritz, on stage. The classical music resumed from the speakers. Martin presented Katerina with the wooden Nutcracker doll. Taavi snatched it and broke it. Martin scolded Taavi. Katerina forgave Taavi, who went off to bed. Then Katerina mended the Nutcracker with her sash. Martin waved his arms more dramatically than a pedestrian facing a speeding train, a herd of buffalo, and a tour group. As I was just about ready to ask Reuben for a prop tomato, Martin finally exited. Katerina did her dance with the Nutcracker, as choreographed by Otto. After she fell asleep on the chase, the music changed. Martin's head appeared in the grandfather clock. "Help! I can't get out of here!" "Stop!" Nate Owen, our theater student stage manager, hurried on stage in black jeans and a black turtleneck. His thin blonde hair flew in various directions as he helped Martin out of the clock. "Are you all right, Professor?" "My shoulder's bruised. Who made this thing anyway?" Reuben appeared at the side of the stage. "That would be me, and I crafted it for a graceful dancer." "You crafted it as a guillotine." Martin rubbed his shoulders as he walked off stage. Nate remained on stage. "I can relate to this, Professor Abundanza. When I was 6 years old, I was caught in a tight space. I was playing hide-and-go-seek with my father, and I hid in a closet. He got a phone call and left me. I was there for about an hour or so until I fell asleep. You're probably thinking it was a dumb thing to fall asleep, but... Nate, can we move on?" "Sure, Professor." After Nate left the stage, Katerina sat on the chase in wonderment as music played, and the Christmas tree grew taller and taller and taller, and fell on Katerina. "Stop!" Nate ran back on stage in a frenzy. "The control got away from me. Katerina, are you all right?" Piero Lamas leapt onto the stage. His muscular physique, thick dark hair, sapphire eyes, and huge bulge under his dance belt radiated confidence and control. On Katerina's other side, he said, "Kat, are you okay?" Behind me, Liz nearly burst my eardrum with, "Since Katerina is hurt, I'll take over as Clara." "Down, girl." Katerina sat up. "I'm okay." Liz didn't relent. "Professor, since Katerina does not embody the purity of Clara and I clearly do, if you don't give me her part, you are discriminating against my religion." I turned back toward Liz. "Katerina is fine." Noah, looking good enough to ravage in his cavalier understudy, Duke blue jacket, and white tights, moved up a row, sat next to me, and took my hand. "Thank goodness Katerina is all right." I squeezed his hand. "I know." "Let me explain to you newbies. Noah and I have a penchant for getting ourselves in the middle of murders. Many murders. Known as the Homo Holmes and Watson, we solve murder mysteries. However, we both breathed a sigh of relief when Katerina stood, clearly having not been murdered by the cardboard Christmas tree falling on her. "Nicky, do you think we should call it a night?" Noah asked. "I hate to lose rehearsal time," Noah added, "but the cast has the choreography down pat, and I worked hard with them on character, motivation, objective, emotional beats, and relationships." "It shows," I said. "But technically, the show needs work." "And we'll do it tomorrow night." Always concerned about others, Noah said, "Nicky, the cast and crew have been working hard for over a month now. They need some rest." He kissed my sideburn. "And so do you." Katerina stood on stage and her legs wobbled. "Do you need to see a doctor?" Noah called out from the house. "I'll be fine," Katerina said. Piero reached for her arm. She pulled away with anger, filling her pretty face. "I don't need your help, Piero." Her brother tried again. "Don't be an idiot." Nate said, "You should listen to your brother, Katerina. One time, when I was 10, a tree fell on me. You're probably thinking, why did a tree fall on a 10-year-old? My father was cutting it down and he didn't see me there. You're probably thinking, why was I there? I called out, 'All right, everyone. Get changed and we'll meet in the theater house for notes in 10 minutes. Then you can go home and get some rest. Tomorrow night we'll pick up where we left off tonight, with the tree effect working correctly. Right, Nate?" "You got it, Professor. I'll stay late to work it out." You're probably thinking, why do I want to stay late? Don't I have a life? The honest answer to that question is, not really. It's just my parents and me at home. We used to have a dog, but he died. It's a funny story how it happened. Well, it wasn't funny for the dog. You see, good night, Nate. Good night, Professor. While Noah, Ta'avi, and the rest of the cast disappeared into their dressing rooms backstage to change into their street clothes, Katerina yanked away harder from her brother on stage. I'm the idiot, Piero? I'm not the one who told Mammy and Pappy that I'm an exotic dancer at the club. How exotic is it to strip and gyrate on a pole while guys shove dollar bills in your G-string? Piero asked. Tears filled Katerina's eyes. You didn't have to tell them about it. And you didn't have to tell them I'm gay, Piero replied. They'd have found out sooner or later, Katerina said. How? Katerina met him nose to nose. It's no secret that you were screwing the guy you're understudying. Real classy. He grasped her arms. And it's real classy to do lap dances at your bar.
You're just lucky I didn't tell them your other secret. Yet.
Nate came on stage and cleared his throat. Is there anything I can do as stage manager to help here? You're probably thinking, how can the stage manager... No! Piero and Katerina shouted, causing Nate to scurry back into the wing like a rabbit at an oil drilling site. Enough sibling rivalry from you two. Our choreographer walked up the steps to the stage and put an arm around Piero. 35, tall, muscular, with a large nose and bald head, Otto said between sniffs, Piero, let's go to the rehearsal room and work on your nutcracker. I have the feeling Otto wants to work on Piero's nuts instead. This isn't an understudy rehearsal, Professor. Piero shook off Otto and walked off stage. His sister followed him. I'm not finished with you yet, Piero. I'm finished with you. I met up with our choreographer in front of the orchestra pit. How does the show look so far, Otto? In his black leotard and dance pants, with his dance belt more stuffed than a turkey at Thanksgiving, the modern dancer ran a hand over his bald head. The dancing, directing, acting, costumes, set, and lighting are fine. But? It's what Anya wanted. She's the producer, and the dance department head. And more importantly, my wife. We shared a smile. But I still like my idea better. However, Anya insisted on doing the classical story, Otto said as he sniffed. Always looking for an exciting new directorial angle, I asked, What was your idea? Otto scratched his large nose. I noticed white around his nostrils as he said, I wanted to contemporize the story. Contemporize it? He nodded. In my story concept, Clara gets a Nutcracker app for her phone from her gay uncle at Christmas. A Nutcracker app. It features pictures of guys' genitals, but before she can use it, her brother Fritz breaks her phone, secretly takes nude pictures of Clara in the bathroom and posts them on social media. Angry at her brother, Clara challenges Fritz to a computer game where action figure toys kill mice men. After Clara smokes some dope, she thinks one of the action figures, the Nutcracker, comes to life. They snort some cocaine together, and everything around them turns white. When Clara gets the munchies, she goes with the Nutcracker to Sweets Alley and meets a hooker named Sugar and a pimp named Cavalier. They put Clara and the Nutcracker on a sleigh shaped like a needle, where they mainline off on a mind-numbing adventure. He gazed at the stage, sniffing. The choreography was going to be a fusion of modern, hip-hop, breakdancing, and seizure movements. Lots of writhing on the floor, twitching and tremoring. I closed my gaping mouth. I'm glad we're doing the original version. A purist, huh? Noah in his street clothes was at my side, smiling. That's my hubby. He kissed my cheek. Ta'avi, also changed into his street clothes, stood at my other side proudly. And that's my pop. Once everyone was seated in the theater house, I asked the students to stop texting on their phones. A downhill battle, and then Otto, Noah, and I gave our notes, resulting in defensive excuses from cast and crew members. Then Noah, Ta'avi, and I left the dance theater and walked through the lobby laden with pink and gold sofas, chases, and turreted window seats. When we arrived outside, the white stars twinkled in the black sky, forming a magical tapestry covering the campus. The late November weather was warmer than usual, probably due to the global warming the Republican Party insists doesn't exist. Comfortable in our blazers, we made our way on the cobblestone walkway past the statues of Tree and Meadow and through the stone columns at the college entrance to the parking lot. Once we were all seated in Noah's sports car, Noah drove us the short ride home faster than a Russian hacker posting fake news on social media. After he pulled into our driveway, we climbed the steps of our Victorian home, provided by the college, walked across the wraparound porch, entered our foyer, hurried up the flared oak staircase, and got ready for bed. With each of us in our T-shirts and boxers, Noah and I sat at opposite sides of Ta'avi, who was laying in his sleigh bed. Ta'avi said,
"Good job directing the ballet, Pop."
I soaked in the compliment. "And you are a deliciously delightful and deceptive Fritz." Try saying that 3 times fast and not chipping a tooth. "Your dance with the toy horse was terrific tonight." "And you are quite the little trooper." Noah kissed his forehead. "No more fever." Ta'avi raised his dark eyes to the Victorian Tiffany lighting fixture on the ceiling.
"I'm fine now, Dad."
I said, "That flu kicked your butt, and you performed with full energy tonight." Noah added, "Getting all your dance moves and acting beats perfectly."
"The show must go on."
Ta'avi winked at me. Running a hand through his soft dark hair, I said, "Are you all caught up on your schoolwork?" Noah replied, Ta'avi's teacher emailed him the week's work.
"I finished it, and I emailed everything back to my teacher before rehearsal tonight. I even had some time left over to Skype with my friends."
"Good," I said. Ta'avi giggled.
"Fritz is a cool character to play, Pop. He totally craves attention."
"Your father wouldn't know about that," Noah said, patting my arm. Always happy to talk show business, I asked Ta'avi, "Which did you like better, performing in the play, the 2 movies, or the ballet?"
"I liked them all."
"He's our son." Ta'avi smiled at us.
"Because you guys were my supporting cast."
"He's definitely our son."
"What are we going to do next, Pop?"
I placed the royal blue blanket over him. "Let's get through the ballet first." Noah said, "Ta'avi, don't worry. You'll keep acting." "I agree, Daddy Rose, but now it's time for bed, Star." I straightened the blanket. We each kissed Ta'avi's cheek, and then Noah and I headed for the doorway.
"Pop?"
I turned around. Looking more disappointed than a 99%er who voted Republican, Ta'avi said,
"At rehearsal tonight, I thought somebody had rigged the tree to fall on Katerina and kill her."
I replied, "The tree is made of cardboard. Since Katerina isn't an ant, she's fine." To her understudy's disdain. Ta'avi nodded.
"But the way everybody argues backstage and in the house at rehearsals, I have the feeling somebody might get hurt for real, and it may happen soon."
He grinned excitedly.
"Then we'll have another Nicky, Noah, and Ta'avi mystery to solve."
Noah shut the light. "Good night, Ta'avi."
"Good night, fellow sleuths,"
he replied. Noah and I shared a giggle. We walked down the hallway, which was decorated with oak wainscoting and silver stenciled vermilion wallpaper. Then we entered our bedroom and climbed into our 4-poster. We bathed in the moonlight as we cuddled under the white silk 1,000-thread count sheet. Noah rested his head on my chest, and I smelled strawberries and cream. Noah said, "Thank goodness Ta'avi's flu is gone." "I nursed him back to health." Noah chuckled. "I fed him juice and chicken soup, took his temperature, and blew his nose, while I read him articles from theater trade magazines, and I made that herbal remedy for him, which Ta'avi threw out the window when you weren't looking. That stray cat must have enjoyed it. Even he didn't want it." We shared a laugh. Noah kissed my cheek. Being back at Tree Meadow and in a show again has been great for Ta'avi. And for us. I kissed his forehead. Always thoughtful and kind, Noah said, "I grew up in Wisconsin with my extended family nearby, as you did in Kansas. I can tell Ta'avi misses our parents, our brothers and their husbands and their kids. But Ta'avi has us, and his fairy godparents Martin and Reuben, and his theater family." A line appeared across Noah's porcelain-like forehead. Interesting how Taavi picked up on all the bickering at rehearsals. He's a perceptive kid. Besides, Martin and Reuben have been bickering since the turn of the century. It's their way of showing affection for each other. I ran my sideburn against his cheek. Every family bickers a bit, especially the Lama siblings. You'd think they were playing the Borgias instead of Clara and the Nutcracker's understudy. The gossip in me was awoken. It seems Piero told their conservative parents that Caterina is a stripper, and Caterina told them Piero is gay. You think they're each vying for a higher spot in their parents' will? Or at least in their parents' hearts. I squeezed Noah closer to my chest. And did you notice how Liz turned into Eve Harrington when Caterina was hit by the tree? All understudies yearned to take over their roles, but Liz was practically salivating on my neck while she gave her lecture about abstinence until heterosexual marriage. I laughed. Our heterosexually married choreographer didn't seem to notice. Otto was too busy trying to get into Piero's dance belt. Totally inappropriate. And not only because Otto was married, Piero is his student. I agree. Noah's crystal blue eyes shimmered. But, Nicky? Yeah? I'm not your student. I grinned. But you are married, and I'd have it no other way. I covered Noah's mouth with mine, and our tongues danced together. Enjoying the familiar taste of our union, I kissed Noah until I lay on top of him. After tossing off our T-shirts and shorts, I nibbled and licked his soft skin from his cheek to his chest. Noah caressed the muscles down my back and then squeezed my bulbous buttocks. So, you want to play it that way, Noah? I want to play it anyway, as long as it's with you, Nicky. I scooped his bubble butt in my hands as I licked inside his ear. As Noah let out a gasp of contentment, I buried my nose at his neck. He ran his hands along my sideburns and pulled my head over his. After a long, deep, wet kiss, I said, "You and Taavi are my life." And we'd have it no other way. I flicked my tongue at Noah's nipples and he cried out. Then I did the same at his navel. He rested his long fingers over my head and led me lower as I ran my nose through his golden bush. After taking each of his sweet nuts in my mouth, I released them and then sucked on his long, thin, hooked prize. Ready to explode, Noah slid downward and squeezed my biceps and pecs while he kissed each of my abdominal muscles. Then, moving down even farther, he wrapped his arms around my waist. Noah may be allergic to nuts, but he certainly isn't allergic to mine. He licked my manhood as if chocolate eggs and a giant mushroom. Then he stretched out his mouth as wide as he could to pleasure me and himself. When I nearly saw stars, I moved to my side, bringing Noah down onto his side next to me. As we spooned, I kissed from his neck down to his smooth shoulders. I put my arm around his waist and slowly and gently slid inside the man of my dreams. Noah's gasps quickly turned into groans of pleasure as I plunged deeper and deeper into our passion. He looked back and we shared a long, passionate kiss, never breaking our rhythm. When I couldn't hold back a moment longer, I grasped Noah's manhood and rubbed until I exploded my love inside of him, and he filled my hand with his passion. Resting in each other's arms, I said, "You're the only man for me. You'll always be my home and my heart." After we cleaned up, put on our undies, and rested on our hypoallergenic white pillows, we cuddled under the sheet. I hugged Noah's back into my chest. heard his familiar soft snoring, and bathed in his strawberry shampoo scent. The events from the evening's rehearsal flashed through my mind. As I fell asleep, I couldn't help wondering which cast member would be murdered first. Chapter 2. We all woke early the next morning, showered, dressed. Ta'avi copied our dress shirt, dress pants, and blazer look, and had breakfast in the nook of our Victorian kitchen. I gazed out the window as swirls of violet and peach spun into a golden orb hovering over the clear blue sky. Digging into his buckwheat blueberry waffles with organic maple syrup and Greek yogurt, Ta'avi asked,
"What are you drinking, Pop?"
I replied between sips, "Organic apple cider vinegar mixed with organic aloe vera juice. Want to try some?" Ta'avi offered me the hang loose sign and then drank his orange juice.
"I'm cool."
Moving on to my waffles, I said, "The drink is supposed to aid in digestion, if it doesn't explode in your stomach first." Noah blew me a kiss. Ta'avi laughed merrily.
"You two guys sound like Martin and Reuben."
"So soon," Noah and I said in unison. It's a cute couple thing we do. Noah asked between waffle bites, "What are you going to do today, Nicky?" "While you two boys are in your classes, I'm heading to the gym on campus and then to meet with Anya." Ta'avi ate another waffle.
"Is she the sugar plum fairy in my show?"
"My show?" "She's also the producer." Noah added, "Anya Nikolaev Dietrich is also a professor of ballet and the dance department head at the college."
"She sure has a lot of titles. I'm glad I only have one."
Ta'avi smiled.
"Star of the show."
I mussed his hair. "I have to meet with Anya about the ballet, to see how the producer thinks things are coming along."
"I hear the kid who plays Fritz is terrific."
Ta'avi winked at me. Noah and I shared a smile. Having finished my waffles, I poured myself a glass of orange juice and began downing the huge stack of vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal supplements in front of me. "It may take you all day to swallow your supplements, Nicky." "Noah, ye of little faith." "I made them disappear faster than a televangelist with fund drive money at the closing of his new mansion." Noah said, "I'll drive Ta'avi to school before my first class." "Great! Then I'll head over to the gym now." I rose. Noah pulled me back. "After you clean up the kitchen." I kissed my two men goodbye and wished them a good day. Then I placed the dishes in the dishwasher, a modern convenience added by the college, grabbed my gym bag from the hall bench, headed out the door, and leapt into my sports car. Since Noah wasn't driving, my blood pressure didn't rise 100 points as I drove to the college. Upon arriving, I parked my car, walked through the stone columns, and nodded to the bronze statues of our gay couple founders. Making my way along the cobblestone walkway past the familiar white stone Edwardian buildings, I breathed in the cool, crisp air. The surrounding turquoise lake leading to the jagged mountains in the distance made a perfect backdrop. Though the tree branches were bare, the ground was covered with radiant leaves of amaranth, scarlet, amber, and indigo. My hamdar caused me to spot a local television news crew. The operator focused the camera on a green patch near a bench, and not on me. A tall, thin woman of about 40 with blonde hair, black roots, and a facelift that had left her linear eyes meeting her chipmunk-like cheekbones, stood in front of the camera gesturing to a shrub. As she spoke beneath the boom microphone, her strident voice and sibilant S sound caused dogs to howl in the distance. "This is a patch right here. Let's get a close-up. You can tell it's poison ivy by its 3 small leaflets." I suddenly felt the need to rest on the bench. When the reporter didn't notice, I developed a soft cough, and then a louder one. She finally slid her index finger across her throat, signaling for the young man behind the camera to pause. I offered my most congenial smile. Did I disturb your taping?" My eyes ached from her chartreuse and plum dress, and my ears rang from the sound of her voice. "Are you a professor at this college?" "Why, yes." Rising, I shook her moisturized hand, careful not to damage her manicured fingers. "I'm Nicky Abundanza, Ph.D. and professor of play directing." "Professor, please call me Nicky." "Rose Carlyle." When I didn't ask for an autograph, she said, "I'm the new investigative reporter at the television station. Do you know about the poison ivy outbreak on campus?" Lying through my exposed teeth, I replied, "Intimately." She looked at me like a scientist discovering government-censored climate change research data. "May I interview you?" I checked my reflection in the screen of my cell phone. "I think I can manage a few minutes." Replacing the phone in my pocket, I added, "Or as long as you like." She motioned to the camera and boom mic operators to come closer. Then she said toward the camera, "In addition to the students and landscaping staff I interviewed, Professor Nicky Abundanza has a personal story to tell about this horrible outbreak on the Tree Meadow College campus." Coveting Noah's keen improvisational skills, I thought fast, turned toward the camera, and smiled radiantly. As many of you know, I've directed countless hit plays on campus. This semester, I am directing the dance department's production of The Nutcracker, performing this weekend. I have also solved quite a number of murder mysteries here at Tree Meadow College and also on tour. She placed a hand on her narrow hip. "The poison ivy?" I nodded gravely. "When walking on campus the other day, I stepped in a patch of poison ivy. This late in the year. Since I am allergic to poison ivy, I immediately panicked. Thankfully, a fan of my plays and sleuthing came along and led me away from the hideous stuff." She looked more excited than a top 1%er at tax season. "Did your skin come in contact with the poison ivy?" "When I was a kid, I touched some poison ivy in my backyard." I reenacted the drama. "My hands turned red, swelled up like balloons, itched, and oozing blisters appeared on them. I was gasping for air." "Did that happen on campus?" "No, only my shoe touched the poison ivy." She seemed disappointed. "But the shoe lost its polish." The reporter started to motion for her camera operator to cut. "And it was itching to get off my foot." I laughed at my own joke. Her iridescent contact blue eyes widened. "Seriously, if I had touched my shoe, I would have itched, wheezed, and sickened." "So what did you do?" "I whipped up an herbal shoe polish to counteract poison ivy." "An herbal remedy?" "Yes, I made it from scratch. I'm itching all over to try it." I guffawed at my joke, and Rose motioned for the camera operator to stop rolling. After I wiped my eyes, I said, "Will my interview air this evening on the local news, Rose?" She nodded and signaled to one of her technicians. "Edit the spot." The camera operator rested the camera against the low white stone walls surrounding the campus, sat on the bench, removed a laptop from his backpack, and went to work. Offering my best profile, I asked Rose, "Will you be covering the opening of The Nutcracker?" "Yes." "Are you a ballet fan?" I held my breath. "Actually, I am. My younger brother was a professional ballet dancer." "I've hit gold." "Then you know how important a director is to a ballet production." She eyed me up and down. "I hope your college production maintains the same high quality as my brother's production." "It will, assuming we can get through Tech Week without the set falling over." Given her tight facelift, she attempted a smile that looked more like the effects of constipation. "I look forward to reviewing it." Time for some brown-nosing. "What role did your brother play?" "First the Nutcracker, then the Cavalier a few years later. He was magnificent in both roles." The camera operator said, "Here's the edit." I ran to the bench faster than a conservative legislator deregulating banks and environmental laws. I watched myself on the laptop, I stepped in a patch of poison ivy. I immediately panicked. My hands turned red, swelled up like balloons, itched, and oozing blisters appeared on them. I was gasping for air. Rose nodded her approval. "That's all we need. Thank you, Professor." "It's Nicky," I called out as they packed up and hurried to their white news van in the parking lot. Walking to the other end of the campus, I arrived at the gym. I headed for the locker room where I changed into my sweatpants and sweatshirt. After making my way to the weight room, I tortured myself by doing countless reps of squats, curls, reverse curls, and bench presses. Next, collapsing into a machine, I continued working my arms and back by pulling and pushing until I keeled over onto the floor. "I saw you in the second row last night, sitting at the edge of your seat trying to impress Professor Abundanza." "Did someone call my name? Am I at Heaven's Gate?" "If so, I hope Martin's right, and angels are bodybuilders in white Speedos." "Hasn't anyone ever told you it's amateur to peek out from behind the stage curtain?" "All the world's a stage, but heaven probably not so much." I crawled behind a weight rack and spied on Thomas Bighorse, the dance student playing the Nutcracker, and Piero Lamas, his understudy. Unlike days of yore, ballet dancers are expected to be muscular and therefore spend a great deal of time at the gym. Like Piero, Thomas's rippling muscles peeked out from his tank top and shorts. Also, like his understudy, Thomas sported a brimming package. Flicking back his long dark hair and adjusting the large black eyeglasses resting on his broad nose, Thomas said in his usual monotone, "I wasn't peeking out from behind the curtain, Piero. I was waiting for my entrance, which never came because your clumsy sister knocked into the tree." Piero's golden cheeks turned crimson. "The tree fell on Katerina." Thomas smirked. "Like money falls in her G-string at the dance club in town." Piero groaned. "I don't know what I ever saw in you." Thomas flexed his biceps. "Does this remind you?" "No, but your obnoxious attitude reminds me of why I got out after only a week." Thomas chortled. "A week when you warmed your way into my life, telling me what a terrific dancer I was and how much you could learn from me." Piero glared at him. "You're a good dancer, Thomas, but not a good person. Then how come, like every other dancer at Tree Meadow, you had a huge crush on me?" "Yeah, it was as big as your ego, but unlike your ego, my crush is deflated." He started off. Thomas blocked his way. "I'm playing the Nutcracker, Piero, so don't get any ideas about trying to psych me out or seduce me into leaving the show. I'll admit I really want to play the Nutcracker, but we both auditioned, and you got the role. I get that." "I get it, too." Otto Dietrich entered the weight room. The choreographer and modern dance associate professor gave the students a run for their steroids with his muscles barely contained by his tan-colored tank top and spandex pants, which matched his bald head. Putting his arm around Thomas's broad shoulders, Otto sniffed out, "Yes, Thomas's audition was quite remarkable. He was so eager to get the role of the Nutcracker he stayed after everyone else had gone. To dance just for me." He smirked. Piero gasped at Thomas. "You did what?" Thomas took a step away from Otto. "Nothing happened. I wanted to show Professor Dietrich some ideas I had for the choreography." Piero came face to face with Thomas. "I'm sure you gave Professor Dietrich a lot of ideas." Coming between them, Otto wrapped a snake-like arm around each student. "Don't argue, boys. Let's all head to the showers." He winked at Thomas. "And smoke a peace pipe." Clearly offended, Thomas shook off Otto. "I'm taking a spin class." When Thomas got to the doorway, Otto called out, "You don't want to spin away from me, Thomas, not with your understudy so willing and able to take on your role." "I'll take my chances." Thomas was gone. Otto curled his body like a snake. "It looks like it's just you and me, Piero. Care to hit the steam room?" He winked. "And blow off some steam?" "I'm getting out of here. The stench in this place sickens me." Pietro stomped off. Once Otto left the weight room, I dragged my body to the cardio room. I ran on the treadmill until it flung me onto the elliptical machine, where I gazed at the screen and climbed a mountain, crossed a desert, and sprinted through a jungle. Having completed my rejuvenating workout, I crawled to the locker room, showered, dressed, grabbed my gym bag, and painfully walked over to the dance building. Upon entering the hallway, I noticed our Clara, pretty little Katerina Lamas, in a pink midriff blouse and skin-tight jeans. Standing in the corner next to her was Associate Professor of Jazz Nabi Bari, our cavalier, in a chocolate-colored sweater and slacks. 30, tall, thin, dark-skinned, Nabi's handsome face registered desire. Since I am never one to eavesdrop, I darted behind a poster of Nureyev and peered out. "I enjoyed visiting your bar the other night. You are quite a dancer." Nabi ran a hand through his straight dark hair. "And your private dance for me was very memorable." I'll bet he lapped it up. Katerina smiled seductively. "Let's meet for a drink tonight?" "Just a drink?" Katerina placed a hand on his shoulder. "And, dance?" "Let's go to ballet class, Katerina." Pietro, now dressed in an azure sweater and black slacks, grabbed his sister's arm. She walked down the hall, calling out over her shoulder, "See you in jazz class, Professor Bari." Then she turned to her brother. "Don't ever embarrass me like that again." Pietro replied, "Wearing pasties and a G-string in that bar doesn't embarrass you?" "No, I like the money." "And the attention." "Like you get from being gay." "Being gay is what I am." "A stripper is what I am. And how can you throw it in my face after what you did?" After they disappeared, I noticed Liz Canton, Clara's understudy, had been watching them. She looked identical to Katerina, except for her white ruffled blouse, navy dress, and white pearls. Liz made her way through a pack of students and walked down the hallway toward Nabi. "Can I talk to you?" "Is she making an arrest for non-abstinence?" "What is it?" "In your office?" "This isn't my office hour." "It is now." Liz led him down the hallway and they disappeared into Nabi's office. I followed them and couldn't help overhearing, with my ear to the door, what sounded like a hushed dispute. Wishing that dance students had the crisp diction of theater students, I finally gave up and made my way to the corner office. Since the department secretary's desk was vacant, I knocked on the open inner office door. "Enter!" I walked into the dance department head's office. Everything was red, white, and blue. How patriotic. "Yes, the color of the flag of Russia." Anya Nikolaev Dietrich, late 40s, tall and bone-thin with enormous dark eyes positioned above bulging cheekbones, sat behind her massive desk. She looked every bit the professor of ballet in a periwinkle leotard and tights under a matching dance kaftan. "Nicholas, take a seat." Her Russian accent and straightforward manner made me want to jump at her commands. I sat beside her desk in a narrow cerise chair and rested my gym bag at my feet. "My secretary is out this week having gallbladder surgery. It's quite inconvenient for me. Human Resources offered to give me a temporary, but she was not acceptable." "Not acceptable?" "She was not my kind of person." Anya folded her hands on top of her desk. "How do you think the ballet is going?" Feeling as if I was being interrogated by the KGB for opposing a dictator, I replied, "Fine." She punched a few buttons on her computer. "We are nearly sold out." "Great. So we'd better give them a good production. We still need to work out some technical things, but that's not unusual during Tech Week." "Of course." I slid an inch to the edge of my seat. "That's right. You were in a professional ballet company for many years." She nodded. "Andrei Petrovsky's company. May he rest in peace." Andrei Petrovsky is still alive. He's dead to me. I have not been with the company for many years. Trying to be polite, I said, the dance company's loss is our gain at Tree Meadow. She perked up faster than a priest meeting an altar boy with a loose belt buckle. Thankfully, ballet, like theater, breeds discipline, inner strength, creativity, and knowledge. That background was helpful in obtaining an advanced degree and moving on to the world of academia, where you are our star, the Sugar Plum Fairy. You're a good director, Nicholas, and you're a good producer, as evidenced by our ticket sales. I crossed my leg and nearly fell off the thin chair. Noah has done a terrific job bringing out the characters, and Otto is a fine choreographer, I added. By the way, I agree with your decision to stick with the classical choreography. My husband told you his idea to contemporize the ballet? I nodded. When it comes to certain things, I'm a purist. As am I. I couldn't resist. Anya, after getting to know you and Otto, you don't know us. Ugh. After working on the ballet with you and Otto, I must admit I found you both so different. Different from what? Each other? How so? Besides you being a purist and Otto enjoying more modern approaches, you play by the rules and Otto doesn't. I hope I didn't offend you. Nothing offends me. She looked into my eyes. I have a class in 15 minutes. Come to the point, Nicholas. I did as I was told. 2 of our cast members were offended by your husband's behavior. Only 2? I don't understand. Yes, you do, and so do I. She leaned forward and rested her elbows on the desk. Nicholas, Otto and I met after Andrei had dropped me from the corps de ballet. I had recently taken a sabbatical from the company for personal reasons. When I returned, Andrei had replaced me with a younger dancer. I was 30 years old. She sighed. I wept into my toe shoes in the lobby of the dance studio in New York City where we rehearsed. A modern dance company had been rehearsing in the next studio. On his break, Otto noticed me crying. He sat next to me on the old sofa and rested my head on his shoulder. He never said a word, and neither did I. But that day Otto saved my life, and I was eternally grateful. We were inseparable after that. Breakfasts, lunches, dinners, and eventually living together. We found many things in common. We both wanted to be part of the dance world. We both wanted to live lives free of conflict, and we both wanted a husband. But why didn't Otto get a man? She leaned back in her wide leather chair. He wanted my friendship more, and I wanted his. Since he was 13 years younger than me, I enjoyed watching Otto continue dancing with his company until he was the victim of ageism. Again, something we had in common. Then he followed me into the academic arena. Commonality, yet again. She chuckled. I hope you don't think I'm too much of a cougar, Nicholas. Noah is 7 years younger than me. Then you are a male cougar. Feeling 80 going on 40, I said, Did you and Otto marry the first year you met? She nodded. I was a woman in the dance world. Who else would I marry but a gay man? I did a double take. And that didn't bother you? Otto was and still is my best friend and loyal companion. How many women can say that about their husbands after 18 years of marriage? I would kill for him, and he would kill for me. That's a far cry from so many spouses who want to kill each other. But didn't you ever want intimacy? No. Children. I have my students, and they are dancing beautifully in our production. Her face beamed like an anti-gay politician's in a public men's room during a state blackout. Thomas is a wonderful nutcracker, and Liz is radiant as Clara, I corrected her. Katerina is playing Clara. Liz is Katerina's understudy. They look so much alike. And both are strong and beautiful dancers. She smiled wistfully. And still young. Piero is doing a good job understudying Thomas. Of course. Which is why I want to talk to you. It's about time. Anya, Otto made a pass at both Thomas and Piero. I don't have to tell you how and why that is inappropriate. She gazed at me with a melancholy glance. There isn't anything you could tell me about Otto that I don't already know. I felt like the class snitch. And I believe Nabi Bari may be carrying on with his student, Katerina Lamas. She sighed. This is the problem with people out of the mold. Out of the mold? Different. Like our students Thomas Bighorse and Katerina and Piero Lamas, and faculty members like Otto, Nabi Bari, Duffy O'Donnell, and frankly, you and Noah. Even though I like you, I must face the reality that trouble will follow. It would be a boring world if we were all the same. I disagree. Things would run more smoothly. Perhaps if one were Adolf Hitler. Not altogether a bad leader. You should read up on him. His books have helped me a great deal as department head. Then I'm glad I'm not in your department. That makes two of us. Rising, she said, I'll take care of Otto and Nabi. I stood. Thank you. I'll do what I can to keep things moving along. Moving along? Cherishing and protecting the past and those who made it great. Meaning those who aren't different. Your words, but true nonetheless. Careful, Anya. Somebody one day might think you're different. She smiled. Let's not talk politics, Nicholas. We have a ballet to produce. On that we agree? I nodded. And there seems to be more drama in the dance department than in the drama department. But we have a terrific Nutcracker production, and I want to make sure our cast and crew are able to do their best work. They will. She walked me to the door. I will see you tonight at rehearsal. Seeming younger than her years, she added, After 20 years, I'm looking forward to dancing the role of the Sugar Plum Fairy again. Feeling like a politician, I said, And we are lucky to have you. I left the office, headed down the hallway, and out the door. I ducked into the next building, the theater building. When I reached the outer office leading to Martin's office, I did a double-take. Shayla? Sitting behind her old desk, Shayla Johnson looked like the queen bee returning to the hive. As if no time had gone by since she left Tree Meadow College, she said, Shouldn't you be dancing your nuts off in the dance building, Nicky? Ecstatic to see my old pal and department office assistant, I hurried to the side of the desk, bent down, and threw my arms around her. It's so good to see you, Shayla! At somewhere between 39 and 60 and looking more in control than a president with his own television news network, Shayla returned the hug. I can't ask you if you have a class because you aren't teaching any. Where's Martin? In class. She glanced at her watch. Dozing off by now, no doubt. Her dimples appeared. Your handsome husband is in class, too. I sat next to her desk. It felt like coming home. Noticing the gym bag on my lap, Shayla said, I see you're still fighting against gravity. Clad in an apricot blouse that glowed against her dark skin, she glanced down at her stomach rolls. I gave that up for Lent 20 years ago. Giggling, she pressed a loose strand of dark hair into the bun at the back of her neck. Shayla, what are you doing here? Is your wife with you? How's the cosmetics company? She whistled. You have more questions than a virgin with a sealed box of condoms. Laughing wickedly, she said, See, Nicky, you're not the only one who can think of witty metaphors. But unlike you, who has nothing more to worry about than solving mysteries and bringing mass murderers to justice, I've been facing hard times. I'm sorry, Shayla.
No, you aren't. You're as tickled pink, and I do mean pink, as Martin. You both want me back here to work my fingers to the bone for you." She filed her nails. "Without so much as a moment to myself." Placing the nail file down, Shayla glanced into the upright mirror on her desk and applied apricot lipstick. "What happened to you?" She sighed. "I know Martin will spill the beans about me the second he sees you." I felt a buzz in my pocket. That's probably Martin texting me now. "It'll be better coming from me. I'm wittier and a whole lot prettier." Shayla took in a deep breath. "We were living in L.A. My wife was on tour in Maine. Given your sexual orientation, I assume you know the musical." I nodded with pride. "While performing at a theater in Chillicothe, Ohio, don't ask. At the end of her opening number, It's Today, she came sliding down the banister as usual. However, the chorus boys at the bottom of the stairs were so busy making goo-goo eyes at each other, they forgot to catch her, and she went barreling into the orchestra pit." "Was she okay?" "She landed in the tuba, but the tuba player had the hots for the trumpet player and didn't notice, so he blew his next note, and It's Today became taps. She died, like a flop show after opening night." "How horrible!" "I'm so sorry, Shayla." "I was the Black Widow." She blinked back tears. "Why didn't you tell us? I'm sure you could have used the support of your friends." Shayla nodded and wiped a tear from her cheek. "That's true. We could have helped you. What would you have done? Run the cosmetics company for me? Which I did, by the way. Alone?" "You're a smart businesswoman, Shayla. I'm sure you did a great job heading the company." "I did, and we were at record profits." Her face saddened. "Until the termites came." "And destroyed the building?" She shook her head. "Each of our cosmetics products included extracts from the Senegal tree in Africa." I saw the termites through the trees. "And a batch of extracts contained termites?" Shayla nodded. "Which multiplied. When the women rubbed the products onto their skin, termites appeared on their faces like animated acne." "How horrible!" Shayla rested a hand dramatically against her forehead. "So, alone and penniless, flicking termites off my shoes, I had no choice but to come back here." "I'm so sorry about what you've been through, Shayla. You have my full sympathy and support. But, to be honest, we are thrilled to have you back." "I know, Nicky," she giggled. "Martin told me how incompetent the temps have been." She whispered, "Don't tell Martin, but it's good to be back." Waving me away, she added, "Now, no more tea and sympathy. Hurry along and figure out who done it and why." "Nobody's been murdered, Shayla." "They will." She handed me my mail. Then, fetching a hairbrush from her purse, she said, "Now let me get back to work." I kissed her cheek. "Welcome home, Shayla." I left the theater building, picked up lunch at the cafeteria, drove home, and hurried upstairs to do some paperwork at my roll-top desk in the study. When I heard Noah's car pull into our driveway, I sat on the window seat and waved to my family. After running down the stairs, I fixed dinner, which we ate quickly in our dining room. Then Noah drove us faster than a shooting star to campus, where we parked and made our way to the dance theater. Noah and Ta'avi walked to their dressing rooms to change into their costumes as the Cavalier understudy and Fritz. I checked in with the rest of the cast, who were stretching and warming up in the green room, the waiting room backstage. Thomas Bighorse stood near the window with his muscles on display in his Nutcracker's white tights, burgundy jacket, and square hat. Piero Lamas, warming up at the opposite window, looked just as impressive in his identical Nutcracker understudy costume. Otto Dietrich gazed at Thomas's bulge like a priest meeting an altar boy carrying Viagra. Our choreographer rested a hand on Thomas's shoulder and sniffed out, "I hope you will make me proud tonight, Thomas." I'll do my best. Otto smiled, revealing a gold tooth.
I cast you in this role because I think you are a fine dancer.
Thank you. He coiled his arm around Thomas's shoulder.
After you graduate, do you want to be part of a professional ballet company?
Sure. He sighed.
I miss being part of a professional dance company, Thomas, and I personally want to teach you what it takes to make the grade.
Watching them, Piero groaned and stormed out of the room. Undaunted, Otto drew Thomas in closer.
Let's go for a drink after rehearsal and we can start lesson 1.
Thomas pushed his large black glasses up his wide nose. As I told you, Professor, I'm not interested. Otto's temper surfaced.
Well, get interested if you want to keep this role.
Thomas scratched his thick dark hair. You just said you gave me the role because I'm a fine dancer.
There are many fine dancers, but only the smart fine dancers succeed.
Thomas squeezed out of Otto's grasp. I'd rather be stupid than fool around with you. Otto straightened up, no pun intended.
You'll regret that, Thomas.
I doubt it. Anya entered the room in her sugar-plum fairy white tutu. Otto, may I steal you away, please?
Of course, my dear.
Otto turned back toward Thomas and whispered, Later. Then he followed Anya out of the room. I walked past the student dancers, gazing adoringly at Thomas, and made my way over to him. Good luck at the tech dress. Thank you, Professor. Noticing his large black framed glasses, I said, Thomas, can you dance without your glasses? He shrugged. I'll try. Good. See you at notes. I headed over to Katerina Lamas and her understudy Liz Canton, looking identical in their white Clara dresses, as they stretched at the bar on the opposite wall. I asked, All warmed up and ready to go? Yes, Professor, Katerina said, but I still think we need to perk up the choreography a bit. Liz moaned. We aren't dancing at a strip club, Katerina. This is a classical ballet about abstinence until embarking on the sanctity of heterosexual marriage. With its over 50% divorce rate. Liz continued, The Bible is very clear that a woman who marries when she is not a virgin should be stoned to death. Along with a woman who eats shellfish, wears clothing of more than one fabric, wears jewelry, or doesn't lie out in the field during menstruation. Katerina glared at her understudy. Professor Oliver worked with us on our character, Liz. You know as well as I do that abstinence before marriage has nothing to do with Clara or with this ballet. The ballet was adapted from a German children's story written in 1816 about a little girl who dreams her nutcracker doll comes to life as her prince. Liz did deep pliés at the bar. In the story, the little girl's name is Marie in honor of the Virgin Mary, and Marie in the Nutcracker abstained from sexual activity until marriage. The author was an evangelical Christian. Alternative news, anyone? Katerina executed relevés at the bar. In actuality, E.T.A. Hoffman, the author, was a Lutheran arrested for political dissidence. He was thought to have had affairs with an older married woman, Cora Hatt, and with his best friend, Theodor Gottlieb von Hippel. Hoffman died of syphilis. That's fake news. Liz spotted Nabi Bari stretching near the fireplace and hurried over to him. I'm not happy about the fornication between you and the stripper. Katerina raised her eyes to the tall ceiling and said to me, She'll get hers one day, hopefully sooner rather than later. Then she stood on the other side of Nabi, melting at his dark skin, complementing the cavalier's white tights and Duke blue jacket. Katerina said, Professor, can you go over the combination again from today's jazz class? Before Nabi could respond, Liz said, Katerina, Professor Bari and I are speaking together. Why don't you do some of your stripper moves? She waved her away. Over there. Before the two Claras clobbered each other, Nabi said, let's focus on the nutcracker, young ladies, shall we?
Liz chuckled.
Calling a stripper a lady? That's a good one.
Katerina's dark eyes lit up like charcoal near a pyromaniac.
How about I call you a psychotic bitch, Liz?
I left the associate professor of jazz to dance his way around the two feuding Claras, and made my way off stage left to check in with my theater student, Nate Owen. I found Piero Lama standing over Nate, who was seated at his stage manager's console. "I'm sorry for yelling at you last night," Piero said, his handsome face and nutcracker costume radiating sincerity. Nate's thin blonde hair flew in various directions as he jerked his head up toward Piero. Piero rubbed a thick thumb across his square jaw. "I was ticked off at my sister, and I took it out on you. I shouldn't have done that." In his stage manager baggy black clothes, Nate said,
"You don't need to apologize."
"Yes, I do. I don't treat people that way." Nate's azure eyes softened.
"I totally understand. We're all stressed out about opening. I also understand how brothers and sisters can argue, even though I don't have a brother or a sister for that matter. But I've met lots of people who were brothers or sisters, and they told me they often have arguments with each other."
He rested his elbows on the console.
"That makes sense, since brothers and sisters are together a lot. And when people are together a lot, they sometimes disagree about things, like when I'm at home with my parents. They're really liberal and understanding about everything. But sometimes that annoys me. Like if I don't take out the garbage or make my bed, I want them to say, 'Nate, take out the garbage, make your bed.' But they let me slide, which in one way I appreciate as a college theater student with a lot on my plate, but in another way I think they should stand up for themselves and for our home. You're probably thinking that I could move into the dorm, but why should I spend the money when I live so close to the college?"
As Nate chattered on, Piero looked like a Mormon with 3 wives talking to him at the same time. "Well, I won't yell at you again," he started off. Nate leapt to his feet and took a step closer to him.
"You can yell at me if you like. If you get angry at your sister again, or if you feel frustrated as the nutcracker understudy, don't hesitate to come find me and let it out. Because I've been angry myself now and then, and I'll understand. Do you get angry very often? It's okay if you do. I just wonder, so I'll know how many times to expect you to unload your anger onto me."
Piero walked backwards toward the steps to the house.
"Do you live in the dorm? I asked because if you feel angry again, I can come to your room while you blow off some steam. Do you have a roommate? I asked because if you have a roommate and you don't want to bother him, I could meet you in a common area where you could be angry, yell at me, and not disturb anyone."
"Have a good show." And Piero was gone. I approached the console.
"Ready for the tech dress, Nate?"
He nodded and resumed his seat.
"I hope there aren't any other mishaps, Professor. Besides the Christmas tree fiasco, I know the lights flickered in the wrong place last night. I'll make sure that light cue is correct from now on. When I was at home one time, the light started flickering. At first I thought it was my eyesight, but my mother was home too. She's a high school teacher, so she gets home before my father, who's a lawyer. Which is funny because I can out-argue my dad any day. I bet you're wondering why I didn't go to law school, Professor."
"I know you love theater, Nate."
"My dad always says that about me too, and he's right. But that late afternoon, my mother agreed that the lights were flickering. First I thought it was a loose bulb in the living room lamp, but I checked and it wasn't that. Being a stage manager, I know how to check for things like that, so when the light flickered, I thought maybe we were going to have a power outage. But the weather was fine and there was no hint of any problem." He laughed. "You'll never guess what it was, Professor."
I checked my watch.
"You're right. I came to find out it was our cat whose paw had knocked into the lamp's plug."
He guffawed.
"Do you have a cat, Professor?"
"I'm allergic."
"I'm not surprised. A lot of people are allergic to cats. My aunt from Indiana—"
"Nate, we need to start the run. Just stay focused and do your best."
"Okay. I will, Professor."
He looked after Piero with a melancholy look on his young face. Smiling, I said, "You like Piero, don't you?"
"Sure. Who wouldn't? Piero's perfect. handsome, smart, well-built, a terrific dancer, and a compassionate human being. For example, if you give me an assignment to write an essay on the most ideal guy in the world for me, I would describe Piero. Because Piero is... Nate, can I give you some advice? Sure, Professor. Piero seems to be a young man of few and targeted words. Perhaps, at least when you're with him, you can try emulating that. He scratched his long nose. I can certainly understand your point, Professor. When I was a kid, I used to enjoy playing that game where you had only 60 seconds to describe something to your partner. I'd always play with our neighbor's daughter. She was 2 years younger than me, but really smart for her age. I bet you're wondering why I was playing a game with a girl 2 years younger than me. I see you after the run, Nate. As if fleeing from a man-eating plant, I ran down the steps and took my seat in the center of the front row. The understudies, including my Noah, sat as usual in the row behind me. Otto, our choreographer, took his seat in the front left of the house. I called out, "Okay, everyone, let's pick it up from where we left off last night." Katerina, Clara, took her place on the pink chase. The stage lights came up green. After I cried out, they changed to pink. Katerina hugged the mended Nutcracker doll to her chest and then hid him underneath a throw on the chase. Liz said from the second row, "They can see Katerina's obvious sleight of hand with the doll all the way in China, where it was no doubt made." Reuben shouted from backstage, "I heard that, and I made that Nutcracker doll myself." Martin added, "And he wanted to sleep with it." "At least the doll doesn't have cold feet, Martin, in more ways than one." I said, "Can we please continue?" Martin called out from backstage, "Reuben and I will continue this all night, in the basement of the theater while he unloads the props and I unload my venom. I meant to continue with the ballet." The Christmas tree grew. I exhaled when it didn't fall over. The stage filled with yellow light instead of blue light as I scribbled a note. Thomas, the Nutcracker, entered from behind a tall gift box on stage. He performed a masculine aerobic dance, executing impressive jumps, spins, and leaps. Sitting behind me, Piero grumbled, "Show off." A large piece of cheese slid on stage from stage left and continued off stage right. After it made its way back to center stage, I noticed the yellow plastic had a green stripe in its center. "Stop! Why does the cheese have green mold?" Reuben entered from stage right. "It's Martin's fault." In his Drosselmeyer costume, Martin appeared next to his husband. "How is it my fault?" Reuben explained, as if giving a lecture on astrophysics. "Martin was prattling on to me about his costume being too tight, not admitting he had eaten too much for dinner. I was so distracted that I accidentally dropped green paint on the cheese prop." I shouted, "You can paint over it later. Can we keep going, please?" Reuben and Martin exited, shooting dagger eyes at each other. Courtesy of a trap door, Assistant Professor of Tap, Duffy O'Donnell, spun out from behind the cheese in his furry Mouse King costume. His gold crown flew off his head into the wings. "Ow! Stop!" I asked. "Is everyone all right?" Nate called out from backstage, "I'm fine, Professor. My nose should stop bleeding soon. You want to hear a funny story? This isn't the first time I've been crowned." He laughed. "When I was in 3rd grade, I played a prince and—" "Can we move on, please?" Martin said from backstage, "I told you to glue the crown to the mouse head, Reuben." Reuben retorted, "And I told you to go sit on a food processor, and you didn't listen to me either." Duffy took off the mouse head, exposing his curly red hair and green eyes. 25, short and stocky, the tap dancer was gasping for air. "It's really hot in there." I replied, "Duffy, I'll ask the costumer to see what she can do about the mouse head, and Reuben will glue on the crown in the theater basement later tonight. For now, please put the head back on and finish the scene." "Okay, but "Well, we're stopping." "We aren't stopping, Duffy," I said. "We're moving on." "But before we do, I was thinking it might break things up a bit if I did a tap number on the mound of cheese." "No," I said. "After I get killed, can I do a shuffle off to Buffalo Exit?" "No," Otto shouted from his audience seat. Duffy said, "A time step while I'm sword fighting?" "No!" Otto and I both called out. Duffy replaced the mouse head. The music played through the speaker, the curtain call music. I wrote a note. When the correct music finally filled the theater, the toy soldiers came out of the toy chest and the mice appeared from behind the cheese. I was never more thankful for trap doors on stage, until one wasn't closed properly and a mouse fell through it. "Stop! Is everyone all right?" "I'm fine," a little mouse responded. The mouse managed to crawl back on stage. I breathed a sigh of relief when the music played and the mice dance battled with the toy soldiers, each of them gazing at Thomas, the Nutcracker, lustfully. I felt a tap on my thigh. Nabi Bari was next to me on one knee. The associate professor of jazz said, "Nicky, I think it would be more interesting if the mice and toy soldiers did a jazz number, like the Jets and the Sharks rumble in West Side Story." I was not going to cave to the cavalier. "Nabi, please go backstage with the rest of the cast." The sword fight music played next. Thomas and Duffy danced and waved their swords. As they came at each other, Thomas banged into the toy chest and flipped backwards out of the window. "Stop!" Thomas rose behind the window flat. "Sorry, Professor. I can't see well without my glasses. Can I wear them?" I stood in front of the orchestra pit. "Do you have contacts?" "I did, but they bothered my eyes." Piero groaned from the second row. "I've never seen a Nutcracker wear eyeglasses." Liz chimed in next to him. "And I've never seen a Clara lie so seductively on the chase." "Quiet, please." I took in a deep breath. "Thomas, wear your glasses for tonight. We'll speak to the costumer and figure something out for tomorrow night." I spun around to face the house. "Understudies, this isn't a comedy club. Please watch the show quietly and review the choreography. Now, let's resume the ballet." I sat down. In the seat next to me, Noah took my hand and squeezed. He looked so handsome in his cavalier understudy costume. I wanted to share a little sugar with him. On stage, Thomas, wearing his large black eyeglasses, danced toward Duffy. They raised their swords and began the duel. Thomas grandly hit Duffy's shoulder with the sword. Duffy waved his sword dramatically and struck Thomas's hat, which exploded, sending Thomas into the tall gift box. Katerina screamed from the chase. Duffy took off the mouse head, sweat and shock filling his face. Amidst the gasps of horror all around us, Noah and I dove onto the stage. When we reached the large box, Noah cringed at the sight of the hole in Thomas's head. I bent down to the floor and examined the fallen Nutcracker hat. Noah placed his finger under Thomas's neck and stated the obvious, "Nicky, he's dead." The Nutcrackers cracked. Chapter 3.
How did I know you'd be here?
"Because you're obsessed with thinking about me, Manuelo." I sat in the front row of the dance theater watching Manuelo's men encircle the stage with yellow tape. Thomas Big Horse's body had been taken out by ambulance, and Manuelo had asked our cast and crew to wait in the green room backstage. Sitting next to me, Detective Jose Manuelo, late 40s, with curly brown hair graying at the temples, scratched at the bulging stomach parting his gray suit jacket.
"I need to speak to you."
"Obviously. You really should see somebody about your fetish, Manuelo. I'm a married man." Manuelo rubbed his wrinkled forehead.
"So am I, and my wife would like me home some evenings. You make that impossible."
"Sure, blamed the object of your desire for your failing marriage. He sighed.
Can we cut the comedy, Nicky?
I relented. I suppose you're right, Manuelo. There has been another murder at Tree Meadow College, and once again, it's up to me to figure out the identity of the murderer. He glared at me.
This is my investigation, Nicky. You aren't to interrogate anyone, and you may not talk to the press.
Feigning shock and hurt, I said, I wouldn't dream of it.
Good.
He took a pad and pen out of his jacket's inside pocket.
Give me the rundown on the victim.
I pinched my eyes closed until tears came.
What's wrong? Were you close to the victim?
I shook my head. It's so touching how you rely on me, Manuelo. He groaned.
Nicky, you know the way this works. You're doing a show. That means lots of people will be murdered. Can we skip to the chase before we're the only two people left alive in Tree Meadow?
You would like that, wouldn't you, Manuelo? Then you'd finally have me all to yourself. I gasped. Perhaps you're the murderer and that's your goal.
If you don't start talking, I'll murder you.
I know how much you need me, Manuelo. So, I'm happy to share what I know. Leaping off my chair and into the orchestra pit, I took on my Sherlock Holmes persona and paced. Thomas Bighorse was a junior at the college and a dance major cast in the title role in The Nutcracker Ballet, which I am directing to no doubt thunderous applause and rapturous acclaim. He waved me on. I waved back. Upon my inspection of the crime scene,
you touched evidence on stage?
Of course. How else could I have found the murder weapon? Manuelo shook his head and wrote on his pad.
Which was?
Somebody had placed nitrate, which is fuel.
I know what nitrate is.
I leaned against the stage in my best Sherlock Holmes pose. But what you don't know is that nitrate, oil, and a detonator were lodged inside the Nutcracker's hat. So, when the Mouse King swung his sword at it, an explosion cracked the Nutcracker's head. Like a nutcracker cracking a nut.
You know all about cracking nuts, don't you, Nicky?
Flattery will get you everywhere, Manuelo. Writing, Manuelo asked,
Who had the opportunity to set the explosive in the hat?
Anyone. We've all been in and out of the dance theater all week. He raised his dark eyes to the pink chandelier.
That narrows it down.
The detonator could have been set at any time, while nobody else was watching.
Who had it out for Thomas? Who, I'm assuming, was gay?
I clutched at my heart. So, all male dancers are gay? Did they teach you that bit of stereotyping in the police academy?
They didn't teach us anything about ballet in the police academy.
Which is why you need me.
Was Thomas Bighorse gay?
Yes, and please, no homophobic jokes about his last name.
However big he was, I'm sure he couldn't hold a candle to you, Nicky.
He smirked.
I've heard stories.
Manuelo, you must stop dwelling on my genitals.
Who are the suspects, Nicky?
I climbed out of the pit, the orchestra pit, with a flourish. Otto Dietrich, associate professor of modern dance and our choreographer, made advances at Thomas, which the student rejected. He wrote another note.
Go on.
Anya Nikolaev Dietrich, professor of ballet, dance department head, and Otto's wife, was not happy about that.
She wasn't happy that Thomas Bighorse rejected her husband's advances?
I folded my arms at my chest. It's amazing that you got through the police academy without me helping you. Anya was not happy that Otto came on to Thomas. Neither was I.
I'll list you as a suspect.
Then who will solve the mystery?
Who's the next suspect?
I answered as if giving a lecture in one of my classes, after I confiscated the students' cell phones. Piera Lamas, also a junior dance major, had a brief affair with Thomas. I added with a dramatic wave of my hand. And Piera was Thomas's understudy.
Next suspect?
I paced again. My sophomore theater student, Nate Owen, is stage managing the show.
What does a stage manager do?
Manage the stage.
I had that coming. Go on.
Nate is interested in Piero.
Is Piero interested in Nate?
Nate hasn't stopped talking long enough for me to find out.
Who else is interested in whom?
I said faster than a gossip columnist covering a speed dating matchup. Katerina Lamas, the sophomore who plays Clara, seems to be involved with Associate Professor of Jazz Nabi Bari, who plays our Cavalier. Abstinence until marriage advocate Liz Canton, the freshman who understudies Clara, disapproves. Oh, and Otto Dietrich also put the moves on Katerina's brother, Piero, who I mentioned earlier.
Dietrich seems to get around. Better watch your back, Nicky.
I gazed at him affectionately. No need to be jealous, Manuelo. The cast and crew look up to me as their esteemed leader and director. Nothing more. He glanced up from his pad.
Who's responsible for the Nutcracker hat?
A student created the costume, but Martin Anderson's husband, Reuben Markinson, made the hat. He's doing props for us.
I've been wondering about something.
Manuelo rested the pad on his knee.
How come when two guys get married, one doesn't take the other's name?
Sometimes they do, or they combine names.
You and Noah didn't do that.
That's because we're famous in the entertainment world.
A legend in your own minds,
Manuelo chortled. Laugh all you like, Manuelo, but my name means something in this town.
Yeah,
murder. He grasped the pad.
What does Reuben say about the Nutcracker hat?
I imitated Reuben's droll tone. Last time I saw the hat, it didn't have an explosive in it. However, I recall Martin standing over it. Next, I played Martin in defensive mode. Do you really suspect your husband of being a terrorist?
Good impersonations, Nicky. Maybe you can do an act. On the road. Then we'd have no murders at Tree Meadow.
Have no fear. I sat next to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'll never leave you for long, Manuelo. Now, it's been fun chatting, but I should interrogate the suspects. I rose. He pushed me back down.
No, you're not. I'll take over one of the dressing rooms.
Manuelo, no amount of makeup will make me want to leave Noah for you. Walking up the steps to the stage, he added,
I'll interview Noah and Ta'avi first. Then you can take them home while I speak to the rest of the cast and crew individually.
We walked across the stage and into the green room as I said, I assume your forensics team is examining Thomas's body and the hat.
You assume correctly.
That's a waste of my taxpayers' dollars. So are your overpaid salary, cushy benefits, and fat pension, by the way.
Excuse me?
The backstage and stage areas were rampant with dancing mice, fighting toy soldiers, and partiers of all ages. Their fingerprints, sweat, skin, and clothing fibers will be everywhere. The murderer will have been clever enough to wear gloves.
We'll see.
Oh, ye of little faith. At the doorway to the green room, I said to him, May we resume our technical dress rehearsal tomorrow night?
I'll let you know after I get the forensics report tomorrow.
I'll take that as a yes. After Manuelo spoke briefly to Noah and to Avi, Noah drove us home faster than a Republican governor removing registered Democrats from the voting rolls. Then while Ta'avi was upstairs getting ready for bed, Noah and I sat on the powder blue sofa in the rear sitting room next to the blue-tiled fireplace. Noah rested back on the cushion, gazing at the dueling flames. Poor Thomas. Will there be a local memorial service for him? I took his hand. I doubt it. Thomas's family lives on a reservation in Arizona. I assume his body will be flown there once Manuelo's team is through with it. Noah sighed. I can't believe we're in the middle of another murder mystery, Nicky. Number 8, but it doesn't get any easier. I squeezed his hand. He rested his head on my shoulder and I smelled strawberries. Do you think Manuelo's interviews will uncover anything?
Do they ever?
I said like the hero of a melodrama. It will once again be up to me to solve this. Meeting his glare, I added, with the help of my Watson. Any ideas?
Just questions, Watson. I put my arm around him. Why does a heterosexual woman stay married to a gay man with a roving eye? Why does a female student keep cornering a male professor for private talks? Noah added, and how far might an understudy go to play a role?
Dad! Pop!
Noah and I ran upstairs and found Ta'avi sitting on his bed in his t-shirt and boxers.
I don't feel good.
We sat on either side of him and asked in unison, What's wrong?
My stomach hurts.
Noah felt his head. You aren't warm.
I'm tired.
He lay back in bed. Since Ta'avi had rarely complained about being sick, or about anything else, Noah and I shared a concerned look. Trying to be optimistic, Noah rose, covered Ta'avi with the sheet, and kissed his forehead. I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning. I stood at Ta'avi's other side. Do you want us to sit in here until you fall asleep? Ta'avi responded with heavy breathing. Noah whispered, He's asleep. He checked Ta'avi's forehead again and led me out of the room. As we walked down the hall, Noah said, Maybe it's been too much for him going back to school and doing the ballet so soon after his bout with the flu. Hopefully a good night's sleep will solve everything. Upon entering our bedroom, we stripped to our t-shirts and boxers and cuddled under the sheet. Gazing out the window at the Cobalt Mountains and Indigo Lake, I pulled Noah closer into me. I can stay home with Ta'avi tomorrow if necessary. Good. I'm not needed at rehearsal tomorrow night, so I'll do night duty if needed. He kissed my sideburn. But Ta'avi's a healthy kid. He'll bounce back quickly. Noah placed his head on my chest and snored softly. As I rested my head back on the pillow, I knew something was very wrong. I checked on Ta'avi a few times during the night. All seemed well until 6 a.m. when Noah and I heard gagging. We leapt out of bed and raced to the hall bathroom. Ta'avi was seated on the floor, looking up at us with glazed-over eyes. I noticed both vomit and diarrhea in the toilet. I called Ta'avi's doctor on my cell phone while Noah cleaned up Ta'avi. Then I headed to Ta'avi's bedroom for his clothes. Noah and I quickly dressed Ta'avi in the bathroom. Between rapid breaths, Ta'avi said,
Are we going to the beach?
Noah whispered to me, He thinks we're back in Hawaii. Noah stayed with Ta'avi while I dressed, and I did the same for him. Then I carried Ta'avi down the stairs with Noah following. For once, I was happy that Noah drove like a race car driver chased by a SWAT team. In minutes, we arrived at the doctor's office. Noah held the doors open while I carried Ta'avi up the stairs into the reception area and then into one of the examining rooms. Sitting on the examining table, Ta'avi seemed to come out of his dazed state.
What are we doing at Dr. Jeff's?
Noah stood on the other side of Ta'avi. You felt sick this morning. Clearly not remembering, Ta'avi said,
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Jeff Solly, in a three-piece gray suit, entered the small examining room. Hello, Ta'avi. What seems to be the problem?
My dads think I'm feeling weird.
He stuck a thermometer in Ta'avi's mouth. My parents thought I was weird when I was your age. Dr. Jeff smiled. And they were probably right. The bald, elderly doctor took Ta'avi's pulse. Noah said, It was 120 at home. It's come down a bit since. Dr. Jeff removed the thermometer. He has a slight fever. I explained. Ta'avi had diarrhea and was vomiting this morning. He seems tired and not himself, Noah added. Dr. Jeff examined Ta'avi's eyes, nose, ears, and throat. He felt around Ta'avi's neck and under his arms. After taking Ta'avi's blood pressure, he listened to Ta'avi's heart. Finally, he asked Ta'avi to lay on his back while he pressed and palpitated Ta'avi's stomach. When he was through, he asked Ta'avi to sit back upright. Nurse Tammy will take a sample of blood, urine, and stool. I wouldn't want Nurse Tammy's job. I'll give you a call in a day or two when I get the results, he added. What should we do in the meantime? Noah asked. Make sure Ta'avi has plenty of fluids and lots of rest, the doctor replied. Coming further to the point, I asked, "What do you think is wrong?" Dr. Jeff washed his hands at the sink. "It could be as simple as a relapse of that flu." "Ta'avi's back at school," Noah said. "And he's in the ballet I'm directing at the college," I added. Dr. Jeff said, "Maybe we should stop both for the time being." Ta'avi perked up like a priest in the locker room of a boys' soccer game. "I want to be in the ballet." Dr. Jeff chuckled. "Let's wait and see what the tests show." I explained, "Ta'avi isn't needed at rehearsal tonight." "Neither am I," Noah said. "Good. Then you and your dad can keep each other company at home, Ta'avi." Dr. Jeff shook our hands. "Nicky, Noah." Then he turned to Ta'avi. "Take things easy for a day or two, young man, and do what your dads tell you to do." Ta'avi offered him the hang loose sign. "I'll call as soon as I can." After Dr. Jeff had gone, Ta'avi said like an opera diva, "I'm not giving up the show." Noah said, "Let's take one step at a time." After Nurse Tammy took the specimens, Noah drove us home. In Ta'avi's bedroom, as he followed my orders and stripped to his t-shirt and boxers, I noticed a lump on his left thigh. Inspecting under his t-shirt, I found 2 more lumps on his back. When I squeezed them, each was soft to the touch. "How long have you had these bumps?" Ta'avi shrugged. Noah came in with chicken soup, orange juice, and tea on a silver tray. We pressured Ta'avi into having some of the chicken stock. Before we could tuck him in, Ta'avi had fallen asleep. I felt his pulse and then covered him. When we were in our bedroom, I sat on the bed. "I'll keep checking on him. You can go to your class." Noah said, "We've survived 7 mass murderers, and I've never been this frightened." "I know." I sat him next to me and rested my arm around him. "The next 2 days will be hell waiting for Dr. Jeff to call." Noah turned to me. "It doesn't have to be." "What do you mean?" "You solve mysteries, Nicky. Solve this one." "I'm not a doctor." "But you're the best investigator I know." We heard gagging from down the hall. Noah and I practically flew to the hall bathroom. Again, we found Ta'avi sitting on the bathroom floor in a daze with vomit and diarrhea in the bowl. After we cleaned him up, Noah overrode my recommendation of ginger capsules and gave Ta'avi an over-the-counter medicine for diarrhea. I carried Ta'avi back into bed. Then I covered him with the sheet and comforter. Noah and I sat at each side of the bed as the sun bathed the room in golden light. "I was sick," Ta'avi said. "I know," Noah replied through a tight throat. "Should I see Dr. Jeff?" Ta'avi asked. "We did that," I replied. "That's right," Ta'avi said, clearly trying to remember. Noah checked Ta'avi's forehead. "You'll be better soon." I lifted the glass to Ta'avi's lips and he sipped the orange juice. "Do you want some more soup?" Ta'avi shook his head. "I think I'm going back to sleep." "Okay." I held his hand. "Pop?" "Yeah?" "Thank you for taking me from Hawaii to live with you and Dad." Noah looked away. "You're our son." Ta'avi nodded. "My mind's foggy, but I remember that." "Good." I straightened the comforter over him. "Pop?" "Yeah?" "If I don't wake up, I want you and Dad to know that the last 3 years were the best of my whole life." Tears brimmed my eyes. "They've been the best years in our lives, too." I kissed his forehead. "Now, stop being a drama queen. Get some rest." "You aren't leaving, are you?" "We're right here." After he fell asleep, Noah walked me into the study. "I'll sit in Ta'avi's room." He pointed to my laptop. "Figure out what's wrong with our son." I sat at my roll-top desk and turned on my laptop. Checking various medical sites, I read up on a number of childhood illnesses and ruled them out, until I came to Reye's syndrome. The site said that children up to 12 can contract it, generally after having the flu or another viral illness. The symptoms were listed as diarrhea, vomiting, weakness, confusion, rapid breathing, and fat deposits in the skin from fluid buildup in the brain and liver disease. I ran into Ta'avi's bedroom and found Ta'avi fidgeting in bed. Sitting in the rocking chair nearby, Noah said, "He's been doing that for the last few minutes." I sat on Ta'avi's bed and gently woke him. "Ta'avi?" He opened one eye. "When you were in Hawaii, did your grandmother give you aspirin?" He didn't respond. Ta'avi tried to remember. "This is important. Did you take aspirin in Hawaii?" He nodded and closed his eye. I pulled my cell phone out of my pocket as I sprinted into the hallway. Noah was at my side when Dr. Jeff's receptionist put me through. I explained my concerns. Dr. Jeff said, "I had similar suspicions, but I'd like to wait for the test results." I said, "Ta'avi had another bout of diarrhea and vomiting, and his memory is failing. Take him to the emergency room. I'll meet you there after I've seen my last patient for the day." Again, we got Ta'avi up and dressed, down the stairs, and into Noah's car. Noah drove to the hospital faster than a KKK member through Harlem. After we explained to the receptionist, we checked in and followed an orderly to an emergency room cubicle. Once the emergency room doctor had evaluated Ta'avi, he was admitted, and the orderly took us to a bedroom in the children's wing of the hospital. When Ta'avi was settled in bed with intravenous fluids, Noah and I took his hands. "Ta'avi, now that you're here, you'll feel better in no time." I hoped I was right. Ta'avi offered us a weak smile.
"Thanks for taking care of me."
"Always." Noah kissed his cheek.
"All those years in Hawaii, I was waiting for you guys to find me. I'm really glad you did, even if it took a while."
I squeezed his hand. The hospital doctor arrived and examined Ta'avi. After Ta'avi fell asleep, the doctor motioned for Noah and me to follow her into the hallway. Dr. Ruiz, a young, attractive woman with piercing dark eyes and long dark hair, placed her stethoscope into the pocket of her white coat. "I spoke with Dr. Solly. The blood test results, Ta'avi's history, and my examination lead me to a diagnosis of Reye's syndrome." "He seems so weak," Noah said. "That should improve with time," Dr. Ruiz said. "How much time?" Noah asked. I replied, "Reye's syndrome can take anywhere from a day to months for convalescence. It depends on the case and the child." Dr. Ruiz smiled. "Your husband is correct. Ta'avi's liver isn't enlarged, which is a good sign, and he hasn't vomited or thrown up since he's been with us. He was able to answer my questions coherently." "Are there any medications to help him recover?" Noah asked. I replied, "No, just fluids and bed rest." "Again, your husband is right." She turned to me. "Do you have a medical degree?" "A Ph.D. in theater," I explained. She smiled. "You know far more about medicine than I know about theater." "Noah and I teach at the college." I couldn't resist. "I'm directing the production of The Nutcracker opening this weekend." Dimples filled her pink cheeks. "I love that ballet. My parents took me every December when I was a child." I handed her my card. "Let me know when you'd like to come." She put the card in her pocket. "I will, thank you." Noah cleared his throat. "Is there anything else we can do for Ta'avi?" Dr. Ruiz placed a hand on his shoulder. "In most cases, help the 11-year-olds bounce back quickly from this disease. I believe Ta'avi will too. I'll check on him again later today." She handed me her card. "One good turn deserves another. Call me if you need me." When she was gone, Noah pulled out his cell phone and arranged for his graduate assistant to teach his classes for the day. Then Noah and I sat vigil at Ta'avi's bed, paced the corridor, and took turns going to the hospital cafeteria. Early evening, Ta'avi sat up in bed. Noah and I leapt off the sofa and hurried to the side of the bed.
"What time is it?"
Avi asked. I checked my watch. It's 7:15.
Aren't you going to rehearsal, Pop?
I'm not leaving here, Avi.
But the show. Everyone needs the director,
Avi said. Noah felt his forehead. How are you feeling? Avi replied,
Hungry? Don't they feed people in this place?
I pushed the call button. After consultations with the nurse who phoned Dr. Ruiz, Avi's feeding tube was removed and dinner was ordered. Though still in a weakened state, Avi took my hand and squeezed it.
Don't worry about me, Pop. I'll be okay. As the saying goes, the ballet must go on.
It's the show must go on, I said. Avi grinned.
Give me a break, okay? I'm in a hospital.
The three of us shared a smile. I said, Are you sure you'll be okay if I go to rehearsal?
I'm sure,
Avi replied. Noah squeezed my shoulder. I won't leave his side. He handed me his keys. Take my car and come back here when you're finished. I kissed their cheeks. Call me if you need me. Always, Noah said.
Tell everyone I'll be back,
Avi said. I winked at him and left. I drove to campus, parked, and sprinted to the dance building. At the entrance, the reporter seemed to have moved on from her poison ivy story. Nicky, do you remember me? Rose Carlyle from the local news. Of course. I turned on the charm. Hello, Rose. Her lime and peppermint dress gave me vertigo. Can I speak with you about the murder on campus? I glanced at my watch. I start rehearsal in a few minutes. She waved her camera and sound operators over. But for you, I'll start rehearsal a bit late if necessary. I faced the camera and adjusted my stance under the boom microphone. Rose's strident voice screeched, and her eyes disappeared as she addressed the camera. Once again there has been a murder at Tree Meadow College, and yet again Professor Nicky Abondanza is in the center of it. She aimed her enormous cheekbones at me. Tell us what you know about the murder of dance student Thomas Bighorse. I smiled into the camera. As professor of play directing and the director of the Nutcracker Ballet opening this weekend, I am saddened and shocked by Thomas's murder. Who did Thomas play in the ballet? The Nutcracker, and he was an amazing dancer. And it's a difficult role. Time to get more brownie points from the reviewer. That's right. Your brother played that role. I'm sure the audiences loved him. As did the entire company. But let's get back to the murder. Do you have any suspicions about who killed Thomas? I leaned into the camera with a Sherlock Holmes expression on my face. I have already begun my investigation by examining the murder weapon. Switching to a Belgian accent, I pointed to my temple. And the little gray cells are at work. What can you tell us? Nothing yet. But I promise the good people of Tree Meadow College that I, Nicky Abondanza, will once again identify the murderer and bring him or her to justice. Rose motioned for the camera operator to cut. I dropped my camera persona. I'd better get to rehearsal. In an obvious effort to dig for a scoop, she said, When my brother played the Nutcracker, he had a crush on the Cavalier. Do you have any cases of unrequited love in your company? Off the record, of course. None at all. I somehow said with a straight, no pun intended, face. She whispered, Speaking off the record, do you have any news on the identity of the murderer? She looked more desperate than a teenager at a sold-out medical marijuana depot. Sorry, Rose. It's too early in my investigation. She grasped my arm tighter than a lonely senior citizen at a bus stop. Do I get an exclusive after you've nabbed the killer? It's yours. I hurried in the stage door entrance. Stopping to retrieve my cell phone from my pocket, I phoned Noah, who assured me that Avi was eating his dinner. After I gave them my love and ended the call, I heard loud voices in the corridor near the bathrooms. Professor of Jazz Nabi Bari, in his Cavalier costume, was arguing with Assistant Professor of Tap Duffy O'Donnell in his Mouse King outfit, with his mouse head in his hand. Nabi said, Because it makes me uncomfortable.
Opposite him, Duffy said, "I'll be really uncomfortable if I don't go to the bathroom." Nobby glared down at him. "Then use their women's bathroom." Duffy's temper was as red as his hair. "I'm not a woman." "You're a woman to me. As you know, I am a fundamentalist Muslim. In my religion, we believe your born gender is your gender for life," Nobby said. "You using the men's room is religious discrimination against me." I came between them. "What's going on here?" Duffy explained. "Nobby won't let me into the men's bathroom." Nobby said, "Because Dolores Duffy was a woman," Nobby said. When will the college meet the present day and put in gender-neutral bathrooms? "Nobby, Duffy can use the men's bathroom. If you don't like it, you can pee in the sink in your dressing room." Duffy smiled in victory. "This isn't over between us." Nobby glared at Duffy and then stormed into the green room. "My bladder thanks you, Nicky," Duffy said. "No thanks are necessary." Before I could depart, he said, "Oh, I want to try something a little different tonight." I felt my heartbeat in my throat. "Different?" He nodded. "Remember we were talking about my tap number on the cheese mound?" "You were talking about that, Duffy." He pointed down to his feet. "I'm wearing my tap shoes tonight to give it a try." "This is a ballet. There is no tap." "I think you'll like it when you see it." He disappeared into the men's room. Wishing I hadn't come to rehearsal, I entered the green room and noticed Liz Canton in her Clara understudy costume sitting on the sofa next to Nobby. Liz said, "That definitely is religious discrimination. I'll give the Christian Student Club's lawyer your contact information." She scratched her short dark hair. "No, that won't work. He doesn't represent Muslims. It's against his religious beliefs." Still fuming, Nobby rubbed his hands together. "I'll handle this my way." Liz said, "Speaking of handling things, Katerina has gone too far. Have you thought about what I told you?" Nobby shook his head. "Give me some time." Duffy came out of the bathroom and stretched his legs over the bar in the green room. In his black leotard and dance pants, Associate Professor of Modern Dance, our choreographer Otto Dietrich, joined Duffy. "I overheard what Nobby said to you at the bathroom. It was wrong." Stretching, Duffy said, "I agree." With the overhead lighting reflecting on his bald head and large nose, Otto leered at Duffy. "Let's talk it over tonight, over drinks." Duffy turned his back to Otto and stretched. "I don't think so." Placing a hand on Duffy's shoulder, Otto sniffed out, "Why not? Aren't you into guys? Wasn't that what your sex change operation was all about?" Duffy turned on Otto in a rage. "My sexual reassignment surgery was about correcting an error. I'm as much a man as you are now." "Sounds like fun." Otto winked at him between sniffs. "I'm totally into chicks vis dicks." "Leave me alone, Otto, or I'll tell everyone what I know, despite Anya's threat to silence me." Duffy pushed Otto aside, lifted his mouse head from the floor, and stormed out of the green room. Having observed the encounter, Anya Nikolaev Dietrich, in her sugar plum fairy tutu, said, "Otto, may I steal you away for a moment?" "Of course, darling." He followed his wife out of the green room. Katerina Lamas, our Clara, and Piero Lamas, our nutcracker understudy, warmed up near the window. Sitting on the floor with his legs spread apart and his hands reaching over his feet, Piero said, "After what happened to Thomas, stay close to me tonight." Katerina sat next to him with her head stretched between her legs.
"Why, so you can kill me too?"
Piero did a double take and nearly gave himself a hernia. "Is that what you think of me?" Her large dark eyes got larger.
"Frankly, yes. I know how much you wanted to play the nutcracker, and after ratting me out to Mammy and Pappy about working at the bar, I wouldn't put anything past you, brother."
I wish you were never born." Piero stormed off. Now that I've seen the pre-show, it's time to hit the theater. I walked by Nate Owen's stage manager console. "Nate, can you please gather everyone in the house?" My theater student replied with a smile. "Sure, Professor. I'm a good gatherer. I'm also a good hunter. You're probably thinking that means I'm bisexual, but that's not what I meant. You see, historically—" "Nate, please ask everyone to sit in the audience." "Will do, Professor." He was gone in a waft of blonde hair. Once everyone was seated, I stood on stage. I'm sure you were all shaken and horrified by what happened to Thomas Bighorse last night. Reuben, in his leisure suit, said from his front row seat, "When I moved the Nutcracker hat from the basement and set it backstage, it was as empty as Martin's claims of not snoring." Martin, in his Drosselmeyer costume, sat next to his husband and grimaced. "And now the Nutcracker is as impotent as Reuben." I cleared my throat. "My point is that Detective Manuelo and his staff are investigating the murder." Martin and Reuben laughed uproariously. I added, "And I am once again on the case." The cast and crew applauded, and I couldn't help taking a bow. Then I crossed the stage dramatically. "And though our hearts are broken, Thomas would have wanted us to gather our nuts and continue cracking. So, Piero Lamas will play the Nutcracker." Nate applauded from off stage. I heard Katerina groan from the first row. I continued, "To Avi and Noah are out tonight. It shouldn't cause any difficulty. Fritz isn't in the section we are rehearsing tonight. Noah is understudying Nabi's Cavalier, and Nabi is with us this evening. Any questions?" Anya spoke up from the first row. "What are the police doing to protect us?" I ad-libbed. "Detective Manuelo has assured me that his staff are on constant surveillance of our theater, and we can all institute the buddy system, where we look out for one another." Katerina pointed to Piero behind her. "Somebody protect me from Cain over here." Sitting next to Piero, Liz Canton leaned over toward Katerina. "Mocking the Bible is against my religion." Katerina rose angrily and faced Liz. "I was mocking my brother, not the Bible. But since you bring that up, I think your holy book is a series of fables written and rewritten thousands of years ago by a bunch of racist, sexist, homophobic bigots." Liz stood. "That's religious discrimination against me." Piero leapt to his feet between them. "We're here to rehearse, not have a religious debate." "Well said, Piero." I gestured toward the curtain. "And with that, curtain up." Nate said from his console off stage, "The curtain is already up, Professor. If it wasn't, you wouldn't have been able to speak to everyone. I could close the curtain now if you like, or we can leave the curtain open and pretend I just opened it. You won't believe this, but when I was a kid, I stood in our bathtub at home, opened the shower curtain, and performed a song from Let's Begin the Ballet." I took my seat in the front row. Once the dancers and crew went backstage, the understudies were seated in the second row, and Otto was seated front house left. I called out, "Let's pick it up from where we left off last night." The house lights dimmed, and the stage lights came on. Piero, the Nutcracker, and Duffy, the Mouse King, stood center stage with swords drawn. Katerina, Clara, lay on the chase. The music played and the dance duel began. Piero did a terrific job leaping on and over the stage furniture as Duffy's sword swiped the air around him. Duffy jabbed his sword, did a time step, and jabbed again. I groaned as I wrote a note on my pad. As Piero spun and parried, Duffy executed tap turns. When Piero jabbed, Duffy did tap wings, and Piero's sword flew into the wings. "Ow! Stop!" I tried to control my anger. "Duffy, no tap dancing. Please do the dance as choreographed." Otto called out, "Thank you, Nicky." Then I shouted to offstage, "Nate, are you all right?" Nate replied, "Yes, Professor. The handkerchief has stopped my bloody nose. You're probably thinking I have a lot of bloody noses. Actually, I don't,
though this isn't the first time I've had one. When I was 5,
Can we finish the scene? I sank back in my chair. The music resumed, and Duffy backed Pietro over the toy chest. Just as Duffy was about to strike, Katerina threw her shoe toward Duffy. She was a bit too enthusiastic, and it flew off stage.
Ow!
Stop!
Nate, are you all right? Yes, Professor. Luckily, I brought 2 handkerchiefs. They're both pretty bloody, but I'm confident my nosebleed will stop soon.
Suddenly, Duffy's sword flung in the air.
Ow!
Nate?
No problem, Professor. I'll use my sleeve.
Duffy held his mouse costume head and gyrated all over the stage. Otto called over to me. Since we didn't like the tap dancing, he's trying modern dance. I called out, Duffy, Clara's shoe hits you and you fall to the ground here. After more spinning and wiggling and clutching at his mouse head, Duffy finally fell to the stage floor motionless. I shouted, Let's move on. The lights dimmed on stage with a spotlight on Pietro and Katerina. He threw his arms around her.
She said, Don't touch me.
It's in the script, Katerina. Don't be a jackass.
Who are you calling a jackass?
My sister, who strips in a club. Liz said from behind me,
If the G-string fits.
I called out, Can we please see the Nutcracker and Clara's pas de deux? Despite their anger toward each other, Pietro and Katerina danced beautifully together until the final lift. Katerina flung herself at Pietro. He missed, and she fell with a thud.
You did that on purpose. I'll never dance again,
Katerina said from the floor. Liz leapt up from the second row.
Since Katerina is hurt, I can take over.
Katerina hurried to her feet faster than a Catholic calling bingo.
I'm fine.
She stood on shaky legs. Then she turned to her brother.
I'll get you for this, Pietro.
It was an accident, Pietro said. Professor O'Donnell's body tripped me.
Uh-oh.
Nate, bring up the lights. I gasped at Duffy's still body on the stage floor. After running up the steps to the stage, it took me 3 tries to finally yank off Duffy's mouse head. When I put my finger under his nose, he was breathless. The Mouse King was trapped. Chapter 4. A half-hour later, Manuelo and his stooges were in the dance theater doing their yellow brick tape thing around the stage and asking the cast and crew of my ballet pointless questions. Never one to seek media attention, I ran outside and flagged down the local news reporter who had evidently heard there was a second murder at Tree Meadow College. Is it true that Duffy O'Donnell was a transsexual banned from the military? I offered my most dashing look to the camera. Not easy to do late at night. As the director of the Nutcracker Ballet and a heralded amateur criminologist, I can attest to the fact that Duffy O'Donnell, our dearly departed Mouse King, was a transsexual and a highly decorated soldier. Unfortunately, he suffocated in his helmet. In his Mouse King head. Your student, Thomas Bighorse, was an avowed homosexual who wore his sexuality on his shirt sleeve. Or in his nutcracker tights. Now you're rubbing in our faces that Duffy O'Donnell was a transsexual. Rose Carlyle's cheekbone implants rose to her Botox-pummeled forehead. Do you think their murders might be God's punishment for their unnatural lifestyles? Definitely not. God loves unnatural things. Didn't you report the local news story about the factory smoke in the shape of the Virgin Mary? I winked at the camera. And I certainly enjoy unnatural things, like your camera and your nose, Rose. She twitched her minuscule nose. I will be reviewing your ballet, Nicky. Oops, let's play nice. And we've been rehearsing constantly. As you know from your brother, this ballet requires teamwork. When my brother played the Nutcracker, the dancer playing the Mouse King was a bit of a showboat. He waved his sword too wildly in their sword fight, and my brother was injured.
but he continued the run valiantly. "Is that why Duffy O'Donnell died? Was he a prima donna?" "Not in the least. Duffy was a consummate professional, who was no doubt tapping on the highway to heaven." Her screechy voice raised an octave, and wolves howled in the far-off woods. "With 2 cast members deceased, will the Nutcracker still crack open this weekend?" "Most definitely. My nuts have been hanging in limbo for too long. I am ready to share them with an appreciative audience hungry for a thrilling experience." "But who will play the Nutcracker and the Mouse King?" "Junior Piero Lamas will take over the role of the Nutcracker." A contact lens popped out of her barely visible eye, and she stuck it back in, careful not to mess her dyed blonde hair. "Does Lamas have enough time to learn the role?" "It's not an easy role, as you know, but Piero has been understudying throughout the rehearsal process. He's a strong dancer with excellent line and technique, and my direction has helped him enormously." Rose's tight face grew even tighter. "And the Mouse King?" I did a pirouette and nearly dislodged a vertebra in my back. "And stepping into the trap, I mean, the role of the Mouse King is I, the Mouse King's understudy, Nicky Abondanza, having studied ballet in college, because I had the hots for the ballet professor whose bulge was larger than a glacier before global warming." "I smell a rat." Detective Manuelo came toward me with outstretched hands. Faster than an alt-right member driving a car over a liberal, I said into the camera, "So I will direct and star in the ballet and nab the killer." I hurried into the dance building with Manuelo at my heels. He caught up with me in the theater lobby and pushed me down onto a pink chaise. "Police brutality! Help!"
"Didn't I tell you not to talk to the press, Nicky?"
"I wasn't talking to the press."
"I saw you with my own eyes."
A worried expression filled my face, thanks to my acting training. "Manuelo, you must be working too hard and imagining things. I know you're obsessed with me, but you have to stop fantasizing about me. And now, chasing me across campus and throwing me onto a chaise, pink no less, to try and have your way with me." Manuelo collapsed onto the chaise next to me.
"You've worn me down, Nicky."
"Shouldn't that be my line after our foreplay?"
"It doesn't matter what I say or do. You never listen." "Go ahead, Nicky. Talk to the press. Interview suspects. Dress up in crazy outfits and interrogate anybody you like." He ran a hand through his dark curls. "But there have been 2 murders in your company, and I need answers." I patted his shoulder. "Poor Manuelo. The college president, police chief, and governor are no doubt threatening your cushy job, overblown benefits, and gigantic pension. And there's only one person who can help you. Me." "Have all the fun you like, Nicky."
He looked away.
"But after all the murders at Tree Meadow, I really could lose my job this time."
Putting my arm around him and squeezing him into my chest, I said, "You know I won't let that happen, Manuelo. Yes, you are incompetent and a drain on our tax dollars, but you mean well, and for the most part you stay out of my way during investigations. So I vote for you to stay." He growled at me.
"Tell me what you know about O'Donnell's murder, Nicky."
I winked at him. "Say please." Taking a pad and pen out of his jacket pocket, he said,
"Don't you have to get home to your husband and son?"
I sobered up. "Noah's at the hospital with Ta'avi. Do you know how guilty I feel for being with you instead of with them?" I glared at him. "I hope you're satisfied. See where our backstreet liaison has led me?"
"What's wrong?"
"You take up too much of my time."
"I mean with Ta'avi."
"Thank you for asking. Finally." I sat up straight. No pun intended. "Ta'avi has Reye's syndrome, but he's on the mend."
"I'll understand if you have to go to him."
I rested my hand on his knee. "Due to our intimate relationship, I'll tell you what I know first." He readied the pad and pen.
"Shoot."
"Get that thought right out of your head, Manuelo. No matter how much you fantasize about it, that will never happen between us."
"Nicky!"
Finally giving in, you know what I mean, I said, "Somebody tampered with the Mouse King head." "Tampered with?" I nodded. "Sealed the breathing tube in the nosepiece and replaced the Velcro at the neck." "What's Velcro?" "Your wife is a costumer and you don't know what Velcro is?" He sighed. "She doesn't make costumes at home." "I don't doubt it. I'm guessing you have her too busy cooking and cleaning for you." "All straight men aren't Neanderthals." "And all straight men don't sit on a pink chase courting me." "What's Velcro, Nicky?" I answered, as if giving a lecture to my students before they've fallen asleep. "Velcro is a fastener that opens and closes quickly, enabling a quick change. Replacing one half of the Velcro with wool made it difficult for Duffy to rip off the Mouse King head." "And without the breathing tubes, he couldn't breathe." "Very good, Manuelo. You get an A." Writing, he asked, "Did Reuben make the Mouse King head?" "Of course." "You can skip the next part. I know he swears the breathing tubes and Velcro were there when he left the head on the prop table. Dozens of people walked by the mouse head, and nobody saw or heard anything." "I'm impressed, Manuelo. You keep this up, and I might let you assist me on the next case." "I'm ignoring that." He rubbed his expanding middle. "Who wanted to kill Duffy O'Donnell?" In Sherlock Holmes mode, I rose to pace around the lobby. "Sit down! I feel like I'm on a cruise when you bob around." "You are definitely not going to cruise me, Manuelo, but I know how you hate it when I leave your side." I resumed my seat. Associate Professor of Jazz, Nabi Bari, plays our cavalier. He and Duffy had a spat when Duffy, a transsexual, wanted to use the men's bathroom. "Duffy was once Doris?" "Dolores, actually." "Go on," he wrote. "Caterina Lamas, our Clara, when she isn't arguing with her brother Piero, appears to be doing some homework with Professor Nabi. Clara's understudy, Liz Canton, an abstinence-only advocate, seems at the brink of blowing, the whistle, that is, on the professor in student relationship." He checked his watch. "Who else?" "Professor of Ballet and Dance Department head Anya Nikolaev Dietrich." "Otto Dietrich's wife?" "In name only, it seems. She and I caught Otto making a pass at Duffy." "Otto gets around." "So does Anya. And she seems to have a problem with anyone she deems as different." He laughed. "She must have a field day at Tree Meadow College." "She and Duffy also seemed to have something on Otto." "What?" "I don't know yet." Rising, he said, "We're examining the stage, Mouse King's head, and O'Donnell's body. When we're through, we'll return the head to you." "What about Duffy's body?" "When we're finished, it'll go to his family in Missouri. Now get to the hospital to see your son." I did a double take. "Why aren't you threatening to close our show?" He grabbed my arm. "Because I want to give you enough rope to catch the killer, or to hang yourself." "You're a prince, Manuelo, and grab me all you like, but you'll never have me." When I arrived back at the hospital, I found Ta'avi sleeping in his bed and Noah dozing on the sofa in his room. I kissed Ta'avi's cheek and then sat next to Noah. He stirred, and I offered him a big kiss. Noah threw his arms around me and whispered, "I missed you." We shared a hug. When we released, I asked, "How's Ta'avi doing?" Noah sat up next to me. He didn't eat much, but no more vomiting or diarrhea, and he seemed in good spirits when Dr. Jeff visited. Dr. Ruiz said she'll examine him tomorrow, and if all goes well, we may be able to take him home. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. "You okay, Dad?" He nodded. "How about you, Pop?" "I'm fine, except for the second murder." He did a double take. "The second murder?" Taking his hand, I led Noah outside to the hallway. Once we were seated on a beige sofa in the corner, I said, "Somebody tampered with the Mouse King head." Noah sank into the sofa. "Poor Duffy." "Yeah." I grinned. "On the positive side, I did another press interview, which made Manuelo's blood vessels thinner than an anorexic after running a marathon.
Who do you think killed Duffy?
I'm the chief suspect.
You?
I get to play the Mouse King now.
We shared a smile. Did Manuelo interview the cast and crew?
I put my feet up on the end table. It was pitiful, kind of like seeing a virgin trying to do porn.
Did you give him some clues?
He begged, pleaded, and flattered, so I threw him the crumbs I have about Otto's blocked pass at Duffy, Audya and Duffy having something over Otto, and Nabi's transphobia.
Did Manuelo close down the ballet?
Surprisingly, no.
Good.
Noah put his arm around me.
Despite the tragedy of losing Thomas and Duffy, I'm glad we still have the ballet, and our son.
And each other.
We shared a long kiss. Then we headed back into Avi's room, sat on the sofa together, and drifted off to a restless sleep.
I'll have scrambled eggs, whole wheat toast, and a fruit cup.
I thought I was dreaming about being a short-order cook in a diner. Clutching at my aching back, I came back to reality and to Avi's hospital room. Our son was sitting up in bed, ordering breakfast. The orderly appropriately took the order and left. Dr. Ruiz arrived and examined Avi. When she was through, Noah and I practically flew to her side. "How is he?" we asked in unison, as a cute couple. She placed the stethoscope back inside the pocket of her white coat.
Avi has made a miraculously fast recovery.
Can I dance in the ballet this weekend?
Avi seemed more desperate than a Mormon with malfunctioning magic underwear. Dr. Ruiz patted his arm.
I'll start the process for your release if you promise me you'll stay in bed when you get home.
I promise.
Avi raised his hand like a witness on a television courtroom drama. And only if Dr. Soley gives the okay can you dance this weekend.
Yeah!
Noah and I did the happy ballet dance. Dr. Ruiz turned toward us. You are very lucky fathers with a resilient and determined son.
What does resilient and determined mean?
Avi asked.
And please tell me quickly because I smell my breakfast coming and I want to eat it, get dressed, get out of here, get well, and get back on the stage.
I rest my case, Dr. Ruiz said with a smile.
And I want to dress up to help my dad catch the murderer.
Dr. Ruiz looked at me inquisitively. I smiled. It's a game we play at home.
Enjoy. Good morning, gentlemen.
Dr. Ruiz was gone. Noah and I stood on either side of Avi's bed and kissed his cheek. You're going to be fine, son, I said. Noah added, but you have to do everything Dr. Ruiz and Dr. Jeff say.
I will, but there's one problem.
What is it? I asked.
It's breakfast time. I'm sure they have food here without nuts in it for Dad, but I doubt they have all your supplements and drinks here, Pop.
And that's what is wrong with the medical industry, I replied. Noah and I took turns having breakfast at the hospital cafeteria. After Avi was released and sent home, we got him settled into his bed. Then Noah left to teach his classes. I served Avi lunch, which he ate heartily from a tray on his bed. I sat on the rocking chair in his room, eating my turkey, kale, avocado, and chèvre cheese sandwich on 8-grain bread, and then chased down handfuls of supplements with my aloe vera and apple cider vinegar drink. When Noah returned, we had a changing of the guard. I kissed my 2 men goodbye and drove to campus. I reached Martin's office in the theater building and was greeted by Shayla sitting behind her desk looking peachy in a peach dress.
2 dancers down. You better step up your game, Sherlock.
She played chess on her computer. Don't remind me.
How's Avi?
Getting better, thanks.
If Avi can't dance in the ballet, don't get any ideas about me playing Fritz.
I kissed her cheek.
Thanks for offering, but I think we're covered.
She pushed a stray hair into the bun to the back of her neck.
If I was going to be in the ballet, I'd play the Sugar Plum Fairy.
Anya Nikolaev Dietrich is cast in the role.
She grimaced.
That must have been a tough audition since she's the producer, head of the dance department, and Otto Dietrich's beard. I sat next to her desk. Don't you like Anya? She laughed. That is one strange lady. How do you know her? I don't. I spotted a bumper sticker on her car reading, White Pride. I walked into our building faster than a gay Jewish African-American at a cross burning. Is that you out there, Nicky? Excuse me, Shayla. There's no excuse for you, Nicky, she guffawed. I entered Martin's office and found Martin and Reuben sitting on 2 of the 4 tall leather chairs next to the roaring fireplace. Come join us. Martin adjusted the marigold-colored monogrammed cotton napkin on his small lap. I sat on the chair opposite Martin, and he handed me a delicate patterned marigold china cup brimming with hot cocoa. I took a sip of the warm, thick, sweet wonder. After placing his cup on the cherry-wood end table next to the marigold pot, Martin straightened his marigold bow tie and sweater vest. How is our Ta'avi? Home and eating like a horse with a tapeworm. Bravo! Martin and Reuben applauded. Reuben adjusted the collar of his marigold leisure suit. Last night, that so-called detective battered me with questions about the Nutcracker hat and the Mouse King head. I told him I had nothing to do with setting that detonator and removing the breathing tubes and Velcro. Did he believe you? I asked. It's hard to tell. Reuben placed his cup on the cherry-wood fireplace mantel and stared at the aureolin and cardinal dancing flames. He always has that confused look on his face. That's our Manuelo. Martin grinned merrily. If Reuben is taken away to prison, I'll have to make a conjugal visit. I'd rather be executed. Reuben blew a kiss at Martin. Good one, Reuben. Martin shouted. Don't you have work to do, Shayla? Why should I be the odd one out? Martin replied to his office assistant. I just returned from teaching my class, and I have to make the agenda for the next department meeting, balance the department budget, and create the teaching schedules for next semester. Then you'd better stop sipping cocoa and get to work, Shayla replied. Martin sighed. Nicky, I'm getting concerned about the ballet. With cast members dropping like swans at an NRA lake picnic, I hope we can open this weekend. At my age, I only have another 10 years of dancing left. Or another 10 minutes. Martin glared at his husband. I didn't make the props that killed our 2 cast members. Are you accusing me of murder, Martin? Yes, because it's murder living with you. And working for you, Martin, Shayla added. I cleared my throat. There's no reason to get your leotard in a knot, Martin. Of course, losing Thomas and Duffy is tragic. However, Piero is a fine nutcracker, and I will make my dance comeback as the Mouse King. Reuben's worry lines deepened. And what if more of our cast members are murdered? We need to figure out the identity of the murderer before every mouse is exterminated and each toy is broken. And we will. Feeling like Mama Rose about to belt out Rose's turn in Gypsy, I said, While we can't rest on our laurels, we shouldn't forget how we broke 7 murder cases, by using our craft. The craft of investigation? Reuben asked. I shook my head. The craft of theater. It's time once again, fellow thespian pals, to hit the grease paint, costumes, and motivation. You forgot the props. We'll skip those with you as prop master, Martin said to his husband. I projected dramatically to the invisible last balcony. We must once again raise the curtain and bring up the lights using character creation to grill our suspects, and then serve up our murderer on a playbill to thunderous applause and a standing ovation. Shayla applauded from the outer office. I'd stand up, but my nails aren't dry yet. I'm doing the first role play, Martin tugged at my arm. Why you? Reuben asked with a sneer. Because I have the most experience. Shayla chuckled. Yeah, Martin acted as far back as the Garden of Eden. He was the snake. Reuben asked, Who will be our first victim, subject? I rubbed my hands together. I'd like to know more about the transphobic heartthrob and Broadway jazz baby, Associate Professor of Jazz, Nabi Bari. Martin seemed intrigued. Tell us the plan. After I explained my idea, I phoned Nabi on my cell phone and put the charade in motion. Then we heard from the outer office,
"Is Martin busy?"
"Martin? That will be the day," Shayla added. "Go on in and help yourself to a cup of hot cocoa. Martin insists that I make a pot each day, as if I don't have enough to do." We heard the shuffling of papers, no doubt Shayla's movie magazines. New Dean of the Arts John Hook, wearing a rumpled beige suit, entered Martin's office. The middle-aged man focused his small eyes over his small nose and small mouth, and then raised his small hand over his small body.
"Hello, Martin. Nicky."
Martin said, "John, this is my husband, Reuben." Reuben nodded. "I call him Saint Reuben," Shayla added from the outer office. Rising, Martin said, "Please, join us." Hook sweated more than a Scientologist celebrity in the steam room trying to detox away the gay.
"Martin, can I speak to you privately? It should just take a minute."
Taking my cue, I rose. "Excuse us, John. Martin, I'll meet you in the costume shop in 2 hours. Reuben, I'll walk you out." Putting my arm around Reuben, I led him to the outer office, where we hid behind the open door and watched through the crack. Hook shuffled from one foot to the other, and the rolls of fat at his middle jiggled like gelatin during an earthquake.
"I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time, Martin."
"Not at all." Martin sat at his cherrywood desk and motioned for Hook to sit next to him. "We were discussing the murders in the dance department."
"Yes, nasty business. The president is quite upset."
"As are we. Murder shakes me to the core." As you begged to do a role play and nab the killer. "What can I do for you, John? I've turned in my request early for future budgets, supplies, and faculty lines."
"Yes."
He cleared his throat.
"It's hard keeping up with you."
Martin smiled.
"I came to see you since I've only been here a month, and we don't know each other personally."
"I'm never one to pry into others' personal lives." Shayla laughed uproariously. Martin called out, "Shayla, will you please go to the mailroom and see if that package I'm expecting has arrived?" "And miss this? Not a chance." Martin sighed. Hook said,
"I feel somewhat uncomfortable asking you about this, Martin."
"Ask away. My life at Tree Meadow was an open book." "Pride and Prejudice," Shayla said. Pride filled Martin's aging face. "I've been here 46 years. Reuben whispered in my ear, "He started at 60.
"That's what I'd like to speak with you about."
Hook fidgeted in his chair like a child with lice, ants, and ticks.
"The Board of Trustees called a meeting with the president, who called a meeting with the deans."
"And now you're calling a meeting with the department heads in the arts?"
"Just you."
Martin beamed like a Jehovah's Witness at a new condo village. "Why am I special?" He winked. "And you should know that flattery doesn't embarrass me." Reuben groaned next to me. Hook rubbed his crew cut.
"The board made a list of every college employee over a certain age who has been with the college over a certain number of years, and the deans were asked to commend us, have a party in our honor, ask us to share our wisdom with the rest of the college community in a panel discussion. Put the statues of us in the lobby of our buildings?" "Not exactly."
Hook blurted out,
"Have you thought about retirement?"
Reuben and Shayla gasped. Martin focused on Hook like a malaria-carrying mosquito. He suddenly sounded very British. "Why is it that you ask?"
"You may not be aware of this, but the college carries a very generous retirement package. Given your years of service, you would do quite well."
Martin's face was stiffer than an aging B-movie actress after her third facelift. "I am doing quite well as department head and professor."
"Of course, but after all of your years, aren't you ready for some relaxation? Perhaps a cruise to Alaska?"
"Been there, done that."
"A trip to Hawaii?"
"Ditto."
A romantic stay in a Scottish castle.
Yep. I've been, Martin said with a sneer.
Haven't you and your husband thought about moving closer to your daughters and grandchildren?
We and they visit frequently.
But doesn't the stress of running the theater department and teaching your classes overwhelm you at times?
No. Hook let out a fake laugh.
I'm about half your age, and I drag myself home at the end of the day wishing I could retire.
Then you should do it.
Martin, retirement isn't the end of the world. It's the beginning. Think of all the fun you could have.
I have fun right here. Hook rubbed his tiny nose.
Of course. But as we get older, we all have less energy, become forgetful. The old body and mind give out.
My evaluations from your predecessor were excellent, as are the surveys from the faculty in my department and my student surveys of teaching.
But how long will that last? Won't the time come when you are falling asleep in class, forgetting students' names, unable to relate to the younger generation? Don't you think you should step aside and let a new faculty member have a chance, like somebody did when you were hired?
Somebody to whom you will pay a third of my salary and make jump through hoops doing what you want him or her to do, slashing the department budget with no concerns about the department, our faculty, or our students?
Martin, this isn't personal.
I disagree. It is quite personal and illegal, thanks to age discrimination laws. Hook shot to his feet.
Everyone grows up. You aren't Peter Pan, you know.
Maybe not, but you are most certainly Captain Hook. Good afternoon. Hook wobbled like a bowling pin.
I will be watching you, Martin. And if I see any signs that you are physically or mentally declining, I will speak with the president about taking whatever legal steps necessary to force your retirement.
Watch all you like. Maybe you'll learn something about how to be an effective and compassionate administrator.
I'll be back.
Like the flu. Reuben and I dove under Shayla's desk as Hook left. Then we hurried back into Martin's office with Shayla right behind us. Martin collapsed into Reuben's arms and held Shayla's and my hands as he wept. Patting his husband on the back like a toddler with gas, Reuben said, "That bad man is gone. It will be all right, Martin." Martin said between sobs, "How can he be so cruel? To actually call me over the hill past my prime, yesterday's potatoes." Reuben added, "Wrinkled laundry, used kitty litter." Shayla chipped in with, "A stained feminine napkin." I couldn't resist. "A soiled senior diaper." Martin pushed us away. "I'll show Hook who is a moth-eaten antique." He struck a youthful pose. "Nicky, I am ready for my role play to catch the murderer." I drove home and took over to Avi watching in his bedroom while Noah met Martin at the department's costume shop. I was incredibly relieved to find Avi closer to his old self, Skyping with his friends and grandparents, snacking, and interrogating me about the murders. When Noah got back, we did the changing of the guards again, and I drove to Sandy's restaurant in town. I entered to the smell of roast beef, turkey, ham, and other delicatessen foods. In reverence to the famous restaurant on Broadway in New York City, the walls of small-town Sandy's restaurant were lined with caricatures of local community theater actors nobody had heard of outside Tree Meadow. While it made the local thespians feel important, it totally confused any visitors to our little hamlet. Taking a seat in a round red plastic booth behind the poster of an upcoming community theater production, I nodded to the round, bald waiter and quickly ordered a chicken salad sandwich on whole wheat with a huge pickle, in my own honor. A small, dark-haired man of about 40 with an enormous nose entered the restaurant. Dripping with gold jewelry over his gray suit, he sat at a booth across from mine. "Noah, you are a genius." Thanks to the theatrical technique of using a thin scarf hidden under a wig, Martin's face was pulled up tighter than a virgin before going horseback riding. Nabi Bari walked in, scanned the restaurant quickly, and then stood in front of Martin's booth. "Excuse me, did Nicky Abundanza schedule an appointment for you?"
Sounding more nasal than a polyp, Martin replied,
"You must be the jazz dancer Naughty Body."
"That is Nabi Bari."
"Whatever. Why are you standing, Boobala?"
Nabi sat, looking officious in his dark suit. Offering his hand, Martin said,
"I'm Broadway Daddy Rubes. You heard of me?"
"I'm afraid not."
"Don't be afraid. I have 5 musicals running on Broadway. If you connect the theaters like that, you get the star at David."
Martin let out a laugh that was a cross between a shrieking fox and a roasting pig.
"You know what I'm talking about, Boobala?"
Nabi nodded.
"Nice to meet you."
After they shook hands, Martin waved for the waiter.
"Get us 2 Reuben sandwiches and 2 seltzers."
Nabi cleared his throat.
"I don't eat meat or sparkling drinks."
"Your religion?"
"My stomach. I'm fine with coffee."
The waiter wrote down the order and left. Martin said,
"Your people and my people haven't gotten along too well throughout the ages, but who am I to judge?"
He nudged Nabi.
"Whatever floats your boat, Boobala."
Nabi sighed.
"But I'm not a schmuck. I get along with everybody. Alt-right, alt-left, alt-middle. That's how it is in show business. The only people I don't like are the people who don't buy tickets to my shows. You know what I'm talking?"
Again he let out a piercing guffaw.
"So, I was chewing the pastrami fat with my friend Nicky, and I happened to mention how the leading man in my upcoming Broadway musical was abducted by aliens, meaning he got a part in the zillionth Star Wars movie, and Nicky recommended you as a possible replacement."
"That was very nice of him. I admit that I miss Broadway."
"What shows were you in?"
"The revival of Cats."
"Which cat did you play?" "Feh! What's the difference? They all danced around the stage acting like cats for 2 hours. I kept wishing for a rash of feline leukemia. You know what I'm talking?"
He guffawed.
"What else did you do?"
"The revival of A Chorus Line."
"I remember it well, and I could totally relate to that show. The guy sitting in the next seat from me was an absolute stud. When the dancers on stage sang, 'God, I hope I get it,' I wanted to join in."
"Really, Martin?"
"Who were you?"
Martin asked him.
"I played the husband of the girl who couldn't sing."
"And, Boobala, she couldn't sing. What was everybody else's excuse? Except you. Nabi, Boobala, you are a triple threat. Singer, dancer, actor, and not hard on the eyes."
"Thank you."
"And dark skin is in now. Nicky tells me you were playing the Cavalier at your college's production of the Nutcracker."
"Yes."
"Every December as I sit and watch that ballet, I look forward with anticipation to the Cavalier's solo dance."
"Are you a ballet fan?"
"Not at all. But the sight of the Cavalier leaping and jumping in those white tights gives me goosebumps, as I stare at his bump. You know what I'm talking?"
Again Martin screeched with laughter. "Focus, Martin."
Nabi said softly, "I enjoy playing the role, but I'd like to leave Tree Meadow College."
"What's got your dance belt in a knot about Tree Meadow, Boobala?"
"I have been having a bit of difficulty at the college."
"Tell me about it, Boobala."
Nabi stared down at the Formica table.
"It's a private matter."
Martin chortled.
"There is no privacy at the theater. We are all one family."
He wrenched Nabi in closer to him.
"And we share each other's lives because we care."
Smiling, he added,
"And, as my friend in the KKK says, because we want to work on the Great White Way. So, sing out, Louise. What's wrong?"
Nabi tugged at the shirt around his neck.
"I had some difficulty with a faculty member in my department."
"Did your department head intervene?"
He shook his head.
"I guess all department heads can't be as wonderful as Nicky's department head. Now, what is his name? Martin Anderson. What a mensch!"
"Get to the investigation, Martin."
"What was the difficulty, Boobala?"
Nabi's dark eyes saddened.
"It's a long story."
"I have time."
Martin grinned like the nosy cat who ate the evasive canary. "And I have a Broadway leading man to cast." Nobby perked up. "The person and I were once attached." "You were lovers?" He nodded. "And because of that, I was angry, bitter, and unfair to this person." "But why not sing What I Did for Love and get over it?" "The person had changed." "Don't we all? I know I changed when one of my shows wins a Tony Award. I stopped waving discount tickets in friends' faces and waved the statue instead, along with a huge smile. You know what I'm talking?" "People don't all change like this." "How did this person change?" "In every way, including her gender."
Nobby Buddy and Dolores O'Donnell were lovers? Tears filled Nobby's eyes.
"And now that he's dead, I feel incredibly guilty." "Did you kill him?"
Nobby shook his head.
"But I might as well have, with the way I treated him." "How did you treat him?" "In the worst way, by mocking his gender and forbidding him to use the men's bathroom." "That's as bad as the Russians making a golden shower tape of a U.S. president and not sharing it with the rest of our country."
The waiter put down their orders and left.
"Want a taste, Bobola?"
Nobby sipped his coffee.
"No, thank you."
"How about a little coleslaw to make you feel better?"
"I'm fine." "No, I'm not."
Nobby wiped his eyes with his napkin.
"I have another reason to leave Tre Meadow."
"Oh?"
Martin looked like a cannibal at a fat farm.
"Again, it's a personal matter."
"And the Broadway community shares its personal lives with each other, unless they want to move from the chorus line to the unemployment line."
Martin stuffed half the sandwich into his mouth. Nobby sighed.
"One of my students has become more than a student to me."
"You saying getting to know you to her in the biblical sense, Bobola?"
He nodded.
"It's complicated."
"It doesn't sound complicated to me. You delivered a long lecture. She took it in and passed the test."
"That's for sure."
"I don't follow, Bobola."
Dark circles appeared under Nobby's dark eyes.
"The test came back, and she's pregnant with my child."
"Katerina Lamas is pregnant?"
"What do you gotta do, Bobola?"
"Hopefully get out of town and star in your show."
"Good job, Martin." I ducked out of the restaurant and drove home. Upon entering the foyer, I found Noah in the kitchen with Ta'avi sitting on a stool at the counter. "Look who's up!" I kissed his head. Ta'avi gave me the hang loose sign.
"I'm feeling better, Pop."
"Music to my ears." I kissed Noah's cheek. He took a casserole dish out of the oven. "Dinner is served, but only if you tell me what you uncovered about the case."
"In detail,"
Ta'avi added. I joined my cohorts at the dining room table between the window seat and hutch. Noah served the butternut squash, quinoa pasta, fontina cheese, sage chicken dish. As the sweet smell filled my nostrils, I dug into the creamy, hearty, delicious dinner. "We stuck to our end of the bargain," Noah winked at me. I reported in. Martin did a role play as Broadway Danny Ruse. Sitting between us, Ta'avi laughed.
"Good one, Pop."
"And?" Noah raised an eyebrow. "It seems Nobby and Duffy were once involved."
"Involved in what?"
Ta'avi asked. "Eat your casserole to get stronger, Ta'avi," Noah said. Ta'avi speared a piece of chicken.
"I'd get stronger faster if I could do a role play to catch the murderer."
"Get better, and we'll talk," I continued. "And Nobby is an expectant father." Noah's jaw dropped. "I wonder what Katerina's brother will have to say about that," I added. "When do you think Katerina will make the news public?" Noah asked. "Maybe tonight." After he chewed and swallowed his food, Noah said, "I can imagine what abstinence crusader Liz Canton will have to say about that." Ta'avi rubbed his hands together.
I can't wait to see what happens at rehearsal.
You'll be seeing your bedroom ceiling as you rest in bed, Noah said. Ta'avi whined.
I want to go to rehearsal.
There's no wine served with this dinner, Ta'avi. Noah sipped his soy milk. When you were totally well, and not a minute before, you and I will go to rehearsal. We aren't doing your scenes tonight anyway, I explained. Ta'avi said like a pimply teenager at a midnight showing of a slasher film,
But I don't want to miss the murder.
Nobody is going to get murdered, Noah said.
Don't be so sure,
Ta'avi cocked his head.
Pop's directing.
People don't get murdered every time I do a show.
Sure they do, Pop. And I help you solve the mystery.
Noah cleared his throat.
Dad helps a little too.
When we were finished with dinner, we tucked Ta'avi into bed. Then I kissed Noah goodbye and drove to campus. The minute I walked into the lobby of the dance theater, Martin, in his Drosselmeyer costume, hurried over to me.
Wasn't I wonderful?
Reuben appeared at his shoulder.
And so modest. And I looked half my age. 60?
Reuben said. Martin did a spin.
Take that, Dean Hook. I'm like a rib, at my prime. And cracked.
I said, Your role play was wonderful, Martin, and you helped the case. Now let's help the ballet by doing our tech dress rehearsal. I opened the pink and gold double doors to the theater.
And Martin, please check your props thoroughly.
As we walked through the house, I heard Reuben bellow to Martin,
How is it my fault that somebody tampered with my props?
Martin replied,
You'd better cash in that leisure suit for an orange jumpsuit, love. I'll start baking the cake with the nail file in it.
Martin and Reuben walked up the stage stairs, on stage, and then disappeared backstage. Try saying that 3 times fast without spraying yourself. Nabi, in his cavalier costume, appeared before me.
Nicky, thank you again for the introduction to your friend. He's considering me for the lead in his upcoming Broadway show.
Congratulations, Nabi. Don't pack your jazz shoes just yet.
That meeting got me thinking about my role in the Nutcracker.
Yes? You want the Cavalier to impregnate Clara?
I think the Cavalier solo dance should be more exciting.
What's more exciting than endless grand jetés around the stage? His face lit up like a teacher at the end of June.
I think a hat and cane should magically appear from the sky, leading the Cavalier to do a Broadway-style jazz number backed up by a fussy, gyrating chorus of snowflakes.
Katerina Lamas, in her Clara costume, was by his side.
And Clara can join him for some bumps, grinds, and twerks.
Liz Canton, looking identical to Katerina, was next to her.
That would be discrimination against me for my religious beliefs.
Katerina seethed.
How?
Liz explained.
In the story, the Cavalier represents Jesus. His solo dance is a caution to Clara and the Nutcracker to remain abstinent until heterosexual marriage.
Nicholas, may I speak with you a moment?
Yes, please rescue me from the cracked nuts.
Of course, Anya.
I turned to Nabi, Katerina, and Liz. The Cavalier's dance will remain as choreographed by Otto, staged by me, and coached by Noah. I followed Anya to the right side of the house. She sat in a seat toward the rear, stiff as a porn star's penis, with her feet on the floor in first position. I sat next to her in second position.
What is it, Anya?
I would like you to replace Katerina with Liz.
I did a double take. Otto and I cast Katerina as Clara and Liz as her understudy.
Now I would like you to reverse that decision.
Why? They're both fine dancers, but Katerina is older and more seasoned. Anya snickered.
Katerina is more seasoned, all right.
You want me to replace Katerina because of her stripping gig? Anya nodded.
Not doing so would be religious discrimination.
Liz's charges are baseless.
Mine are not. I am also an evangelical Christian.
With a gay husband.
And
As producer and star of this ballet, I share Liz Canton's religious beliefs, Anya added. Keeping Katerina is also discrimination against the white race.
The white race?
Anya nodded. Liz is white. Katerina is Latina. Casting Katerina because of that is discriminatory. Anya should be wearing a white hooded robe rather than the Sugar Plum Fairy's white tutu.
I've always cast blind to anything other than talent.
Perhaps that is why you've had so much tragedy in your productions. I glanced at my watch.
Anya, what are you saying?
Her dark eyes bore into mine. This is America, Nicholas. People from other countries have no place here, says the woman from Russia. It is also a Christian nation, so Muslims like Nabi Bari are not welcome.
Jesus was Middle Eastern. He welcomed everyone.
That is fake news. She touched my hand. And as much as I love my husband and the other homosexuals in my life, homosexuality is un-Christian.
Tell the 12 single men who traveled with Jesus, including Judas who betrayed him with a kiss, and Jesus' favorite, John, who rested on Jesus' chest.
Fake news. So many right-wing Christians and so few lions. Anya patted my hand. Think about my request.
What would you like me to do? Replace the entire cast except for Liz Canton and resign as director?
That would be nice, but since we open so soon, it's not practical. She rose. Just replace Katerina with Liz.
I joined her, surprised not to find a Nazi swastika on her arm. As director, I have final say in casting, even over you as producer, and I'm not replacing Katerina.
We'll see.
Anya walked through the house. Then she headed up the stairs onto the stage and disappeared behind the open curtain. I followed, wanting to check in with my stage manager before the rehearsal. Piero Lamas, in his nutcracker costume, arrived at the stage manager's console off-stage left before me. So, like the wonderful Wizard of Oz, I hid behind the stage curtain to accidentally overhear their conversation. "Can I talk to you?" Piero rested an arm on the console, and his bicep bulged out of the red nutcracker jacket like a bowling ball returned to its station. Nate Owen's blonde hair flew in various directions. "Of course, since I'm the stage manager, you're probably thinking I'm really busy before we start the tech rehearsal. But like most stage managers, I come early and set up. So believe it or not, there isn't much for me to do right now. When the show gets started, I'll be really busy on my headset calling light cues, sound cues, and entrance and exit cues. But right now, I can talk as much as you like. You know something funny? My parents say I talk a lot, but I think they talk a lot, which isn't a surprise for a teacher and a lawyer. Sometimes at dinner, I can hardly get a word in." "I can't imagine that." Piero looked handsome and stalwart in his costume. "I'd like to apologize to you, Nate." "Because you said I talk a lot?" "Actually, you said you talk a lot." "To be completely accurate, it was my parents who said I talk a lot." Piero smiled. "I guess you're right. But as I said last night, you don't need to apologize to me." "I think I do, Nate. I was careless with my sword at the last rehearsal. My sister was reckless with her shoe. I'm sorry you were hit." Nate's pale face glowed over his black tech clothes. "It was no problem at all. My nose stopped bleeding about 3 hours after rehearsal ended. It started up again during the night, but I keep a box of tissues on my night table, so it wasn't a problem. And the black and blue marks on my nose should be gone in a few days. I can't breathe through my right nostril, but I still have the left one, so all is well." Piero chuckled. "Anyone ever tell you that you're a nice guy?" "Not that I can remember. But I did get 2 compliments here at Tree Meadow. In play directing class, Professor Abondanzo said watching my scene made him glad the semester was almost over. And when I acted out my monologue in acting class, Professor Oliver told me he was happy I'm a stage manager. You're probably thinking I'm evading your question, but I don't have a lot of people in my life to tell me I'm a nice guy or not a nice guy. It's just my mom, my dad, and me at home. And they're busy working a lot. I've never had any close friends, and I haven't ever dated anyone. You're probably thinking, wow, that Nate is a real loser. A guy like you who looks and dances like a Greek god and who dates A-list gay guys like Thomas Bighorse probably shouldn't even be talking to a guy like me." "I dated Thomas twice, and I don't think you're a loser." He grinned. "And as for talking too much, I don't understand half of the things you say, and I'm completely dumbfounded that you can say so many of them. But I think you're a sweet guy." "You do?" "I do. And you know what else?"
"What?"
"I think you're cute." Piero pecked Nate on the cheek. Nate swooned and nearly fell off his chair. "Don't you look good enough to eat in your nutcracker costume?" Otto Dietrich arrived next to Piero. He seemed more excited than a priest fitting a new altar boy into his robe. Piero asked, "Shouldn't you be getting to your seat for the tech dress, Professor?" Otto snaked an arm around him. As he smiled, the light reflected on his gold tooth. "I'll take my seat if you'll sit on my lap and promise not to crack my nuts." Piero moved away. "The director needs me on stage." Undaunted, Otto followed him and sniffed out, "The choreographer needs you right here." Thin Nate Owen bounded from his seat, stood between them, and pointed his long black and blue nose in Otto's face. "Piero made it perfectly clear that he isn't interested in speaking with you any longer, Professor, so I request that you take your seat in the house. You're probably thinking that, as a student, I don't have the authority to speak to you, a professor, in this manner. However, I learned in Professor Abundante's theater history class, as stage manager, I am in charge of what happens on stage and backstage. Therefore, it is within my jurisdiction to ask you to leave the stage, which is exactly what I am asking you to do. Now." Otto's powerful build shook. He looked down at Nate like a bear with a salmon in its mouth. "Otto, may I steal you away?" At the sound of Anya's voice, Otto backed off. Smiling, he called out to his wife, "Of course, dear." He left in the direction of her voice. I came out, no pun intended, from behind the curtain. "Are we ready for the run-through, Nate?" Nate replied, "I'm ready. Professor, you're probably thinking I should be sitting behind my stage manager's console. Don't worry, I'll be there in just a moment. I don't mean just a moment like I say to my folks when they ask me to take out the garbage or do the laundry. In that case, I generally mean after I've done my homework, read the theater news online, watched some television, made myself a snack, or anything else I can think up to procrastinate. Nate, let's get started. You too, Piero." "You got it, Professor." Piero disappeared. I said, "Nate, please ask everyone to sit in the house." Nate spoke into his headset. "Cast and crew, please proceed into the house." You're probably thinking this is an odd order since it's our tech dress rehearsal, but the director asked, "Thanks, Nate." When everyone was seated in the house, I entered the stage and stood center, walking toward the white light, no pun intended. "I'm sure you are as deeply disturbed about Duffy's death," try saying that 3 times fast and not keel over, "as I am. But like Thomas, Duffy would want us to dance on in his honor." Liz Canton said from the second row, "With Thomas and Professor O'Donnell gone, how do we know that one of us won't be murdered next?" The crowd buzzed in nervous hysteria. I held out my hands, more frazzled than a substitute teacher at the end of recess on a Friday when it starts to snow. Detective Manuelo's officers are on constant lookout. He even stationed a top-notch officer right in our dance theater house. I pointed to an overweight man in uniform sleeping in the back of the theater. "And we all must watch out for each other." In the first row, Piero said to Caterina, "Don't leave my side."
"Why, so you can stab me in the back again, like when you told Mammy and Pappy about my job?"
she replied. "Your job? You mean bending over horny guys waving dollar bills."
"Kiss my ass, Piero."
Don't those guys do enough of that? And on that exhibition of sibling devotion, Professor Dietrich and I will give our notes from last night. When that task was completed and received by yawns, texting, and excuses from the cast, I said, "Now, cast backstage, please. Understudies, please remain in the house." "I'm the only understudy here," Liz said. "Then stay where you are." I turned toward Nate. "Let's pick it up from where we left off, the setup during intermission for Act 2. I made my way down the steps and sat front row center, pad and pen in shaky hand. Otto sat front row house left. The cast took their positions backstage or in the wings. Liz remained in the second row. I called out, "Nate, please begin with the flood of pink light for the end of Act 1. Every color of spectrum filled the stage, except pink. "Sorry, Professor. This reminds me of the time I was playing with my crayons as a kid and I couldn't tell blue from green. You're probably thinking I'm colorblind, but it wasn't that. My father had—" "Nate, please continue." "Sure thing, Professor." Finally, the stage was lit in pink. I said, "On to the scene change from Act 1 to Act 2. The walls of the house, toy chest, Christmas tree, chase, grandfather clock, and gift boxes slid off stage on their tracks. The 2 thrones slid in downstage. Finally, the Winter Wonderland backdrop of snowflakes and candy canes flew down from the rafters, faster than an HMO denying a payment claim. "Ow!" "Stop! Who's hurt?" Nate entered the stage with a bloody handkerchief pressed against his nose. "It's just me, Professor. One of the silver snowflakes slipped off the backdrop and hit me backstage. Now I can't breathe out of either nostril, but no problem. I'll breathe through my mouth. I had to do that for a month when I was 12. I had the worst cold—" "Nate, can we move on to Act 2?
"You got it, Professor."
Piero and Katerina danced on. Piero said, "You're supposed to be closer to me."
"Screw you, Piero."
They were welcomed to Winter Wonderland by Anya as the Sugar Plum Fairy, who led them to sit on the gold thrones. Taking their seats, Piero and Katerina fell to the floor. "Stop!" Reuben appeared at the side of the stage. "The thrones need to be reinforced." "Obviously," I said as Piero and Katerina scrambled to their feet. "I didn't have time today, but I'll get to it tomorrow in the basement." Martin stood next to him. "He said that about fixing the clogged drain in our downstairs shower for—" "Martin, Reuben, everyone, can we please continue?" Piero asked, "Where should Katerina and I sit on stage to watch?" I replied, "Just stand next to your thrones in plie."
"For all that time?"
Katerina rubbed her thighs. Liz leaned over me from the second row. Since Katerina is too tired to plie, I should go on as Clara. Nearly at wit's end, I waved my pad. "Piero and Katerina, sit on the floor. Stand on your heads, hang from a snowflake. But please, let's move on with the ballet." Katerina said, "We don't do anything but watch all the dances. I'll wait in the green room until they're finished." Piero said, "I need to use the restroom." "Fine. Now, can we please continue?" As they walked off stage, Piero said to his sister, "We should rehearse backstage." Katerina replied, "Stay away from me, Piero, or you'll be sorry." "Are you threatening me?"
"Just leave me alone."
"Or—"
"I'll tell what I know."
He grabbed her arm. "To whom?" She shook him away.
"I need to speak to Nubby."
"Are you going to tell him about me?" "If she won't rehearse with Piero, I will." Liz stomped up the stage steps and disappeared off stage. "Can we please continue?" The music played, and Anya led the snowflake chorus in their ballet. Pushing 50, Anya huffed and puffed through her dance with a less than supple body. I was ready to call for an oxygen tank when she finally finished the dance, clutching her chest and gasping for air as she exited. Otto jumped to his feet, hurried up the stage steps, and followed her off. The winter set spun around to become the land of the sweets, and in the process knocked over the dancing, or rather limping, snowflakes. Plastic candy darted off in every direction, like bullets piercing the international sweets. After Nate removed the prop gumdrop from his nose, I gave notes, and then we resumed the ballet. The Spanish chocolate dancers made me long for a chocolate flan. The Arabian coffee dancers got me jittery. The Chinese tea dancers made me hungry a half-hour later. The Russian candy canes caused me to see red about election rigging. On it went, group after group. All of them did well, except for one of Mother Ginger's children. He was a frisky male freshman who had a little too much fun under Mother Ginger's dress, causing her to scream and leap off the stage, nearly giving her 10 children concussions. When the sweets were finished, I felt in need of an insulin shot. I scribbled my notes as the dancers exited the stage. The Cavaliers' music played. No Cavalier. I had a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Stop the music! I charged up the steps to the stage, past the cast and crew in the wings, and entered the green room. Nabi Bari hung lifeless from the ballet bar by a dance belt. He took his last belt at the bar. Next to him, Katerina Lamas was suspended, deathly still with a tutu around her neck. She had too many at the bar. Chapter 5. Nabi Bari and Katerina Lamas's bodies were taken away, and the green room was taped off by police officers. Forensic staff came and left with their specimens. Manuelo announced his intention to interview each member of our cast and crew, one by one in the first dressing room, Anya's. When I offered my assistance at the dressing room doorway, Manuelo replied, "Enter this dressing room, Nicky, and I'll hang you from the dance bar by your biggest asset." "I'll take that as a no?" Manuelo shook his fist at me, and I joined my cast and crew in the dance theater house. An hour later, there were 6 of us left waiting. Anya and Otto sat whispering in one of the boxes. Liz Canton texted on her cell phone toward the rear of the orchestra seats. I sat in the second row across from Piero and Nate. Nate said, "I'm sorry about your sister, Piero." He looked off in the distance blankly. "I couldn't reach her." "Reach her?" "She was angry with me for telling our parents about her being a stripper, so she cut me off. I only did it because I thought they might be able to stop her. I didn't know they'd disown her. I tried to be her brother, but she wouldn't let me." Piero rested his head in his hands. "Why did I tell them?" "I tell my parents all kinds of things. You're probably thinking I share all my secrets with my mom and dad, which is really unusual for most college students, I know. But to be perfectly honest, I don't have any secrets. So when I say I tell my parents everything, I mean I tell them about my classes, the show I'm working on, what plays or movies I saw." Piero blinked back tears. "It's okay if you want to cry. That's what my father always tells me. I bet you're thinking that's pretty unusual. Most fathers tell their boys to man up and not shed a tear. But my dad isn't like that. I don't want you to get the idea that my mom, dad, and I sit around the house crying all day. We don't. But when something really sad happens, like you losing your sister in such a terrible way, they would think it's okay to cry. And I think so too." Piero burst out crying. Nate put his arms around Piero and rocked him back and forth. "This is what my mom does when I cry. I hope you don't mind it." Piero shook his head. "It makes me feel better. It probably won't work in your case since you have a way more upsetting thing to cry about than I've ever had. The only thing I can think of that comes anywhere close is when my turtle Seymour died. I felt really bad. But that's nowhere near as terrible as what happened to your sister." He ran his hand through Piero's thick hair. "I feel so bad that you're hurting like this. Just let it out." Piero cried on Nate's chest. "I'd give you my handkerchief, but both of them are pretty bloody." Piero wiped his face with his sleeve. "Seems like you stopped crying. I know how that feels when you've cried all the tears you can cry and there just aren't any more left. But that doesn't mean you feel better. It just means you're done crying, at least for now. But if you need to cry again, do it. And if you want to cry on me again, I'd be honored. As a matter of fact, I'm honored just to be sitting next to you." Piero smiled. "I'm honored to be sitting next to you, too." Nate beamed like a 600-watt bulb. "Piero, do you remember earlier when I said I tell my parents everything because I don't have any secrets?" Piero nodded. "I wasn't telling the truth. I don't want you to think that I lie all the time like Pinocchio, because I don't. But to be honest, there's one secret I have, and my parents don't know about it." "Do you want to tell me?" "I do."
Nate took in a deep breath through his mouth.
My secret is that I think you are the most wonderful person I've ever met. You're probably thinking I say that to a lot of people, but that's just not the case. I can't ever remember saying that to anybody else. Don't get me wrong, I admire a lot of people. My mom, dad, aunt, uncle, some of my cousins, Professor Abundanza, Professor Oliver, people who discovered great things, a lot of theater actors, a few movie and TV actors, politicians who care about their constituents, and probably other people too if I really sit and think about it.
Get to it, Nate.
But of all the people I admire you the most, Piero, because you're kind, compassionate, gentle, handsome, virile, and a real hero. You're probably thinking,
Nate?
Yeah?
Stop talking.
How come?
I'll show you. Piero held Nate in his strong arms, and their lips touched. Nate's eyes rolled around in his head like balls in a maze.
That's the first time I've ever been kissed. For that alone, it's incredibly important. But it's even more important since the person who kissed me is you.
Then I think I should do it again.
I'm all for that.
Piero kissed him more deeply and passionately. Blushing, I headed to the back of the theater and said to Liz, "We should be able to leave soon." She finished texting.
I certainly hope so.
I sat next to her.
What did you do when you went backstage during the International Dance of the Sweets? I looked for Piero, but I couldn't find him, so I watched the show from the wings. It's horrible what happened to Nabi, Bari, and Katerina Lamas.
She nodded.
Good thing I'm ready to step in as Clara. Is Professor Oliver up to taking on the Cavalier role?
Of course, as soon as I tell him.
Liz, the other day I accidentally overheard you and Professor Bari arguing about something. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded pretty heated. I wasn't happy about his premarital relations with Katerina.
Is that a smile on her face?
But that doesn't matter now.
Her face hardened.
They can both burn in hell.
Anya appeared in the aisle next to us and said in a monotone, I am shocked and dismayed about what happened to Nabi and Katerina. Yeah, sure you are.
But, Liz, I am overjoyed that you will be playing Clara. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your support. And how you got me that scholarship to Tree Meadow.
What scholarship? The Nazi scholarship?
Anya sat in the row in front of us and looked backward. As I told you when I interviewed you for admission to the dance department, you are a beautiful dancer with a strong and long career ahead of you.
She took Liz's hand and smiled.
And, despite the tragedy that has befallen us, it is wonderful that you will be playing Clara, as you should.
I asked Anya,
Anya, I couldn't help noticing how winded you were after your dance with the snowflakes. Are you all right?
Of course.
Where did you go after the dance?
To rest in my dressing room.
Otto appeared in the aisle.
She added quickly,
Otto joined me. Didn't you, Otto?
He looked like a dummy waiting for his ventriloquist to move his mouth.
Ah, yes, of course. I was concerned about you.
He gazed over at Piero.
Since the detective still hasn't called for us, I'd like to work on the Nutcrackers dance with Piero.
Anya shot to her feet next to him.
That won't be necessary.
I think it's important for the ballet, Anya.
No, leave him alone. His sister just passed away.
Who you said shouldn't be allowed to live in this country. One of Manuelo's stooges appeared on stage and called Nate to the dressing room for his interview. I walked down the aisle, no pun intended, and bent down next to Piero.
I'm glad you have Nate to help console you.
Thanks, Professor.
Are you okay?
No, but I'm taking 1 minute at a time.
Good. How about your parents?
They want nothing to do with Katerina. She wanted to be cremated with no service. I'm honoring that. I squeezed his arm. You're a good guy."
"That's what Nate keeps telling me." He sighed. "Funny, I feel the exact opposite." "It seems like Nate cares about you a great deal." "I think I'm beginning to care about him, too." "Were you with him at the stage manager's console after you went off stage?"
"No, I went to the men's room, my dressing room, and then to the wings. I wanted to rehearse, but Katerina didn't." He pounded his fist into the palm of his hand. "If only I had forced her to rehearse with me."
Katerina didn't seem like the kind of person you could force to do anything.
Nate entered the stage and walked down the steps.
"Piero, the detective would like to speak with you next."
When Piero had gone, Nate said,
"It's a funny thing, Professor. Detective Manuelo asked me only one question. When I finished answering, he pushed me out of the dressing room and asked me not to come back."
He shrugged.
"All I did was tell him I was at my stage manager's console and didn't see what happened in the green room. Then I explained to him what a stage manager's console is, and what a stage manager does, and how a ballet is different to stage manage than a musical, and really different from a play. I also mentioned how I always wanted to be a stage manager, and all the reasons for that."
After everyone had been interviewed, I was called in last. I sat on a chaise in Anya's dressing room with Manuelo perched behind the makeup table.
"I'd put on more clown white to soften some of those worry lines, Manuelo."
Manuelo groaned. "I know you were out there snooping around asking questions while I interviewed the suspects in here."
"Which I assume was your plan, so at least one of us would get some information."
He rubbed his tired eyes. "As usual, nobody saw or heard anything. Everyone had access to the ballet bar, dance belts, and tutus."
"And everyone claims to have been outside the vicinity of the green room."
"But you know something, Nicky. Spill it."
"No drinks first? Dinner? Mushy talk? All I get is spill it?"
"Don't make me pounce on you, Nicky."
"What is it about me that makes you think of nothing other than jumping on my bones?" I rose.
"Where do you think you're going?"
"I don't feel safe with that door shut."
"Sit down and talk."
I sat slowly. "See what you've turned me into? A battered lover who obeys his master like a dog with its trainer."
"Nicky, so help me—"
"That's what I'm trying to do, if you'll let me."
Manuelo motioned for me to continue.
I started to stand.
"And no pacing. No Sherlock Holmes imitation, no Hercule Poirot accent, no Miss Marple cozy talk. Just tell me what you found out."
Feigning indignation, I said over my shoulder, "If you insist." Then I jumped up and paced the room a la Sherlock Holmes. "Nabibari was an expectant father."
"How do you know?" "Don't answer that. Go on."
"He was dating his student, Katerina Lamas."
"Yikes."
Not exactly an intellectual response, but I certainly share your sentiment.
"Go on."
He wrote in his pad. "Manuelo, why is it that you don't use a laptop?"
"Because I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy."
I giggled. Your insane jealousy of anyone I speak with tipped me off to that a long time ago. He glared at me.
"Besides, if I had a laptop, I'd be tempted to hit you over the head with it. Now what else do you know?"
Abstinence advocate Liz Canton wasn't happy about it.
"She was Katerina Lamas's understudy?"
I applauded. You remembered something. I'm shocked, but inspired.
"Noah was Nabib Badi's understudy, and Piero Lamas was Thomas Big Horse's understudy."
Now you were just showing off, Manuelo. However, did you forget that Piero and Katerina were family feuders?
"Right." He checked back in his notes. "He told their parents she was a stripper, and she told them her brother is gay."
Good work, Manuelo. However, you missed the tidbit that Nate and Piero are becoming an item.
"The stage manager?"
I nodded.
"He could chew the ear off a corn."
Not as sophisticated as my metaphors, but I'll give you an E for effort.
"Thanks. By the way, I'm closing down your show."
Then you'll never get your murderer.
"You know who did it?"
I will.
"Soon." I grinned. "If you let me continue my show."
He pounded his fist on the table. "There won't be anybody left to dance the Nutcracker."
"There's always you and me, Manuelo." I danced around the dressing room. "What a delightful couple we'd make doing a pas de deux."
"We'll do a pas de dukes when I knock you out, Nicky."
"Then I won't tell you what else I found while you were holed up here wasting time and tiring out my cast and crew, who, by the way, have a show to do."
"What is it?"
"Can we do our ballet this weekend?" Manuelo scratched at his hair.
"The governor says no."
"Then it is up to you to change the governor's mind. A large donation to his re-election campaign should do it. And if he's a Republican, a hefty investment in coal, oil, and fracking will help. And taking away people's health insurance."
"What do you know?"
I gave in, but not all the way. "I already told you Anya has something over Otto. I just found out she helped Liz Canton get into Tree Meadow with a scholarship." He closed his pad.
"Go home."
"With you? Never."
He stood. "Take care of your sick kid."
"He's getting better,
no thanks to you."
I joined him. "The poor child is probably home worried sick about me, locked away on a chase with the local detective who keeps wanting more and more of me." Manuelo opened the door.
"And no talking to reporters."
"Of course not. I would never defy one of your orders, master." I left the dance theater. Once outside, I spotted a flurry of reporters waiting to interview Manuelo. I charged them like a bull heading for a matador. Rose Carlyle got to me first. Saliva sprayed over my face as she said, "Nicky Abundanza, director and co-star of The Nutcracker. 2 more members of your cast have been murdered, an Arab and a Latina. Do you think the murderer is a stalwart American fighting foreign terrorist?" I offered my serious profile to the camera. "Over 70% of the people who commit terrorist acts in the U.S. are white, straight, Christian, male conservatives." Winking, I added, "If you ask me, the biggest terrorist act is the way they dress." She turned to the camera. "More fake news." Back to me, Rose strained her tight face in a failed attempt at grimacing. "With so much tragedy in your ranks, how are your technical dress rehearsals progressing? Remember, I'll be reviewing your ballet." "Time to kiss up, and we will make you and your brother proud." "What was your brother's name, Rose?" "Gregorio." A perfect name for a ballet dancer. I'm sure he worked long and hard at his craft, and it showed. As a matter of fact, he did. His choreographer scheduled very long rehearsals, and Gregorio had a heart condition, but he pulled through valiantly. "My interview, Rose," I smiled and made love to the camera. "On that note, I, Nicky Abundanza, and my dedicated and talented cast and crew will not let the people of Tree Meadow down. I promise you a wonderful holiday show, or my name isn't Saint Nick." As I started toward the other reporters, I spotted Manuelo running out of the dance theater building, waving his fist at me. I took off like a conservative politician facing a scientist, jumped into my car, and drove home. Upon entering our bedroom, I found Noah looking adorable in his t-shirt and boxers, sitting on our 4-poster with a stack of papers on his lap. I asked, "How's to Avi?" "His energy is back. We went for a walk, and I could hardly keep up with him. He's sleeping soundly. Dr. Jeff said he can return to school tomorrow."
"How about the ballet?"
"We'll see how school goes first. Speaking of school,
grading papers?"
He leaned against the headboard. "For my Acting 2 class. Whatever happened to correct spelling, grammar, punctuation, and sentence structure?"
Texting."
Noah tossed the papers onto the Victorian night table. "Our parents are coming for a visit."
"Both sets?"
"Nicky, they aren't dishware, but they are a bit cracked, which I say with love and respect as someone who will also eventually become cracked." "Eventually?" I threw my jacket at Noah. He tossed it back. "They were worried about Ta'avi. When he Skyped with them, Mom took a picture for her friend Judy in Wisconsin. Once Judy said to Avi looked better, Mom relaxed. Mom said Judy's little granddaughter, Dung, was also given aspirin before Tommy and Timmy adopted her from Vietnam. Her birth mother evidently didn't pay much attention to the child, and even sat on Dung once without knowing it.
What did your dad have to say?
He recommended that Avi watch the movie The Hospital.
And Mama and Papa?
Your mom misunderstood and thought Avi was sick from eating too much rye bread. She and Papa said they'll bring lots of sweets from their bakery with no rye in them.
I took off my clothes at the closet. When are they coming?
To the opening of our show. They'll stay for the holidays.
I miss them like crazy, but it will be a great deal of work hosting them.
They'll pitch in.
Where will we put them?
I'm thinking Mom and Dad in the guest room down the hall, and Mama and Papa in the third-floor attic guest room.
Our attic isn't set up as a guest room.
It will be after I do some work on it.
Who knew we'd be running a bed and breakfast?
We won't be running a bed and breakfast. We'll need to serve lunch and dinner, too.
I groaned.
Stop grumbling. How was rehearsal?
I filled Noah in on the last 2 murders. His Watson persona took over.
Do you think Liz Kenton killed Nabi and Katerina to further her abstinence crusade?
Or perhaps Anya did it to further her white Christian American campaign.
In my t-shirt and boxers, I sat next to Noah and put my arm around him. The scent of strawberries filled the room. Piero and his sister weren't getting along, and Katerina had something on him.
Always concerned about others, Noah said,
"How is Piero doing?"
"He's getting through it," I smiled, "with Nate's help."
Noah's face lit up like a conservative billionaire buying a television, news network, radio station, and newspaper chain. Are Piero and Nate becoming a couple?
It looks like it.
Noah clasped his hands at his chest. How sweet.
But not as sweet as us.
True.
We shared a long kiss. Noah froze mid-kiss. What's wrong?
With Nabi gone,
I'm the Cavalier. You've been to all the Cavalier dance rehearsals. You know the choreography.
Yes, but I haven't done ballet since college.
Then you'd better dig out your old dance belt, white tights, and ballet shoes.
When I get back to rehearsal, I'll ask Otto to go over the choreography with me. Between my classes tomorrow, I'll get to a ballet bar in the dance building and stretch out, bend over, and lift my legs in the air.
Why wait until tomorrow? I winked at him. Need a sugar plum fairy, Cavalier?
We wrapped our arms around each other and slid down in the bed. I lay on top of Noah and we kissed. He spun me around to rest on my back. Since I'm the Cavalier, I'll lead in this dance.
Noah?
He nodded and kissed me deeply. Then he lifted my legs in the air and slowly penetrated me with his long, thin, hooked penis. Since it was my first time, I shouted out. My pain quickly turned into pleasure as Noah lay on top of me, kissing my cheeks, nose, sideburns, and neck. I grabbed onto his tender thighs, and we created a rhythm of desire. With each thrust, I wanted him deeper inside me. I caressed his smooth back as he squeezed my erect nipples and then rubbed my large manhood. He whispered in my ear, "You are the man of my heart. I'll never want anyone but you." We shouted out our orgasms and then kissed in the moonlight as the stars illuminated our hearts. The next morning, golden shafts of sun surrounded us in the breakfast nook. Clad in our usual dress shirts, dress pants, and blazers, Noah, Avi, and I ate crab, arugula, and brie quiche, blackberry mint scones, and mixed berries with hazelnuts, minus the hazelnuts for my allergic Noah. Avi dug into his quiche.
I bet kids with straight parents don't eat like this.
Noah and I shared a smile.
I need to build up my strength so I can dance tonight.
Noah drizzled honey on his scone.
You can come to the tech dress tonight, but just to watch."
"Watch?"
Ta'avi rolled his eyes like balls in a pinball machine on a cruise ship.
"That's like a jockey sitting in the stadium at the horse races."
I swallowed a mouthful of berries. "We're not doing your scenes tonight anyway."
"Why do you need to rehearse the filler scenes?"
"He's our son. Nabi, Bari, and Katerina Lamas were murdered last night. Stay close to your dad or me at all times tonight."
"Sure. I'll help you guys solve the mystery again."
"No, you won't," I said.
"With 4 murders unsolved, it looks like you need my help."
"Finish your breakfast, Ta'avi," Noah said. "I'll drive you to school on the way to my first class." Ta'avi said between bites of his scone,
"When I get older, we can all go to Tree Meadow College together, unless you guys have retired by then."
"And why did we adopt a kid?" Noah asked me, "What are you going to do today, assuming you aren't putting in for early retirement?" I swallowed a stack of vitamins and my aloe vera and apple cider vinegar drink. "I'm going to the gym and then to Martin's office for a meeting." "I'll meet you there after my first class," Noah said. Ta'avi asked,
"Can I do the next role play to investigate the murders?"
"No," Noah and I said in unison. I explained, "Ta'avi, you need to take it easy and get totally better."
"I'd get totally better a lot faster if I could do a role play with you guys again."
He gazed at us like a waif at the front gate of an estate.
"Please?"
"We'll see," I said. "Now let's all get to school." Since it was nippy out, I grabbed my winter coat and gym bag, drove to campus, and spent 2 hours torturing my body on the gym's stair climber machine, rowing machine, and various sadistic devices to work my chest and legs. When my body revolted like a taxpayer with a president who promotes his hotels during the week and golfs on weekends, I showered, dressed, and walked across campus. I noticed the dance building was closed and roped off with a sign stating all dance classes were canceled. I entered the theater building, stopped off at my office to check my emails, and then made my way to Martin's office. Hearing voices in Shayla's outer office, I stood back from the doorway just enough to watch. Anya Nikolev-Dietrich, looking the dancer in a turquoise leotard and caftan, stood over Shayla's desk like an albatross over a fish tank. "I need to see Martin." Attractive in a sunflower-colored business suit, Shayla glanced up from her computer screen. "He's in class. I need to see him." Shayla tucked a stray hair into her bun. "People in purgatory need a decision, but I can't help them either." "The police closed the dance building. I need space for my classes." "Every room in the theater building is occupied." Is Shayla smiling? "I don't believe you." Shayla handed Anya the schedule of theater classes. Anya nodded and returned it. "I will go elsewhere." "I will not argue." Shayla typed at her computer. Anya focused on her. "You are a clerk here. I am a department head. Thank goodness I don't work for you." Anya leaned against the desk. "Actually, my secretary is out, and I need some help. And I need to win the lottery and jump up and down like a fool on television, but I doubt either will happen." Anya's pale face grew inflamed. "If you worked for me, I would know how to deal with you." Shayla rose like a boxer introduced by the announcer. "And just how would you deal with me? Hit me over the head with the racist sign on your car? Burn a cross on my desk? Force me to wear a Nazi swastika?" Uh-oh. Anya reached out, grabbed Shayla by the shoulders, and brought her close for a forceful, deep, long kiss. Shayla dropped into her chair with her mouth agape. Somebody get her some vodka. After catching her breath, Shayla asked, "Why did you do that?" Anya smiled. "Didn't you like it?" "I like staring at a total eclipse of the sun, too, but I shouldn't be doing it." "Would you like to have dinner with me this evening before rehearsal?" Shayla did a double-take. "Why would I have dinner with a racist?" Anya licked her full, red lips.
because you like what's on the buffet table.
We're not reenacting the movie Mandingo here, and I asked you why you want to have dinner with me.
I'm a woman who follows her instincts and her passions. Anya scrutinized her. You entice me.
What about your alt-right views?
Views are views, nothing more. Desire trumps them. Anya chuckled. Besides, my rules are for other people, not for me.
Hypocrite sandwich, anyone?
As you'll see, Sheila, my bark is much worse than my bite.
I wouldn't want Anya to give me a hickey.
Sheila's eyebrows knitted together.
I don't understand.
I wish the world to be one way, but in actuality it's another. Anya placed a hand on Sheila's cheek. So perhaps I should stop wanting to turn back the clock and instead come along for the ride.
Well, I'm not riding in the back of the bus, so go to your dance building and don't come back.
The dance building is closed.
And so am I.
Sheila marched to the doorway, and I leapt away.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Sheila. Anya smiled. For now.
I ducked into the corridor as Anya strode out of the office and down the hallway. When she was out of sight, Martin arrived, and I followed him into the outer office. He approached Sheila's desk. Anything exciting happen while I was in class?
You have no idea.
Sheila reapplied her lipstick. Anya wanted to use our theater classrooms. And to use Sheila. Did you tell Anya to take a hike? You can say that, Sheila replied with a smirk. Good. Nicky, follow me. Martin rested his textbook on his desk, and I placed my coat on the coat rack with my gym bag on the floor next to it. Then we sat on two of the tall leather chairs next to Martin's fireplace. He tucked his monogrammed azure napkin onto his lap and then adjusted his azure bow tie and sweater vest. How is our Ta'avi? Back at school. He'll watch rehearsal tonight. Dr. Jeff thinks he will be well enough to dance this weekend. Thank the dance gods. Martin turned to the cherry wood end table. He removed the azure cozy and poured hot cocoa from the azure teapot into our azure china cups. I took a sip of the warm sweetness and then rested my cup on the end table. Martin did the same. Sheila called out from the outer office, "The other two musketeers have just arrived." Noah and Reuben joined us in the chairs opposite. After Martin poured their hot cocoa, Reuben adjusted the jacket of his azure leisure suit and asked, "Any news about the murders?" "Manuelo closed down the dance building," I added. "I'm sure he'll reopen it by tonight." "How can you be sure?" Martin asked. "I have my powers," I grinned. "Did Manuelo get anywhere in his interviews last night?" Reuben asked. I burst out laughing. "What do you think?" "Who cares?" Martin clutched my arm like a terminally ill patient with a last request. "Are Piero, the Nutcracker stud, and our theater student Nate an item?" "It seems like it," I answered. Martin grinned from large ear to large ear. "How sweet! That young couple reminds me of Reuben and me when we first met. Like Nate with Piero, Reuben was totally enamored of me." "And also like Nate, you never stopped talking," Reuben replied. Noah sipped his hot cocoa and then rested the saucer on the cherry wood mantel, glancing at the cavorting flames in the fireplace. "I'd like to know what Katerina had on Piero and what Anya has and Duffy had on Otto." "Elementary, my dear Noah." It hit me like a ton of televangelist gold rings. "It's time for me to star in a 2-act, one-man show." "Why?" Reuben asked. "To get on my toes and catch a ballet killer." I rested a hand on Noah's shoulder. "Can you meet me in the costume shop after your next class?" "Sure." "In the meantime, I'll phone Piero and Otto." We heard Dean Hook's voice in the outer office.
"May I speak with Martin?"
"No, you may not," Sheila said. "I'm not going to scrape him off the ceiling again when you leave. Just go back to your big fancy office in your big fancy administrative building and leave us alone." Martin rose and walked to the doorway. "What can I do for you, John?" The two small men stood eye to eye like gunslingers. Hook said,
"I'm wondering if you've come to a decision on what we spoke about at my last visit."
Martin sneered at him. "I most certainly have."
"And?"
"And you will get your answer at the opening performance of the Nutcracker." Hook squinted his beady eyes.
"It seems a bit dramatic to me, but after all, this is the drama department."
"You will know at that time if I am admitting to the ravages of old age and retiring," Martin smiled demonically, "or if I have something else in mind." Hook nodded and left. Noah, Reuben, Shayla, and I huddled around Martin. I asked him, "What are you planning?" Martin smiled like Peter Pan on Hook's ship. "Just a little performance as usual." "What kind of performance?" I asked. "Never you mind." Martin handed me my coat and gym bag and then shooed us out the door. "Don't worry about me. Do your role plays to solve our murder mystery at Tree Meadow." He added, "And then tell me everything." I got some lunch at the college cafeteria and cemented my plan, hoping I wouldn't end up in cement. Then I met Noah at the costume shop where we strategized. An hour later, I gazed at the floor-length mirror and guffawed. What looked back at me was a tall, muscular dancer with long blonde hair, violet eyes, and a club-like pole between his legs. Clad in a powder-blue leotard, white tights, and white ballet shoes, I kissed Noah's cheek, careful not to rub off my pale makeup. "Don't forget your quick change." Noah handed me my gym bag. "I'll pick up to Avi from school and then meet you at home for dinner." He squeezed my bulge. "Knock 'em dead." Thinking better of it, he said, "Knock 'em out." A few minutes later, I was sitting on a burgundy-cushioned seat in a turret of the theater lobby in the theater building. The sun exploded through the window, bathing me in its golden rays. Piero Lamas entered with his muscles protruding out of a lavender tunic and black leotards. I rose and motioned for him to join me. Speaking in a French accent that sounded more Bulgarian than French, I said, "You must be the young stud, the young ballet dancer, mon ami." "I'm Piero Lamas. I was so excited when my director phoned me about the meeting, I forgot to ask your name." "Georges Bolgenschein." I separated my knees. He looked down at my crotch and gasped. "It's nice to see you, Mr. Bolgenschein." After we shook hands, I said, "Please, sit, my little French fry." Piero sat next to me. "What's the name of your ballet troupe, Mr. Bolgenschein?" "The Bounty Hunters." I spread my legs and smiled. He tried unsuccessfully to look away. "Professor Abundanza, a most brilliant director, and a wonderful man. He said you were seeking a juvenile dancer for your company." "That's correct, my little French twist." He finally looked up from my package. "I graduate in May, and I'm very interested in joining a dance company." "Isn't every young dancer?" "Do you travel all over the U.S.?" I flicked back my long blonde locks and growled, "We travel all night, my little French tout." "Are you by any chance in need of a stage manager as well?" "As a matter of fact, my stage definitely needs managing." "That's great. I have someone in mind for you." I wagged a finger at him. "Not so fast, mon ami." "Would you like me to audition for you?" I pinched his chin. "All in good time, my little French toast." I inched closer. "More importantly, I need to ensure that each member of our ballet company continues the tradition of the company, maintaining our reputation." "Your reputation?" "Yes. Each dancer is a goujon, mon ami." "A goujon?" "How do you say in America?" I winked at him. "A stud. So I'm looking for someone who embodies accent on the bodies, our group's persona." He ran a strong hand through his thick locks. "I don't understand." "We only cast dancers with a blue streak." A blue streak?
I chuckled. Bad boys, as you Americans say. I put my arm around him. Have you been bad, my little French cocktail?
I try to stay out of trouble.
This is a slow dance, but I'm still leading.
I rose.
Well, merci beaucoup for coming, mon ami, and merci to your director for recommending you. I leaned my bulge in his direction, but I'm afraid you wouldn't be a good tight fit for me.
He stood next to me. Mr. Bulgenshine, my stage manager friend and I are very open to joining you. Professor Abundanza said yours is one of the premier ballet companies in the country.
I chortled. He is being too kind.
Walking away, I added,
but totally accurate.
Following me, he said, Please, I'm playing the Nutcracker in our college's ballet this weekend. Won't you come see it? Pausing at the door, I replied,
I'll be on the road, my little French onion soup.
Can I do the Nutcracker solo dance for you now?
Not interested.
I had one foot out the door. Wait!
I froze and prayed.
I am a stud, in a way.
Yes?
I did something. I'm ashamed of it, actually.
Really, mon ami?
I said like a pirate opening a treasure chest. He nodded. It's embarrassing. I led him back to the cushioned seat and pulled him down next to me.
I'll try not to blush too much, my little French kiss. Tell me about it, and we'll see if it warrants bad boy status.
After taking in a deep breath, Piero said, It happened when I was a freshman. I went out to a bar one night with an ID borrowed from an upperclassman. I met a nice guy who was really friendly. He bought me a drink, then another, and another. By the end of the night, I was in no shape to drive, so we walked back to his apartment.
And?
I asked more desperately than Martin after having gone without gossip for a week. I woke up the next morning on his sofa, not able to remember anything that had happened after we'd left the bar.
I frowned. Definitely not a bad boy story, my little French bread.
He looked away. But the next day, I got an email from a friend who had seen my porn movie. Resting back in the window seat, I said more giddily than a president who's never paid taxes,
A porn movie?
He nodded. The guy from the bar filmed us having sex and posted it online as a porn movie, naming me a new porn star, Johnny Deep. I rubbed my hands together.
A porn star? My dance belt overflows, my little French flan.
Lifting his tunic, I said,
You've got the talent. And I like your story. Who else knows about this?
Nobody else who saw the movie contacted me. I went back to the apartment to confront the guy, but he was gone. Resting a hand on his shoulder, I said,
You may just do quite well, mon amour.
He pulled away. I should tell you that my stage manager friend is my new boyfriend.
Is he aware of your screen debut, my little French cheese?
Piero's face reddened. No.
Did any of your family members find out about your impromptu movie?
His handsome face drained of color. I had told my sister, and she wanted to see it. Afterward, she kept threatening to show it to my parents.
Did she?
She probably would have, if she was still with us.
Where is she, mon ami? Come on, Piero, confess.
He swallowed hard, no pun intended. She passed away.
Did you have anything to do with that?
Tears filled his eyes.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
He ran out of the theater in tears.
I guess that dance is over. After glancing at my watch, I ducked behind the burgundy chase, opened my gym bag, and quickly changed into a black leotard, tights, and ballet shoes. Then I lay on the sofa. A few minutes later, Otto Dietrich entered the theater lobby in a black turtleneck, black dance pants, and black shoes. I flung my legs over the back of the sofa, arched my back, and then slid myself inch by inch into a standing position.
My French accent from the last roleplay bled through my manufactured German accent. I was working out a new move for one of my dance pieces, mein Herr. Otto rubbed his bulbous nose. Do you speak German? No. Otto did a double-take. I come from the northern tip of Germany, where they don't speak German. What do they speak? French. My mother was French. He did a triple-take. France is at the southeast of Germany. Northern Germany borders Denmark. Where my other mother comes from. We were Mormons. Next to Otto's authentic German accent, I sounded like a sideshow performer. I spoke quickly, hoping he wouldn't notice. I am Herr Schickelgruber, the artistic director of the Flail and Contort Modern Dance Company. He offered his hand. I contracted my body and executed an impromptu modern dance around his hand, like a snake weaving around a basket. No pun intended. I am choreographing the Nutcracker at the college. Our director, Nicky Abundanza, phoned and asked me to meet you here. Ending my dance, I straightened up. No pun intended. Yes, Nicky Abundanza is the most gifted director in the world, mein Herr. Otto looked me up and down, focusing on my crotch like a scientist at a microscope with a rare finding. I will be forever in Nicky's debt for matching us up. As he came toward me with extended arms and molars, I slithered onto the sofa. I have a proposition for you. Please join me, mein Herr. He sat next to me and placed his hand on my thigh. Proposition accepted. Not so fast. This is about my company. His gold tooth was exposed. A gangbang? Maybe when we're on the road, eating each other's breakfast. Rising, I twitched, trembled, and flailed my body away from him. This is one of the dances we do. As foreplay? I shook my head, which was already shaking from my dance. As part of our program. Your program? Yeah. When our dance company performs, would you like to partner with me, mein Herr? I sure would. Otto stood sniffing and reached for my bulge. I slapped him hard across the face. Ah! What the hell? His hand covered the red mark on his cheek. You said you would like to perform with us. That is our first dance, the Schuttplatter. Time to turn the other cheek. I slapped him hard on the other cheek. Ah! You are a good partner. I whacked him on top of the head. Ah! Otto shouted. You're hot, but I'm not into S&M. What is this S&M? A new dance? I boxed his ear. Hey, I don't want any part of your sushi platter. Schuhplatter. And we have other dances too. Recollection covered his large face. Is that why you asked me here? To become part of your modern dance company? Why else? I bent down to the floor, lifted my legs over my head, and slid across the floor on my elbows. We have many modern dances, like the insect. All of our dancers perform using only our hands, nose, elbows, and knees. Otto backed away sniffing. It sounds interesting. Like a fisherman using caviar as bait, I stood to face him. We travel to Fire Island, Province Town, Key West, San Francisco, Christopher Street. There are lots of gay men pounding down our dressing room doors wanting our Wiener Schnitzels. He froze in place like a priest at a Little League game. When do you go out on tour? At your college winter session, spring break, and summer vacation. Do all the dancers look like you? No, they are well endowed. Saliva dribbled onto his chin as he sniffed. And you are interested in me dancing with your troupe? Perhaps, mein Herr. He gazed at me with eyes bigger than a top 1%er's tax refund. I was in a professional modern dance company many years ago, and I have been teaching modern dance at the college. May I audition for you? Yes, I said like a captain in the German military. Roll on the floor like a dog. He obeyed. Shake like a seizure victim. Again, he did as I asked. writhe on the floor as you'd been punched in the stomach. When he was through, I said, curl your back like a cat and slide onto the sofa. After he finished, I said, strip to your dance belt, go outside and run around the theater, leading with your belly. When he returned out of breath and in a sweat, I motioned for him to get dressed and sit next to me on the sofa. Nicky Abundanza was right. You do the modern dance very well. Now, do you have a record, mynheer? A record? I nodded and then repositioned my wig. A criminal past? Of course not. He sniffed wildly. I felt as if sitting next to a dog. Pity. The dancers in my company all have records. They are rehabilitated criminals. He rubbed his bald head. And you were looking for a modern dancer with a criminal past? Yes. Though it appears I have been wasting your time and mine, mynheer. I headed for the door, very slowly. Wait! Otto motioned for me to join him on the sofa. After I was seated, he said, This isn't common knowledge, but after I was put out to pasture by the Modern Dance Company years ago, I needed money to pay for my master's degree, my entryway into higher education. I got a job working in a bank. One night I stole some money. Were you caught? He nodded. By one of my co-workers. She made me put it back, which I did. He grimaced. She also made me sign a confession, which she kept. Why? To use it to blackmail me. Why didn't you both just split the money? Otto rubbed his palms against his dance pants. The young woman, Dolores, kept the confession. A few years later, after my wife, the dance department head, had helped me get the job here, Dolores, rather Duffy, showed up with my confession, demanding a position in the department. He seemed a million miles away. This is sweeter than German strutzel. So you killed this Duffy? Snapping back, he rose from the sofa. I didn't say that. I stood next to him. You didn't have to, mynheer. Don't put words in my mouth. You prefer other things. It suddenly dawned on me why Anya always said to Otto, May I steal you away? Did your wife know about your past at the bank? Yes. She protected me by offering Duffy the teaching position at the college, thereby controlling you for the rest of your life. He nodded. And you never went to prison to bend over for the job in the golden shower? He shook his head. Did you kill this Duffy blackmailer? No. Nice story, I sighed. But it isn't sordid enough for our troupe. Thank you for coming, but no thank you. I snatched my gym bag and coat behind the chase and booked it out of the theater. When I arrived home, I changed clothes, cooked dinner, and ate with Noah and Ta'avi in the dining room, while I filled them in on my role plays. Ignoring Ta'avi's pleas to do his own role play, Noah and I bundled him up in his winter coat, hat, scarf, and gloves. Then Noah sped us to campus faster than an ambulance driver on uppers. Upon entering the dance building, I noticed Anya Nikolaev-Dietrich exit her office with Liz Canton. Are you all right? Anya asked her. Liz nodded. I'm glad we spoke. Me too. This will not be easy. No, but it must be done. We will do it together. Noah, Ta'avi, and I followed them to the dance theater lobby and into the dance theater. Noah sat Ta'avi in the first row, took off his winter things, and made him swear to sit still. Then he hurried backstage to change into his cavalier costume. I spotted Piero and Nate toward the back of the house and walked over to them. I didn't want there to be any secrets between us, Nate, Piero said, looking handsome in his nutcracker costume. But now that you know, I won't blame you if you don't want to have anything to do with me. Wearing his stage manager black clothes, Nate scratched at his thin blonde hair. That's quite a story. You're probably thinking I'm too naive to know much about pornography,
But if we break down your story like Professor Abundanza teaches us to do in script analysis for play directing class, you are the protagonist and the other guy is the antagonist. The exposition, meeting in the bar, is mere chance. The conflict, taking you home, is of his creation. So the climax, no pun intended, doing the film, leading to the denouement, putting it on the web, is a result of his actions, not yours. He rubbed his long nose. This reminds me of the time Alec, a kid in my third-grade class, stole my lunch. I was hungry all day. With my blood sugar so low, I became really cranky. So when I got home from school and snapped at my mother, it wasn't my fault. It was Alec's. You're probably thinking that I could have eaten when I got home, but my mother told me not to spoil my appetite for dinner. You see, she had made... Piero leaned over and kissed Nate. Nate ran his hands along Piero's strong back. When he came up for air, he said, "If you keep doing that every time I tell a story, I'll be telling lots more stories from here on out." Piero spotted me and jumped to his feet. "Professor, thank you for setting up the interview for me with that director from the ballet company." I somehow said with a straight, no pun intended, face, "How did it go?" He slumped back down into his chair. He mentioned my sister, and I broke down, blubbering like an idiot, and then I ran out of the interview. I botched it up big time. Patting his shoulder, I said, "Other interviews will come." Nate patted his other shoulder. "Of course they will. You're probably thinking that's easy for me to say as someone who isn't a ballet dancer. But stage managers have to interview for jobs too. They aren't just handed to us. And like my father always says, if not this job, the next. That means you might not get one job, but it could lead to another. I always I interrupted Nate, rather than putting my hand over his mouth. "Piero, with losing your sister, are you okay to continue with the ballet?" Piero's dark eyes seemed to sink into his head. I blame myself for what happened to Katerina. I should have never told my parents about her stripping job. He laughed ironically. "Me, of all people. Who was I to judge her? And during rehearsals, I should have watched out for her." He rested his head in his hands. "Why did I let her out of my sight backstage?" "My mother always said woulda, shoulda, coulda," Nate explained. "We can't go back in a time tunnel. As hard as it is, eventually we have to let the past go and concentrate on the present." "You're probably thinking, that's good advice, Nate," I said. "Piero, mourn the loss of your sister, but don't blame yourself, unless you killed her." "Easier said than done." Piero wiped a tear from his cheek. Nate put his arm around him. Before Nate could speak, I said, "Are you able to dance tonight?" Piero nodded. "I've always wanted to play the Nutcracker." With a maniacal look on his face, he added, "Now that I finally have the chance, not even losing my sister is going to stop me." Nate tapped at his watch. "Professor, it's time to get started." "Thanks, Nate. Please call everyone into the theater house." Once everyone was seated, I ran up the steps and asked Nate to hit me with a spotlight center stage. Then I moved to stage right to be in the light. Gnashing my teeth and clutching at my chest, I said, "My heart breaks that we lost 2 more cast members, and I, for one, am dedicating my performance as the Mouse King to them." Thankfully, nobody smelled a rat. But we open this weekend, and as my son once said, the ballet must go on.
"Cool, Pop. Thanks for the mention."
Ta'avi offered me the hang loose sign. "You're welcome, son. So on behalf of our dearly departed Katerina and Nabi, I ask that you all dance your booties off." I dipped for a low bow. Ta'avi and Noah applauded from the first row. Behind them, Piero sat openly weeping with Nate unsuccessfully trying to console him. Sitting in the third row, in their Clara and Sugar Plum Fairy costumes respectively, Liz and Anya raised their hands. "Liz?" "4 members of our troupe are gone. How can we be sure one of us won't be next?" Anya nodded her agreement. "I don't want to cancel the production, but we must ensure everyone's safety." Martin, in his Drosselmeyer costume, sat next to Noah. We must do the ballet this weekend. I'll protect anyone who is afraid. I have a black belt." "In what?" Reuben asked, sitting next to his husband. "In my closet. It has a big silver buckle I can use to strike at the murderer." Reuben groaned. Otto sat on the other side of Anya. "There is a handsome police officer patrolling the building. I spotted him through a window." "I'm not surprised you noticed." "So we are protected." Anya replied to her husband, "A handsome police officer is not enough." "But it couldn't hurt." I ad-libbed, "When you entered the dance building this evening, did you all notice various people walking by?" Everyone nodded. Each was an undercover detective protecting us. Nate leapt to his feet. "And as stage manager, I'll do my best to keep an eye on everyone." Especially Piero. "We are sold out. It is December. We owe the community our Nutcracker ballet." Otto joined me on stage. "Now, let's do notes." After Otto and I gave our notes from the prior rehearsal, I called the tech dress rehearsal to begin in 15 minutes. I asked Martin and Reuben to keep an eye on Avi and to tie him to the chair if necessary. Then I followed Otto and Noah into the green room for Noah's private rehearsal. Upon entering, I smelled bleach. After Manuelo's people dusted for prints, they must have cleaned the room. From the smell of it, they did a far better job than the cleaning staff. Noah said, "Otto, thank you for working with me. I know the choreography, but I'm concerned about my technique, especially in the Cavalier solo." "I'll help you." Otto sneezed. Then he leaned over his dance bag in the corner of the room and changed into a leotard, tights, and ballet shoes. I smelled garlic and rotten eggs. Flashbacks from my Italian heritage and Halloween? Fear of vampires? Otto sneezed. "Nicky, that modern dance company artistic director you set me up with was a crackpot. He made me run around outside the theater in my dance belt. I think I caught a cold." He sneezed again. I couldn't look at Noah for fear of bursting out laughing. "I'm sorry it didn't work out, Otto." "Don't set me up with anyone again," he winked at me, "except for the young police officer roaming around the building." He sneezed and moved to the center of the room. "Now, Noah, when you dance the solo, it is important to maintain the correct line, spot the turns, and lift from the core at the jumps. Let me show you." Otto did chaîné turns, glancing at the wall with each turn. Then he went into plié to prepare and finally leapt into the air. His feet came down hard onto the floor, and he went up in flames. Otto met his match. Chapter 6. My associates and I are working around the clock to find the mass murderer and bring him or her to justice, Manuelo said to Rose Carlyle's camera outside the dance building. "What's wrong with this picture? Manuelo is being interviewed and not me." I booked it to Manuelo's side and leaned over him toward the camera. "As Tree Meadows' resident armchair detective, I promise to solve this case in 48 hours. Manuelo looked at me like a Republican legislator asked to appear at a town hall meeting. Pushing me away, he said to the camera, "We welcome anyone who has any information about this case to contact me." "And come to see our ballet," I stood in front of him. "As director and co-star, I promise you these horrific events won't taint our wonderful production." Rose batted her fake eyelashes over her thin eyes and cheekbone implants. "With your rehearsals constantly interrupted by one murder after the next, how will you do justice to this famous ballet that has become a holiday classic?" I smiled warmly into the camera. Despite the tragedies that have befallen us, as entertainers, we live by the motto, work hard, dance hard, and stay hard. We will be up to the task come opening night. Manuelo stepped on my foot and covered the camera with his face. "The murderer will be found soon." I leaned over his shoulder. "Bye, Nicky Abbondanza." Grabbing me by the blazer collar, Manuelo carted me away and then pushed me into the dance building to the lobby of the dance theater.
After I landed on a pink settee, I said, "Manuelo, the caveman routine may work with your wife, but it just doesn't turn me on. If you want me, you'll have to woo me with flowers, candlelight, soft music, and fine caresses." He stood over me like King Kong, ready to destroy the village, and everyone it takes to raise a child. "I'm fed up with you disobeying my orders, Nicky." "Manuelo, while I'm flattered by your attentions, how many times do I have to tell you I'm a happily married man, and your advances just aren't welcome?" He grabbed me by the shirt and pulled me up next to him. "And I'm not into S&M. Listen to me, Nicky, because I am only going to say this once. 5 people have been murdered in your show. 5! Our forensic testing and my interviews have turned up nothing conclusive. I have asked you not to speak to the press, and you continue to do so. So this ballet and this building are closed. And if you try to stand in my way, I am tossing you into solitary confinement." "Don't I even get a conjugal visit from Noah?" "No." I rested a hand on his shoulder. "I cannot believe how low you have sunk in your never-ending attempts to try and have me to yourself." He let out a piercing howl. "Good try, but I'm not into werewolves either." Manuelo plopped down on a pink and gold sofa with his head in his hands. "I'm going to lose my job, my health benefits, and my pension. All these years of hard work will go down the drain like a televangelist caught in a sex scandal." Pitying him, I sat shoulder to shoulder. "Man up, Manuelo. All isn't lost." He looked at me with watery eyes. "What do you mean?" "First, you shouldn't make similes. Leave that to those of us with the talent for it. Second, you can't cancel our show, because I need 2 more days to trap the murderer, who I promise, as usual, to serve you on a silver platter at the end of opening night. Third, I know how Otto was killed and perhaps why." He bounced back like a cat holding a boomerang on a trampoline. Taking out his pad and pen, he asked, "What do you know?" Piero Lamas was duped into doing a porn movie. His sister, the deceased Caterina, threatened to tell their parents and the also deceased Nabi Bari about it. "What does that have to do with Otto Dietrich?" Prior to becoming a college modern dance professor, Otto worked in a bank with Dolores O'Donnell, who later became Duffy O'Donnell. Manuelo asked, "The tap dance professor?" I nodded. "After Duffy blackmailed Otto to ask Anya to give Duffy the job." "How did Duffy do that?" "By waiving Otto's confession regarding stealing money from the bank. And here's another tidbit for you. Anya and her student, Liz Canton, planned something. I'm not sure what yet." He stopped writing. "So, you think Anya Nikolaev Dietrich had had enough of her husband's shenanigans and joined with Liz Canton to off Otto Dietrich and Duffy O'Donnell?" Scratching his curly hair, he added, "Since Liz Canton is on an abstinence kick, she might have enjoyed giving Nabi Bari and Caterina Lamas the bucket kick as well." "Possibly." I leaned back on the sofa. "But one thing I've learned by being a successful sleuth over the years is that nothing is ever what it seems." I took his hand. "For example, meeting you, most people would assume you were happily married to your wonderful wife. They would never guess your intense, passionate feelings toward me." He pushed me away. "Playing hard to get now?" I sighed. "The depths to which you sink in your efforts to woo me." He readied his pad. "You said you know how Otto died." "The killer dipped Otto's ballet shoes in phosphorus, soaked his leotard and tights in nitric and sulfuric acid, and spread potassium chlorate all over the green room floor, thereby turning dancing Otto into a human match." Manuelo did a double take. "How did you know that before my forensics team's testing results came back?" I tapped my nose. "Phosphorus smells like garlic. Nitric and sulfuric acid reek of rotten eggs, and potassium chlorate has a bleachy odor." I shook my head. "You really should study up on these things, Manuelo.
Otherwise, you were nothing more than a drain on our tax dollars."
"Why didn't Otto smell something was up?"
"He couldn't. Otto caught a cold from running outside wearing only his dance belt."
"Don't tell me why. I don't want to know."
"And Otto's constant sniffing leads me to think he was a cocaine addict with damaged nostrils." Manuelo slapped his pad closed and stood. "Can we do our ballet?"
"Yes, if you catch the killer on opening night."
Hugging him, I said, "You're a mensch, Manuelo." He pulled away.
"I bet you, or one of your wacky crew, no doubt used that term in one of your wacky role plays."
"Wacky? Maybe. Effective? Definitely."
"I don't want to hear about it. Take Noah and Ta'avi home while I interview the suspects in the dressing room."
"You won't get very far without me, Manuelo."
"Maybe not, but I'll keep my sanity."
I winked at him. "You'll always be crazy about me, Manuelo." He groaned and headed inside the theater. After I gathered Noah and Ta'avi, Noah drove us home at the speed of lightning. We put Ta'avi to bed amidst his pleading to do a role play to help solve the murders. When Noah and I were in our boxers and T-shirts, cuddling under the white comforter in our four-poster, I said, "Ta'avi seems ready to dance again." I sighed, "And do a role play to help catch the murderer. Let's give him another day to rest." He kissed the cleft in my chin. "Are you close to figuring it out?" I placed his head on my chest. "What do Thomas Bighorse, Duffy O'Donnell, Nabi Bari, Katerina Lamas, and Otto Dietrich have in common?" "They were all involved with our ballet." "Right, but they were also involved with each other." I rested back on the headboard. Heartthrob Thomas was Piero's longtime crush and brief squeeze. Duffy, Win Dolores, was Nabi's lover. Otto, like most of the dance department, was interested in Thomas. Duffy blackmailed Otto for a job, and Otto came on to him anyway. Katerina was involved with Nabi and possibly carrying his child. I banged my head against the headboard. What am I missing? A good night's sleep. He kissed my sideburn. "I'll take Ta'avi to school tomorrow and meet you in Martin's office after my class. As they say, 4 heads are better than 1. Right now, 2 heads are pretty good too." I lay on top of him, pressing my pelvis against his as we kissed by the light of the silvery moon.
"You were stifling my creativity."
Sitting at the breakfast nook across from Ta'avi, I swallowed a piece of my Swiss-chard Ronkel cheese apple frittata.
"I'll bet not many 11-year-olds have acted in a Broadway play, 2 movies, and a ballet."
"And have done a role play to catch a murderer as you did in Scotland," Noah added before taking a sip of his mango kiwi watermelon juice. Ta'avi finished his red cabbage and carrot slaw.
"Not letting me dance tonight and help you guys catch the murderer is squashing my talents."
I swallowed my supplements with my aloe vera and apple cider vinegar drink. "Ta'avi, Dr. Jeff agrees that you need 1 more day to fully recuperate."
"Can I dance tomorrow night?"
"Yes," Noah replied.
"And do a role play?"
Ta'avi asked more desperately than a burn victim facing a sealed carton of ice. "We'll see," I said. "Now we brush your teeth and then put on your coat, scarf, and gloves," Noah said.
"I'm wearing a blazer like you guys."
"And we'll be wearing our coats too," I said.
"All right."
Ta'avi sulked upstairs. Noah turned to me. The clear azure sky out the window created the perfect backdrop for his gorgeous eyes. "It's only going to get worse when he's a teenager." I kissed his cheek. "But we'll be older and hard of hearing." After sharing a laugh, we cleaned up the kitchen, grabbed our winter coats, and ushered Ta'avi out the door. I drove to campus, went to the gym, and then met Martin, Ruben, and Noah in Martin's office after Martin's and Noah's classes. Martin, in a chartreuse bow tie and sweater vest, poured hot cocoa from a chartreuse teapot into our chartreuse china cups. Then he placed a monogrammed chartreuse cloth napkin on his lap. "Your stage manager, Nate Owen, was daydreaming through my theater management class, Nicky."
Noah added, and in my acting 2 class. Sitting on one of the tall leather chairs at the roaring fireplace, I took a sip of the creamy sweetness and then rested the cup on the cherry wood end table. Nate's probably fantasizing about Piero Lamas. Martin turned to Reuben. Do you fantasize about me during the day? Every time I drive past a funeral home, Reuben replied in his chartreuse leisure suit. You're nuts about me, and you know it. Martin kissed his husband. Nuts is the word. Reuben sipped his cocoa. I asked Martin, have you thought about how you will answer Dean Hook's request that you retire? Martin smirked. You'll see at the opening night performance. Reuben said, with 5 murders, I'm surprised Detective Manuelo was permitting us to rehearse tonight. Shayla called out from the outer office. Nicky has Manuelo wrapped around his little finger. She giggled naughtily. And from what I hear, it's the only thing on Nicky that is little. Noah chuckled. Reuben glanced at Martin. I've had a great deal of experience with little things. As have I, Martin replied with a glare. Before another War of the Roses broke out, I said, I tell Manuelo what I know, and he pleads with the governor not to shut us down. Martin slid to the edge of his seat. What do you know that we don't? After another sip, I teased my best friend. Just some things about a porn movie and blackmail. Martin looked like a cougar spotting a well-fed raccoon. Nicky Abundanza, Ph.D., you tell me this minute or you'll be teaching an 8 a.m. class next semester. That I gotta see, Shayla shouted. How would you do that, Shayla? Martin added. You don't arrive until 10 a.m. each morning. Unlike you, I need my beauty rest, Martin. I relented. Here's the latest scoop. Upon meeting a guy in a bar, Piero was tricked into becoming Johnny Deep, and Katerina threatened to pound, pun intended, the news home to Mammy and Pappy and to her amour, Nabi Bari. Duffy O'Donnell got his teaching appointment at Tree Meadow because Dolores caught Otto stealing when they worked together at a bank. Martin shivered as if having multiple orgasms. I love working in academia. Martin rubbed his wrinkled forehead. Try saying that 3 times fast with a headache. Anya Nikolaev Dietrich doesn't seem like the kind of person who would give in to blackmail. Shayla, may I speak to you a moment? As if on cue, we heard Anya's voice in the outer office. The 4 of us dove out of our seats and hid behind Martin's office door to watch. In a maroon leotard and caftan, Anya's pale face and high cheekbones looked even paler and higher. I hope I didn't offend you when we kissed. Shayla placed a stray hair back into the dark bun at her neck. We didn't kiss, Anya. You kissed me. Anya revealed a row of white teeth. Yes, but you liked it. How do you know? Is Shayla playing coy? By the way you quivered in my touch. Shayla adjusted her mauve skirt and beige blouse. Maybe I was chilly. In an office with a lit fireplace? I doubt it. Shayla sighed. Maybe I liked it. A little bit. Anya laughed. Or a lot. She sat next to Shayla's desk. Now, where do we go from here? Isn't Anya the merry widow? Where we go, Anya, is you mourn the loss of your husband, dance in your ballet, teach your classes, run your department, and let me run mine. Indignant, Martin started to speak, but Reuben's hand covered his mouth. Anya ran a hand through her long dark hair. I miss Otto terribly. He was my best friend, and I won't rest until whoever did that horrible thing to him is found and put behind bars. She smiled manically. Or better yet, electrocuted. Her face softened. But my Russian and ballet heritage have taught me to push onward, no matter the circumstances. Well, you're not going to push on to me. Anya placed a hand on Shayla's cheek. Your words say one thing, and your face says another, dear one. Shayla pulled away. "Is this some kind of ruse so I'll be your secretary? If so, you shouldn't bother. I will never leave Martin." Martin smiled like a jack-o'-lantern. Shayla added, "Martin is childish, selfish, and egomaniacal, but the rest of you department heads are even worse." Reuben placed both hands over Martin's mouth. "I am not here to gain a secretary." Anya rested a hand on Shayla's knee. "I want a lover." "You were married to a man." "A gay man, who was my companion." "You're a bigot." "Life is not all black and white." "It is when you're white. I'm black, and you hate black people." Anya smiled. "And living with Otto all those years, and now wanting you, has taught me that love makes fools of us and our beliefs." She drew Shayla in for a long, passionate kiss. Then she rose. "Before my rehearsal tonight, I will pick you up here for dinner, precisely at 5. Shayla did a double-take. "How do you know I will go with you?" "I know." Anya blew her a kiss and left. The four of us stormed Shayla's office. We all shouted at once. Shayla whistled us into silence. "I appreciate your concerns and your cautions, but I'm a big girl, and this is personal. So, I don't care to discuss it." Martin looked as if she had taken away his teddy bear. "Even with me?" "Especially with you, Martin." I leaned on her desk. "Be careful, Shayla. There's a mass murderer loose on campus, and Anya is one of the suspects." "And she's a confirmed racist," Reuben added. "You've been hurt before, Shayla," my sweet Noah said, "and we don't want to see you get hurt again." Martin was last. "Knowing this place, word will get out pretty quickly about you and the Russian demagogue. I don't want your reputation ruined, Shayla." She glared at Martin. "I don't doubt you'll get this story out faster than a Republican president pardoning a member of the KKK, but my personal life is my own, and I want to keep it that way. I need to go to the mailroom." Shayla stood and left the office. Martin, Noah, and I encircled Reuben. "What did I do?" Reuben asked in a quandary. I replied, "It's not what you did, it's what you are going to do." "What's that?" "A role play with Anya Nikolev Dietrich." I lifted my chin to the imaginary spotlight. "Because, dear Reuben, we need to protect Shayla, our campus, and our country." I explained my idea, and then Martin and I coached a hesitant yet excited Reuben on his role. After Noah hurried off to the costume shop with Reuben, I headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Finally, I visited Anya in her office to set the wacky wheels in motion. 2 hours later, I was crouched down in the dark lighting booth at the rear of the theater department's theater. Reuben stood in front of the orchestra pit wearing a long black coat, Russian fur hat, and a silver cane. A monocle covered one eye, an enormous fake nose hid his own, a goatee rested on his chin, and a scar sliced his cheek. Anya Nikolev Dietrich entered from the rear double doors and walked to the front of the house. Reuben said in a voice deeper than the pockets of the middle class, "I am Boris Erdovslavsky, a secret liaison to the U.S. State Department." His accent sounded like the result of an Australian mating with a German in Sweden during a Russian invasion. "Anya Nikolev Dietrich, I received a message from Nicky Abundanza to meet you here." "My condolences on the death of your husband." "Thank you. Why am I here?" Reuben motioned Anya to sit next to him in the front row of the theater. Once they were seated, he said, "We have been watching you." "We?" "The Russian managers." "Good save, Reuben." Anya said, "I came to the United States as a young girl." "Yes, as a ballet student. And later you were a member of Andrei Petrovsky's ballet company." She nodded. "More recently, you have become a college dance professor and department head." He smiled. And you have attended alt-right rallies.
Anya cocked her head.
Why does this interest you?
Reuben grasped his monocle and leaned in toward her.
You are the kind of person we seek for various positions.
What kind of positions?
Not fourth and fifth positions.
Reuben laughed wildly at his own joke.
A little ballet humor.
Back to business, Reuben.
When the Republicans control the White House, there is much for us to do.
Such as?
She asked.
Electronically rigging elections for Republicans running for office, spreading false news against Democratic candidates via the internet. Things like that to make my mommy proud as she drinks her vodka, plays with her babushka dolls, and gazes out the window at 10-foot snowdrifts back in the homeland.
Reuben, what does this have to do with me?
Anya asked. Reuben scratched at his goatee and then immediately pressed it back onto his chin.
We make appointments, rather recommendations for the president's cabinet members and other high-level positions. In each case, we seek someone who will do irreconcilable damage to the mission of their office, whether it is the environment, health, education, science, defense, or the arts. Which is why I asked to meet you in a theater.
Why?
So we can visualize it burning to the ground.
He unleashed a devilish grin.
With you at the helm.
Anya did a double-take. You are considering me to head the National Endowment for the Arts?
If you promise to shuffle the arts off to Buffalo,
he guffawed.
Why would I want to do that?
Because the arts, science, education, and culture enlighten people. Those we keep in power rely on us to keep Americans clueless, which is why we've taken over the internet and the news outlets. So, you can either join us and become wealthy, or be left behind, powerless, poor, and helpless.
He tinted his fingers.
Think of it, Anya. You would be in a very high position to help achieve our shared goals.
Our shared goals?
He pointed to his right.
To restore the white, Christian, heterosexual to his proper place of adulation and supremacy. In other words, make him a top.
Reuben!
And to make America great again under Mother Russia, like a blini floating in a bowl of borscht.
Really, Reuben?
Anya grinned like a pit bull facing a shaved thigh.
I have always been against minority groups receiving special rights.
I agree. Special rights like eating, going to school, getting medical care, and marrying. It's disgraceful.
Reuben reeled her in.
You would be able to help stop that, and the position's salary is well into the 6 figures, paid for by tax dollars, of course.
Anya licked her lips like an Orthodox rabbi in the closet with the ham sandwich.
How may I interview for the position?
You are doing that now.
You have the authority to make these kinds of decisions?
Of course. We are totally in control.
Reuben folded his arms over his chest.
But we only work with people we can trust.
I am a trustworthy person.
Prove it.
How?
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
What?
Anya, we expect 100% allegiance from you. So, since I told you our secret, you must share something about yourself that nobody else knows.
He raised the large ring on his forefinger.
I am filming you as we speak.
This isn't a Scientology session, Reuben. I don't have any secrets.
We all have secrets, Anya. And right-wing politicians have them in spades, which is how we in Russia achieved our position of power. He giggled. A little shower video is worth its weight in gold. Catch my snowdrift?
Get to the investigation.
He grazed her cheek with the tip of his cane. "Do you want power, Anya? Great wealth, high position over undesirables?" She squirmed in her chair. "What do you want to know?" He came fake nose to real nose with her. "Something very personal about you." "Martin taught you well." Anya rubbed her forehead and sat in silence. Finally, she said, "I took a sabbatical from the ballet company 19 years ago." "Yes?" Reuben asked, more excited than a foodaholic at a buffet. Anya stared straight ahead. "For 6 months." "Why?" She sighed. "To have a child. It was Andre's." "Did he know?" "No." "Did you raise the child in secret?" She shook her head, and not a hair flew out of place. "I put the child up for adoption with a government-funded evangelical Christian adoption agency catering only to white, heterosexual, fundamentalist Christian couples." "I approve. We are the only race who should have children. The Chinese make our children look stupid. The African Americans cause our kids to appear bad in sports. The Latinos are so demonstrative with their kids, it makes our kids feel unlovable. And the gays are the worst. Their kids are so well-dressed, our kids seem totally out of vogue." She looked at him suspiciously. "She's smelling a Russian rat. Reuben, cut the comedy and the interview." "Well, I think I have what I need." Reuben rose. Anya joined him. "And will you notify me if I have won the position?" "Very soon. You are certainly in the running." He smiled. "I predict a swastika armband will be placed on your arm at the next book burning in the White House." Once Anya left, I congratulated Reuben and then left for home, where I told Noah about the role play. After we ate dinner, Noah drove to Avi and me to the campus faster than a taxi driver with a pregnant woman in the back seat, giving birth to triplets. As soon as we reached the dance theater, I stood center stage and made my, unfortunately, customary speech encouraging our troupe to dance despite our latest tragedy, losing Otto. When only Avi and Noah applauded at my grand bow, I hurried off stage like a vaudevillian facing the hook. Noah took Avi back to his dressing room. Pietro approached Nate's stage manager's console, so I hid behind a teaser curtain and watched. "I know Professor Abundanza is right. I should get on with my life, but it just doesn't seem the same without my sister." In his nutcracker costume, Pietro's sapphire eyes begged for affection. Nate's thin blonde hair spilled onto his forehead. "At a time like this, my father would say, think about the heart rather than the hurt. Of course, it hurts to lose your sister, but, like you said, you wanted to play the nutcracker since you were a kid, and now's your chance. So let that carry you through." He scratched at the neck of his black shirt. "I bet you're thinking, how did I get mixed up with somebody so cold and shallow like Nate? But I think life is about challenges and opportunities. Like my father says, you don't want to miss an opportunity because you feel challenged." Standing next to Piero, he added, "And don't feel like you're alone. Your boyfriend is right here beside you, and I'm not going anywhere." Nate blushed. "I hope you're not thinking it's too early for me to call myself your boyfriend, and I'll totally understand if you don't ever want me to do that again. We've only known each other a couple of months, and we haven't officially dated. Sure, we've spent a lot of time together at rehearsals and getting something to eat together afterward, and I've really enjoyed kissing you. I mean, really enjoyed it. I bet you're thinking I'm asking for a kiss now or something more than a kiss. To be honest, I would really like that, but I totally understand that you probably don't want to do something like that with someone who has no experience in that arena." "Nate?" "Yeah?" Piero wrapped his strong arms around Nate's thin body. "I'm honored to have you as my boyfriend." They shared a long, deep kiss. "And as soon as the ballet performances are over, if you'll have me, I'm going to make love to you." "If I'll have you? Believe me, I'll have you any day of the week, at any time of the day, even if it means getting up in the middle of the night on a cold, snowy day. You're probably thinking that sounds—"
I disappeared backstage, made my way down the hall, and stopped in the doorway of Anya's dressing room. "Anya, I'm so sorry about what happened to Otto." In her sugar plum fairy white tutu, Anya sat at her makeup mirror gazing up at me. "Otto's body is being examined. When they are through, I will cremate him as he wished." Otto's already burned up, literally and figuratively. I sat on the stool next to hers. "Are you able to rehearse tonight?" She nodded. "I need to be here at the ballet Otto choreographed for me. It is my way of mourning for him and honoring his life." Squeezing her arm, I said, "You're a real trooper." "A storm trooper." I continued to Noah's dressing room and gasped at the sight of my husband looking incredibly hot in his cavalier jacket and white tights. "You look amazing." "I hope I can do Otto's choreography justice." "You certainly do the tights justice." I pinched his bottom. "Have a good rehearsal. And be careful." "Always." He blew me a kiss. I arrived at the next dressing room to find Martin in his Drosselmeyer suit, shaking his fist at his husband. "Don't look for autograph hounds yet, Reuben. So your brilliant acting skills in your role-play helped you find out Anya had a baby. Lest you forget who taught you the skills of acting and sleuthing." "I haven't forgotten. It was Nicky." Reuben winked at me. Martin glared at him. "You certainly have a big head like Nicky's." I doubt it. Martin fumed. "But I taught you everything you know, Reuben, and how quickly you were prepared to toss me into the old actor's home and claim all the applause for yourself." "If the Tony Award fits." "It's going to fit, Reuben, when I shove it up your—" I moved on to Avi's dressing room and found him in his Fritz outfit. "You didn't need to get into costume." "It makes me feel better." I glanced at my watch and then led to Avi across the stage, down the steps, and into our front row center seats. He whispered in my ear, "I've been watching and listening to everyone." Like father, like son. "Liz Kenton seems upset about something." I patted his knee. Then I called out, "Cast members, please take your positions in the wings. We'll pick up from where we left off." The house lights went down, and the stage lights went down. The house lights went up, the stage lights went up, and then down again. The house lights went down, the stage lights went up, the house lights went up, the stage lights went down. "Nate?" "Sorry, Professor. The computerized lighting board has a short. This reminds me of the time my computer at home—" "Is it fixed?" "Sure thing, Professor. You're probably thinking, let's start the rehearsal." The house lights dimmed, and the stage lights came up brighter than a UFO landing. "Nate!" "Sorry, Professor." The lights finally filled the stage appropriately, revealing Piero and Liz as Nutcracker and Clara sitting on their thrones with their backs to the audience. My Noah entered as the Cavalier and did his solo dance with every turn, leap, and jump executed perfectly. Next, Anya joined Noah for his pas de deux with the Sugar Plum Fairy. Noah lifted her effortlessly, and she seemed to enjoy him as a dance partner. Then Noah exited, and Anya motioned for Liz to join her. Liz danced circles around Anya, who gasped and seemed to struggle with each move. When I had my cell phone in hand ready to call the paramedics, Noah re-entered and steadied Anya. Then she led Liz and Piero onto the gold sleigh on stage, waved her wand, and sent them off, as the sleigh slid off stage into the stage manager's console faster than a restaurant dishwasher at an immigration raid. "Ow! Are you all right, Nate?" "I'm guessing my nose and forehead will stop bleeding pretty soon, Professor. Then I can move my handkerchief over to my lip and neck." I called for a break while Noah brought the ice pack backstage to Nate. After calling the cast into the house, I stood in front of the orchestra pit and gave my notes. Then Liz rose from her seat in the second row. "After the sleigh goes off stage, as Clara, I should re-enter, stand downstage center, and explain to the audience that the theme of the ballet is that abstinence before heterosexual marriage is God's plan for us." "No." "That's religious discrimination against me, Professor." "Call it whatever you like."
At the end of the ballet, we move into the curtain call. Liz cleared her throat. Professor, after the curtain call, I would like to discuss with the audience the importance of abstinence only before heterosexual marriage, sex education in schools, and the government-funded help available for students. Piero rose from his seat next to her. What kind of help? Therapy. Meaning? Prayer, scared straight lectures, and conversion therapy. Piero's face contorted like a bull facing red paint, tomato sauce, and red roses. Screw you, Liz. Excuse me? You heard me. Screw you and your torture methods. I'm not torturing anyone. You are when you're advocating for so-called conversion therapy. Liz glared at him. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I do. Sweat beads formed along Piero's brow. When I was 15, my parents sent me to a Christian center for therapy. A guy twice my age strapped me to a table, put wires all over me, showed me pictures of naked guys, and zapped me with electricity. The more I screamed out in pain, the more volts I got. Then he took my dick in his hands and squeezed. Hard. Liz shouted. What you are saying is fake news and religious discrimination against me. No, Liz, it was torture. Against me, Piero yelled. I'm not torturing anyone. I'm proclaiming the vital and urgent need for everyone to be abstinent until heterosexual marriage. The people you admire are sanctioning and administering child abuse. Piero was in her face. And if anyone ever again brutalizes me or anyone I love like that ever again, I'll kill them. Liz dropped into her seat and started to cry. What have I done? Noah and I glanced at each other. I asked, Liz, what's wrong? She ran out of the house weeping with Anya following her. Looks like it's time for the last role play. Chapter 7. When we arrived home, Noah, Ta'avi, and I met in the study to plan and rehearse the last role play. Doesn't every family do that before bedtime? The next day, I sped through breakfast with my aloe vera and apple cider vinegar chaser, the gym, research in my college office, and lunch in the cafeteria. After Noah's classes, he phoned Liz Canton. Then he attended his committee meeting, picked Ta'avi up at school, and finally got the both of them into makeup and wardrobe in the theater's costume shop. I hurried toward the Christian Student Union building to watch the upcoming role play. Nicky, do you have a moment? For the camera. I froze in place like a popsicle in a snowstorm in Alaska. Turning around and smiling into the camera, I said, I am always happy to address my public. Rose Carlyle adjusted a blue contact lens over her brown eye. Her strident voice caused squirrels to dive behind rocks. We've come a long way from the first story about poison ivy on campus. There have been 5 murders in your Nutcracker production. Why do you think someone is killing your cast and crew? She ran a hand through her dyed, oversprayed hair. I've heard of people not supporting the arts, but this is ridiculous. I wiped Rose's saliva out of my eyes, and then turned to the camera. Good people of Tree Meadow, in the past, you have cheered my productions and my sleuthing skills. Now I ask you to have faith that I, Nicky Abundanza, will once again bring you a great show and also bring you justice. I bowed. Remembering that Rose was reviewing the ballet, I added, and we'll do it for Gregorio. She smiled. My brother had a crush on a dancer who resembled you and danced your role. But I doubt the lucky dancer had my crime-solving skills. Speaking of which, how will you pull off a fine production amidst so much murder and mayhem? Brilliantly, as always. I winked into the camera. Stay tuned, fine fans. I will open a fantastic ballet tomorrow night and catch the killer. I made my way into the Christian Student Union without getting hit by lightning. After I passed wooden crosses and vacant stares from zombie-like Stepford students, I entered the conference room and hid behind a stack of Bibles. Literally. A few minutes later, Liz Canton entered in a white blouse and black shirt and sat at the long wooden table. Immediately following, Noah walked into the room, except it looked nothing like Noah. My handsome husband sported a black crew cut, gray beady eyes, a long pointy nose, no chin, and a pot-belly. His suit was outdated and the color of seaweed. By his side was a young boy with white hair that stuck up like a Chinese fan. His pale face and white eyes registered a perpetual gaze of shock and horror. Despite his constant twitching and tremoring, he somehow managed to keep his finger lodged inside his nose and his tongue drooping over his chin. Ta'avi wore a frayed, stained orange jumpsuit. Noah led Ta'avi to a side chair at the table and then sat across from Liz. His voice sounded like a cat caught in a vacuum cleaner.
I'm Dick Katcher from the Bird Rubber Evangelical Foundation.
Liz shook Noah's hand, her large dark eyes examining him. It's nice to meet you. Ta'avi moaned and groaned.
That is young John Doe.
Liz winced. John Doe?
He's the result of a horrible experiment gone wrong,
Noah said. What experiment was that? Liz asked.
Little John Doe's parents had a premarital sex.
He motioned toward Ta'avi.
And took what God's wrath hath produced.
Ta'avi rocked back and forth in his chair, salivating and snorting. Overacting, anyone? Liz moved her chair away from Ta'avi's. Then she asked Noah, Why do you want to meet with me? Noah replied,
My organization is quite impressed with your work on this campus, Miss Canton.
She smiled proudly. Thank you. A line appeared across her forehead. But I must admit, until you phoned me today, I had never heard of your foundation.
You haven't?
Noah's jaw dropped to the cross dangling from his neck.
The Bird Rubber Evangelical Foundation has devoted millions of tax-exempt dollars to sharing our message of sexual abstinence until heterosexual marriage. After all, if people disobey God's command, this is the result.
He pointed to Ta'avi. Ta'avi rolled his eyes around his head and his tongue around his mouth, and then spit up on Liz's shoulder. Just a tad over the top. She took a handkerchief from her purse, wiped her blouse, and then moved to a seat farther away from Ta'avi. I have been trying my best to spread the word on campus about abstinence until heterosexual marriage.
And we so appreciate that.
Noah tinted his fingers and then formed a cross with them.
That is why I am offering you the position of college spokesperson for our foundation.
She did a double-take. You are?
I never lie, nor would anyone in my foundation. It would be unchristian. And like Republicans' appointees to the courts, the members of my foundation completely ignore the Constitution and follow biblical principles only.
He scratched at his nose, dislodged it, and quickly replaced it.
We bypassed the sections in the Old Testament forbidding eating shellfish, wearing clothing made of more than one fabric, not wearing jewelry, selling your daughter to slavery, and one man marrying many women as his property. And we zero in on the one line stating a man must not lie with another man.
He smiled.
Of course, we know the correct translation is, a man must not lie with a boy. But we would face the wrath of the Catholic Church if we tried to go with that one.
He laughed.
We also completely ignore the New Testament commands to love others, give what we have to the poor, feed the hungry, take care of the destitute, and welcome everyone. Because that wouldn't be realistic, since we don't associate with poor people. Instead, we zero in on Paul's commands for sexual purity.
Sighing, he said,
But realistically, how many people will be celibate besides closet gay Mormons? And even they have been found out in the fields of Utah having a bromance or two. So we settled for the next best thing,
abstinence until heterosexual marriage. As our slogan says, heterosexual marriage before the baby carriage. Some ask why we don't include homosexual marriage. To be honest, it's because the gays just don't donate enough money to our foundation. They spend their dollars on concerts performed by female rock stars. So our slogan says, feeling a bit gay? Get down on your knees to pray.
He added,
or my personal favorite, anal sex does not gel. Top or bottom, you go to hell.
He clapped his hands and giggled merrily. My husband, the poet. Remember the investigation, Noah? Liz slid to the edge of her seat.
What is it that you would like me to do?
Noah opened his arms like the father welcoming the prodigal son.
Represent our foundation at colleges all over this great Christian nation.
He opened a briefcase.
Of course, you will be very well paid, tax-exempt. And our foundation will cover all your first-class travel costs.
Liz looked like Dorothy in the Emerald City.
It sounds wonderful.
It is wonderful, as is our foundation slogan, from premarital sex you must refrain. If horny as hell, remember to abstain.
He added with a wink.
I wrote that one.
The investigation.
Mr. Catcher, what exactly will I be doing on the college campuses? He replied matter-of-factly,
breaking into college dormitory rooms, cars parked in seclusion at night, and community rooms, where in each case you will burn condoms, lube, IUDs, birth control pills, dildos, and butt plugs. You will also enter libraries and destroy every book that includes sexual activity outside of heterosexual marriage. Finally, you will burst into auditoriums during professors' lectures and into theaters at performances and address the student audiences on the evils of having premarital sex and of using birth control. They may respond to you by parroting studies showing that students who pledge abstinence get pregnant 70% more frequently than students on birth control. If so, you just proclaim that fake news and shout out Foundation's newest slogan. Even if you partner with a troll, never use birth control.
He wagged his long finger at her.
And if the women's libbers burn their bras and get the dykes on bikes after you, wave your banner high with our quote, a blow-up doll men can inflate, as long as it is female and straight.
He groaned.
And if the LGBTLMNOP groups start waving their rainbow flags at you, offer our most utilized slogan, don't go with the trick, or we'll cut off your dick.
He guffawed joyously. I married a madman.
Get to the point, Noah.
Liz moved her dark hair behind her ears.
It all sounds wonderful, and I truly believe in your organization's mission.
Gazing down at the table, she added, now more than ever.
Wonderful. Do we have a deal?
Making eye contact with Noah again, she said,
when would you like me to start?
Noah sat back and smiled like a proud Jewish grandparent watching his grandson's penis get cut a bris.
Immediately.
Her face turned ashen.
There's one small problem with that.
All problems can be solved with the Lord's and the government's help.
I'm afraid this one is unsolvable.
Nonsense. What's wrong?
He leaned forward on his elbows. Tears streamed down her cheeks.
I'm pregnant.
Noah clutched at his cross and gasped.
And the father?
He's no longer living.
You two were married, of course.
She shook her head.
He was my college professor, Nabi Bari.
Bursting into tears, she said,
I fell in love and made a terrible mistake.
Then she ran out of the room. An hour later, Noah and Ta'avi were out of their makeup and wigs and back in their dress shirts, slacks, and blazers. They sat at our Victorian dining room table between the hutch and the window seat. I served the casserole, chicken, artichokes, cannellini beans, watercress, and Taleggio cheese over brown rice chanterelle mushroom risotto. Then, sitting at the head of the table, I said, "That was the most bizarre role play we've ever done," which is certainly saying a great deal. Ta'avi scooped up some beans with his fork.
The end justifies the beans.
"It seems so," I smiled at Noah. "Congratulations for uncovering a new clue."
"I didn't do it alone."
Noah raised his glass of kale, beet, avocado, pomegranate juice.
"Nice work, son."
Ta'avi executed a half bow.
My dad's taught me everything I know.
He giggled.
Then I perfected it.
As we ate our dinners, I said, "We had jumped to the conclusion that Katerina was carrying Nabi's child. It was actually Liz." Noah took a forkful of mushroom risotto.
"I remember you overheard Liz arguing with Nabi in his office."
I let the warm, creamy casserole melt on my tongue before swallowing. I assumed Liz was judging Nabi for his behavior with Katerina.
"In a way, she was," Noah said, "because Nabi was cheating on her.
I wonder if Liz will have the baby."
"With her evangelical background? I can't imagine she'll do anything else."
"You never know. Liz is an unmarried evangelical Christian who became pregnant by a fundamentalist Muslim. Hypocrite soup, anyone?" I watched Ta'avi eating quietly.
"Ta'avi, you heard a number of adult things today. Are you okay with that?"
I'm cool.
Ta'avi offered me the hang loose sign.
Like I told you, I learned everything in Hawaii.
Always the font of sensitivity. Noah asked, "Do you have any questions?" Ta'avi nodded.
Can I dance tonight?
"That's our boy." Dr. Jeff said yes, but don't overexert yourself.
I know, Pop. I have to be at my top energy for opening tomorrow night.
Noah and I shared a smile. When we arrived at the dance theater, I spotted Anya Nikolev Dietrich and Shayla sitting on a pink chaise in a corner of the lobby. Both women looked lovely in coral and topaz dresses, respectively. Noah and Ta'avi went on ahead through the theater house. I stood behind a lobby column, pretending to be examining the pink and gold marble. Anya said, "I had a wonderful time." Shayla nodded. "I've never had Russian food before. The chicken Kiev dish was terrific." Her dimples appeared. "So were my second and third helpings." "It is one of my favorite dishes and favorite restaurants." Anya took Shayla's hand. "And you are one of my favorite people." Shayla pulled away and rested her hands on her lap. "Why did you do that?" Let's see. Maybe because you're a bigot and I'm not?" Anya sighed. "There are many different types of bigotry." "Meaning?" "I am proud of my heritage and race, and I seek a world where that is celebrated and perhaps revered. You seek the same for yours, yet you call me names and blame me. Who is the bigot?" Shayla's dark eyes magnified. "I hope for equality for everyone, not one race or sexual orientation pushing down the others and having all the power. You go, girl." Anya placed a hand on Shayla's knee. "I have traditional values." "Yeah, like slavery, cross-burning, tree hangings, and car draggings." "Why do you think these things of me?" "Because you're a racist and a homophobe." "Am I?" Anya took Shayla in her arms for a long, deep, passionate kiss. Anya's alt-right friends would think she's made a left-hand turn. Shayla shot up like a fountain. "Why are you doing this?" Anya stood and rested an arm around her shoulder. "Because you are beautiful, intoxicating, entertaining, smart, sweet, and sexy." Try saying that 3 times fast without spraying more than a windshield wiper in a monsoon. "And I want you more than I have ever wanted anyone." "But you believe your race is superior to mine, and that I should go live in Africa." "I want you to live right here, where you belong, in my heart." She kissed Shayla again.
Shayla placed her hands over her face and ran out of the lobby. Anya entered the theater. I followed as if having just arrived. After making my way through the theater house, I walked slowly up the steps to the stage manager's console, stage left. Piero, in his nutcracker costume, stood looking down at Nate in his blacks. "Thank you for making dinner. It was wonderful, just like you." They shared a kiss. When they parted, Nate said, "My mother left the recipe for me before she and my father went to their community meeting. You're probably thinking that I've never cooked anything before. That's not entirely true. I've made some things for myself, like cheese sandwiches and Greek salads. I'll bet you're thinking that making a sandwich or a salad isn't really cooking since all the ingredients are cold, but that's not really true. I read an article on the web about the raw food revolution where everything on the plate is prepared raw. You're probably thinking—" I nodded to Nate and quickly headed backstage. Someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into a dressing room. I landed on the sofa looking up at Martin in his Drosselmeyer costume. "What do you know, Nicky?" Catching my breath, I replied, "Noah and Taavi did a role play." "And?" Katerina wasn't pregnant with Nabi Badi's child. Looking like a child who found lit coal in his Christmas stocking, Martin collapsed onto the stool at the makeup table. "Someone call the paramedics," Reuben said, sitting next to me in a leisure suit matching Martin's costume. I added, "Liz Canton was." "Yes!" I couldn't help giggling. "Martin, you revived like a soaked prune." "And he has more wrinkles than one, too," Martin said to his husband. "On opening night, you and Dean John Hook will see who's old." I wished them a good final technical dress rehearsal. Then I peeked into Anya's dressing room and found Anya sitting on the love seat, wearing her Sugar Plum Fairy costume. Next to her sat Liz in her Clara dress. "Everything all right, ladies?" Liz wiped a tear from her cheek and then nodded. Anya placed a hand on Liz's knee. "We will dance beautifully together." Is Anya a Mormon seeking two wives? Have a good tech. I made my way down to Noah's and to Avi's dressing rooms and gave each of my men a good luck kiss. Next, I headed into my dressing room to put on my Mouse King costume and head. They were heavier, hotter, and more cumbersome than I had imagined. So Noah led me to the wings, where I watched, waiting for my entrance cue. The house lights dimmed, the stage lights came up, and the opening music played. I breathed, as best I could, a sigh of relief. Nate and the tech crew seemed to have ironed out most of the technical difficulties. The party guests played their small roles well. However, I suspect one of them took method acting a bit too seriously as he wobbled off the stage like a happy hour celebrant. Martin was hammier than Spam as Drosselmeyer giving Clara the Nutcracker doll. I was relieved to watch Taavi in full energy as the mischievous Fritz. After the tree grew and knocked over a stage light, I made my entrance to terrorize Clara and duel with the Nutcracker, leading to my sweaty, out-of-breath, and very grateful demise. Then I watched from the wings with my head in my hands, my Mouse King head, that is, as Liz and Piero did their pas de deux. Liz's technique wasn't as strong as Katerina's, but she made up for it in raw emotion. The set pieces wobbled during the scene changes, as Nate accidentally banged his nose into the stage manager's console. The snowflakes danced gracefully, except for one of them who slid into the wings, and the international suites performed their dances creatively, except for the dewdrop fairy dropping her headpiece. The waltz of the flowers seemed more like the waltz of the fall season as flower petals shed from costumes like dog hair on new carpet. It came as no surprise to me that Noah's Cavalier solo was athletic, rapturous, and perfectly executed. He supported Anya through their dance like a home health care aide with his patient. Yet, Anya seemed revived when she danced with Liz, as if tapping into the younger woman's vitality. Finally, Anya led Liz and Piero off on their gold sleigh as the snow fell on them like white bombs. All right, so we still had some things to work out, but the show was far superior to our previous technical rehearsals. After the curtain call, I asked the dancers to get changed and meet me in the house. I was never happier to get out of my clothes, except when I'm with Noah. After giving my notes, I asked everyone to get some rest, and we all went home. Since Noah was driving, we no doubt arrived first. Once we were in our T-shirts and boxers, Noah and I tucked Ta'avi into his sleigh bed.
"How did I do tonight?"
Ta'avi asked, clearly fishing for compliments. On one side of the bed, Noah adjusted the comforter under Ta'avi's chin. "Your dance with the wooden horse was appropriately menacing." Sitting opposite Noah, I kissed Ta'avi's forehead. "And you were a perfect little brat." Ta'avi beamed like a spotlight.
"Thanks, guys."
When Noah and I were at the door to Ta'avi's bedroom, our son said,
"It's time, Pop."
"Time?" Ta'avi nodded.
"For you to make your list. Good night."
Noah put his arm around me and we walked down the hall. When we entered our bedroom, he reached into the drawer under our four-poster, handed me my laptop, and crawled into bed. "Let me know if you need any help." By the time I had gotten into bed and turned on my laptop, my Watson was snoring softly. I sat cross-legged and created a new file. The Nutcracker Ballet Murders. Victims: Thomas Bighorse, Duffy O'Donnell, Nabi Bari, Katerina Lamas, Otto Dietrich. Suspects and motives: Anya Nikolev Dietrich. Her husband Otto came on to Thomas, Duffy, and Piero and pressured her to hire Duffy. As an alt-right member, she was prejudiced against Thomas, Native American and gay, Duffy, transsexual, Nabi, Muslim, and Katerina, Latina. Liz Canton. She was jealous of Katerina's relationship with Nabi and angry at Nabi for impregnating her. She wanted Katerina out of the ballet so she could play Clara. As a strong advocate for abstinence until heterosexual marriage, she hypocritically disapproved of Thomas, gay, Duffy, transsexual, and Katerina, stripper. Piero Lamas. He wanted Thomas, his stud ex-lover, out of the way so he could play the Nutcracker. He was angry at his sister Katerina for being a stripper, telling his parents that he is gay, and threatening to tell others of his accidental porn career as Johnny Depp. Nate Owen. He adores Piero, therefore he shares Piero's motives. I stared at the screen. There's something I'm missing, and I have less than 24 hours to find it. Chapter 8. Noah, Ta'avi, and I slept a bit later than usual the next morning. Then we rushed around upstairs getting dressed, like a televangelist in his secretary's office before taping. At breakfast, buckwheat crepes with asparagus, leeks, and baked eggs, in the nook. Needing all the energy I could muster for the ballet, I swallowed a few extra vitamins with an ample dose of apple cider vinegar and aloe vera juice. Noah left to whiz Ta'avi to school and then teach his classes. I grabbed my coat and gym bag, drove to campus, parked in the lot, nodded at the statues of tree and meadow, and then walked along the cobblestone path surrounded by the white stone wall. Since it had snowed overnight, the sun lit up the tree branches like white candles. As I gazed out at the cottony-topped mountains and still celeste blue winding river, I thought back to everything that had happened over the last week. Pretending I was analyzing a play for production, I reviewed the plot, theme, locations, and characters, including their actions, objectives, motivations, emotions, and dialogue. I found myself in front of the college library. I entered and hurried down the steps to the archives section. A young man with pink hair and tattoos all over his forehead, neck, and arms stood behind the desk. Clad in a black T-shirt and black chinos, he listened to music via earphones, texted with one hand, and ate a donut with the other. I wonder what he's doing with his feet. I cleared my throat and received no response. When I tapped on the desk, he looked up with one eye. "Professor Abundanza, do you remember me?" "Of course." "Not at all. It's Henry Leppett." "Right. How could I forget a name like that?" "I learned a lot in your play directing class." "That's good to hear." "I learned that I don't like play directing, so I switched majors to engineering." Theater's loss is engineering's gain, or vice versa. "Henry, can you please give me all the newspaper articles you have on Andrei Petrovsky's ballet company?" "Sure." He typed frantically on his computer. "Sit at station 3, and the articles will come up on that screen." "Thanks." I sat in the cubicle and read the 3 articles available. Next, I returned to the desk and found Henry playing a computer game. I asked for more articles on the dance world. After returning to the cubicle and reading them, a germ of an idea sprung forth in my brain like a new cutting. I left the library, picked up lunch at the cafeteria, and worked out at the gym. By the time I got home, Noah and Ta'avi arrived as well. After dinner, Noah whizzed us to campus faster than an anti-gay politician leaving the back room of a gay bar in November. In our dark suits, Martin, Ruben, Noah, Ta'avi, and I stood in the lobby of the dance theater doing press interviews and welcoming high-profile audience members. Dean John Hook entered huffing and puffing. He took off his coat, drank water from the cooler, and then rested on a gold bench with his stomach protruding from his blue suit. Martin approached him with a sneer. "Winded by your walk from the parking lot?" Hook nodded, unable to speak. Giggling, Martin said, "I walk that every day and evening without so much as a pant. Perhaps you should retire, Hook." Rose Carlyle entered. Martin, Ruben, Noah, Ta'avi, and I raced to her camera like teenagers at a fake ID sales counter. Rose's high-pitched voice shook the lobby glass windows, and the spray from her lisp washed them. "With all that has gone on this week, will the audience see a ballet tonight?" I leaned into the camera. "The Nutcracker Ballet is a holiday classic that Tree Meadow College is proud to present. As director, I, Nicky Abundanza, am incredibly proud of our wonderful presentation. And as a special treat, I will be taking on the pivotal role of the Mouse King, who wants ratvenge against the Nutcracker for killing the royal mouse's mother." Noah elbowed me, nearly cracking a rib. "And I, Noah Oliver, will be starring as the cavalier who ushers the Nutcracker and Clara to happiness." Ta'avi stuck his head underneath my arm.
"But first I, Ta'avi Kapule Oliver Abundanza, as the energetic Fritz, set the story in motion when I break Clara's Nutcracker doll." "Which is given to Clara by me, Martin Anderson, as the beloved Uncle Drosselmeyer," Martin said, peeking his head around my torso. "And constructed by me, Ruben Markinson, prompt designer and master," Ruben said over my shoulder. Rose's tight face wobbled as she tried unsuccessfully to project an emotional expression. "There have been 5 murders in your company. Will tonight's performance bring number 6? I placed my hands over Noah's and Ta'avi's mouths and stood on Martin's and Ruben's toes. "There will be no more murders, because I, sleuth extraordinaire, have been researching and using the little gray cells. After the ballet, I will announce the identity of the murderer." "Will I get the exclusive?" "You bet." "You heard it here first, folks." Rose and her crew scampered off. We next schmoozed the other reviewers, promising to name them in our wills. "Here's our boys." Bonnie, Mom Oliver, took a picture of Noah, Ta'avi, and me with her iPhone. A moment later she said, "Judy in Wisconsin said you 3 look cuter than the ballet dancers on public television. She asked why you aren't wearing white tights stuffed with gym socks." "Hi, Mom," Noah and I said in cute unison. She pulled the 3 of us into her violet dress for a long hug, and then left violet lipstick marks on our cheeks.
Avi, you had us worried sick, but you look more fit than a rabbit in mating season. She spouts witty metaphors, too. I guess men really do marry their mothers.
Thanks, Grandma.
Avi offered her the hang loose sign. Moving her hand through her gray blonde hair a la Mae West, she added, Nicky, do you need another performer on stage? As you know, I have experience. Scott, Dad Oliver, wearing a rumpled suit, appeared at her side. How are my favorite fellas? Dad scooped us all up for a tight bear hug. Then he took out a television listing from his inside jacket pocket, scratched at his bald head, and pulled at his stomach rolls. The Nutcracker Ballet is on TV in 2 hours. How long is your show? Mom groaned. Our boys are doing the Nutcracker, Dad. I know, but the TV version is really something. Mom waved him away like a fly at a diner. Our coats and luggage are in the car. Mom's eyes matched Noah's. We're really looking forward to our visit. Avi grinned.
Did you bring cheese from Wisconsin, Grandpa?
Dad laughed. We sure did, and lots of presents for you.
I'm looking forward to your visit, too,
Avi said. Thanks, Dad, Noah and I said in unison, again. Mom kissed Avi's cheek. It's such a blessing seeing you up and well. If only Judy and Jax, Tommy and Timmy had the same blessing with their little adopted daughter, Dung, from Vietnam. What's wrong with Dung? Noah asked like the straight man, no pun intended, in a comedy act. Mom sighed. Tommy and Timmy had hidden their Christmas gifts in the closet. All bought by Jack, no doubt, Dad added. Ignoring him, Mom said, Well, wouldn't you know, Dung got into all the gifts, including the Christmas candy. The poor little thing ate all of it. She was on such a sugar high that she ran smack into the tree, and the decorated Christmas tree fell on Dung. Now Tommy and Timmy can't get Dung out of their bed. Dad tapped my shoulder. Hey, Nicky, you need me to do another role play to catch the murderer? I did a double take. How do you know there's a murderer? There's always a murderer when you guys do a show. Nicky's close to figuring it out, Dad, Noah said.
And I helped,
Avi added with a wink. I'll bet you did, Dad tweaked Avi's nose. Hey, it was a long ride. I need to use the little boy's room. And I could use the little girl's room, Mom added. Noah directed them. As they walked off, Mom said to Dad, Except for all the murders, this is such a nice college. Dad replied, Speaking of colleges, Animal House is on TV tonight. I heard a loud, familiar voice. Ah, Nicky, Noah, Avi. Noah covered his ears as Giacomo, Papa Abbondanza, and Valentina, Mama Abbondanza, headed our way like cattle at a stampede. Mama, in a black dress that accentuated her jelly rolls, wrenched our heads into her heaving bosom and kissed us again and again. In his black suit with the belt removed to allow for his expanded stomach, Papa cracked bones as he hugged us. Mama screamed, Avi, thank God you're all well. I prayed for you to St. Anthony. I cocked my head. Isn't Anthony the saint for lost things? Maybe, Mama shrugged. I don't pay much attention in church. I thought you went to an open and affirming church like us. You've been going to the Catholic Church instead? Only for bingo night. Mama displayed her new black necklace, and when they give out free rosary beads. If you move around the beads, they make a great necklace. She modeled it for us. Papa messed to Avi's hair. You had us worried, little guy. Are you sure you're all right? Avi asked. Did you bring pastries from your bakery, Grandpapa? Papa shouted. Of course.
Then I'm all right.
They shared a hug. Have you caught the murderer yet, Nicky? Mama asked. I threw up my hands. How do you know we've had murders here? When don't you have murders here? Mama said. Papa added, Who would let their kids come to this school? It'd be like sending them off to war. Ah! Mama and Papa spotted Mom and Dad.
All four of them screamed, kissed, and hugged. Mom took numerous iPhone pictures for Judy in Wisconsin, who would have come along had dung not gotten into her car and clogged up the ignition. Noah, Ta'avi, and I excused ourselves and then strolled into the house, up the stairs, across the stage, and toward the backstage area. As Noah and Ta'avi headed to their dressing rooms, I heard familiar voices coming from the star dressing room. I hid next to the doorway. "So, this is goodbye?" Anya stood at the center of the room in her white sugar plum fairy tutu. Next to her, Shayla looked amazing in a satin silver dress. "I'm leaving the plantation. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty I'm free at last." Shayla started to leave, so I leaned against the corridor wall. Anya grasped her arm. "I know you'll feel for me what I feel for you. Why won't you give this a chance?" "Because we're as different as chalk and cheese." "Oh, wait, they're both white." Anya drew her in close. "Don't cut yourself off from love. It is a rare and precious gift that comes so infrequently." Shayla started to melt. "Watch the ballet. We will meet afterward for a drink, and to talk about us." "There is no us. I can't get involved with you, Anya." "You already are." Anya planted a firm kiss on Shayla's lips. "Now go, my love, for now." As Shayla left the dressing room, I pretended to be walking down the hallway. "Unless you want to be one of the party guests, you better get to your seat, Shayla. The ballet is about to start." She placed a hand on her ample hip. "And aren't you perfectly cast as the spying rat?" "Me? Spying? Never," I smiled. "Enjoy the show." Then I peeked into each dressing room to wish everyone a good show. When I got to my dressing room and put on the Mouse King costume and head, I gazed into the makeup mirror, thinking about my character, wanting revenge. Again, something about the murders stirred in my mind, but I couldn't put all the desperate pieces together.
"You look great, Pop,"
Ta'avi appeared. He spun around in his Fritz costume.
"But not as great as me."
I took off the Mouse King head. "You sure you're well enough to dance tonight?"
"I'm a dancing fool."
He did a grand plie and disappeared behind the love seat. Rose Carlyle leaned into my dressing room. "Nicky, I'm interviewing the cast on camera in the basement a half hour after the closing curtain." "I'll be there." She was gone. Ta'avi rose from behind the love seat.
"Pop."
Noah hurried in and quickly ushered Ta'avi and me out. "Nate called places." We followed Noah into the wings, as I prayed to the dance gods and goddesses that all would go well. Nate sat at the stage manager's console in his blacks, communicating with various technicians via his headset. Piero, in his nutcracker costume, gazed lovingly at Nate, who noticed and blew Piero a kiss. Piero caught the imaginary kiss and placed it over his heart. The sold-out audience hushed as the house lights dimmed, the curtain opened, and the stage lights came up. Standing next to me, Noah squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back. Ta'avi did the same on my other side. The Victorian guest promenade was appropriately classic and beautiful to watch. It was no surprise to me that Ta'avi stole the show, and the audience members' hearts, in Fritz's aerobic dance with the wooden horse. Martin, as Drosselmeyer, never looked more agile and magical as he offered Liz, as Clara, the Nutcracker doll. After fighting over the Nutcracker, Liz forgave Ta'avi for breaking it in a heartwarming moment. Once Liz mended the doll, the technical cues worked perfectly as she fell asleep on the chase. The Christmas tree rising is glorious. That's my cue. I put on my Mouse King head, entered, taunted, and then battled valiantly with the Nutcracker. When Liz threw her shoe at me, I gratefully hit the deck. The second the lights changed, I hurried off stage, removed my head, and mopped my soaking wet face with it. As the sweat dripped over my eyes, I watched Liz and Piero perfectly perform their pas de deux. Try saying that 3 times fast near a microphone. I held my breath at the seamless set change to Winterland and then enjoyed the beautiful snowflakes dance. My heart pounded in my ears until the land of sweets was flawlessly in view. Like Clara and the Nutcracker, I enjoyed each of the colorful and creative international sweets dances. Having Shayla in the audience must have revived Anya. I had never seen her dance with more energy, grace, and style. She and Noah made a fine team as he lifted her in the air like a graceful feather. Anya's dance with Liz brought audience members to tears as the older woman wished the younger woman well, and then sent Liz and Piero off on their gold sleigh. The audience members leapt to their feet at the curtain call. Taavi milked it by giving them the hang loose sign. They appropriately hissed at my villainous bow as I held a wad of Swiss cheese. Martin did an arabesque, grand battement, balancé, changement, chassé, glissade, grand jeté, fouette, pirouette, sous-sous, relevé, and then revealed a sign on his back reading, "Too young and too hot to retire." The audience members went wild, except for Dean Hook, who placed his program over his face. Liz and Piero received the next ovation. I breathed a sigh of relief when Liz didn't make her threatened speech supporting abstinence until heterosexual marriage. Finally, Anya and Noah entered. He bowed to thunderous applause and then led her forward for a curtsy. The theater shook as the crowd cheered and shouted, "Brava!" All of Anya's work and dedication over the years had paid off. That's it. As Noah exited, I whispered in his ear, "I figured it out." He was jubilant. "You solved the murder?" "I know everything, but I have to be sure. Don't let Taavi out of your sight." He called out to my back, "Be careful." Hurrying to my dressing room, I changed into my clothes, took a long swig of the apple cider vinegar and aloe vera drink I had brought from home, and noticed a plate of cookies on my makeup table with a sign reading, "Love, Noah." I grabbed a large cookie and headed to the first dressing room. Anya had just arrived. I walked in after her and closed the door behind me. "Congratulations, Anya." "You too, Nicholas." "But tonight's performance, like your charade, is over." She seemed to age 20 years. "You know?" I nodded. She dropped onto the sofa. Standing over her, I said, "It's time we have a talk." Chapter 9. "How did you figure it out?" Anya asked. I did some research on the core members of Andrei Petrovsky's ballet company, documenting the time of your sabbatical. I sat on a stool at her makeup table. "You had mentioned that your baby was adopted by an evangelical Christian couple. You selected Liz for a dance scholarship, and you tried to pressure me to cast her as Clara, but it wasn't until I watched you dance with Liz that I noticed your maternal love for her, and I realized she's your daughter. I assumed the adoption papers were sealed?" "But my heart was not. I'd had enough of the sleepless nights wondering and regretting." A tear brimmed her eye. "So, 6 months ago, I hired a private investigator who found my daughter." "And you told Liz that day I saw the two of you walking out of your office?" Anya nodded. "Liz and I are so much alike." "No argument here." She smiled. "We bonded that day more than ever before." "And Liz told you she is pregnant with Nabi Bari's child?" "Yes. Liz doesn't want to be an unwed mother at 18. Of course, abortion is out of the question. I begged her not to put the baby up for adoption when the time comes." Anya clenched her fists. "I don't want my daughter to feel the pain I have felt." "Has Liz come to a decision?" Anya shook her head. "But I have faith she will do the right thing." "Speaking of doing the right thing, are you and Shayla really an item?" I would like that very much.
But how can you partner with someone whose belief system is so different from yours?
My belief system, she sighed. I once believed only sinful women became pregnant before marriage. I thought I was in love with Otto, and I believed people of color, non-natives, non-Christians, and homosexuals were inferior. As they say, karma is a bitch. After all I've been through, I no longer know what I believe.
I have faith, too, that you and Shayla will do the right thing. I rose. I'll let you get dressed for the press. I wish you and your daughter the best. I squeezed her hand.
Thank you, Nicholas.
As I left Anya's dressing room, I realized I still had the cookie in my hand. So I ate it as I walked to the exit, down the stairs, and entered the basement. Time to confront the murderer.
Ugh!
I woke up shortly after with shooting pain at the back of my neck. My stomach was doing more flips than a gymnast with restless leg syndrome. Sitting on a chair with my hands tied behind my back, I panned the dance theater basement filled with costume and prop pieces.
You said you'd figure it out by curtain, Nicky.
Rose Carlyle stood in front of me in a fire engine red dress that matched the intense burning in my mouth and throat.
Well, did you?
Stay calm. Keep her talking. Someone will find me. I uttered through a throat tighter than Rose's face and drier than her bleached hair.
I think so.
I glanced over at the door. Rose laughed like the villain in a cartoon.
The door is locked, Nicky, and nobody will find us. I told the other egomaniacs in your ballet that press interviews would be in the green room.
She glanced at her expensive gold watch.
In 15 minutes.
Coming closer, she added,
And there's no point trying to untie the ropes or calling out. You're too weak for either.
I rasped out,
What did you do to me?
Through their slits, her eyes were in manic motion.
Those cookies from your beloved were really from me, and they're full of poison ivy.
She snickered.
Remember our first meeting, Nicky? My story about late-season poison ivy on campus? I spotted you like a glazed ham in a store window and reeled you in like a rainbow trout.
She sat on a bench opposite me.
And I knew the mere mention of my camera would get you down here tonight.
Lifting a king's scepter prop from a previous ballet, she added,
And I arranged a meeting between this and your neck. So, since you're allergic to poison ivy, let's sit here and chat while we wait for your airwaves to swell and kill you.
She glanced again at her watch.
It shouldn't take very much longer.
Waves of nausea overtook me. Don't panic. Stay focused. Rose's face was a rotating blur of rage and venom.
All right, Nicky. This is the time the master sleuth tells the deranged mass murderer how you figured it all out.
When you interviewed me, you brought up your brother who played the Nutcracker.
Her contact lens blue eyes filled with tears that dropped onto her enormous cheekbones.
My brother was a handsome, warm, compassionate, wonderful human being who danced like an angel. Our parents died young, and I raised him better than any mother could. He adored me, and I worshipped him.
You said your brother had a crush on another dancer in his Nutcracker company.
That heartless creep broke my brother's heart.
And you said your brother suffered an injury due to a diva dancer.
An egomaniac playing the Mouse King who put my brother at risk during their duel.
You also said many dancers loved Gregorio.
Her face became prune-like.
Women threw themselves at him. Men seduced him, and when he didn't surrender to their advances, they called him a tease. I begged him to stay with me and not get involved with them. There were rumors that some of them were HIV positive. Others were married. They looked at him as a conquest. After they finally wore him down, they called him an easy mark and a player.
Somehow I pushed out,
And when your brother did the Nutcracker again a few years later, he played the Cavalier.
No other dancer can hold a candle to that performance, including your so-called husband. Gregorio was stunning, riveting, and moved like an eagle in flight. No audience member could take their eyes off him. Noah, where are you?
But you said his choreographer pushed him to rehearse long hours.
In a fit of demented anger, she threw the scepter to the floor. I pleaded with Gregorio to rest, but his choreographer, like so many in the ballet world, demanded absolute obedience from the dancers. Unfortunately, my brother acquiesced.
But Gregorio had a heart condition.
She nodded like a dummy operated by a ventriloquist with a hand spasm. My parents both died from heart disease. I warned Gregorio that the same would happen to him if he continued to push himself. I even spoke with his choreographer, but neither of them listened to me. Rose placed her head in her hands and wept. I recalled my library research.
And your brother died of a heart attack after the opening night's performance.
In his dressing room. In my arms. She stamped her foot on the cement floor. Those selfish, egomaniacal murderers took my brother away from me.
So you blew up the van that was driving them to their next performance location, killing the entire company.
She guffawed. And wasn't it lucky for me when ISIS claimed they had planted the bomb? Of course the law and the press jumped on it. Stay awake. Don't black out.
But your thirst to avenge your brother's death didn't end there. When you got this job in Dream Meadow, you heard about our college's nutcracker. Like the character of the Mouse King, you decided to continue your quest for revenge.
She cackled. And revenge has been sweet, so far. I can't last much longer.
You came down here and set the explosives in Thomas Big Horse's nutcracker hat, because he reminded you of the sought-after dancer who rejected your brother. You did the same with Duffy O'Donnell's Mouse King head, because Duffy behaved in an egotistical manner, like the dancer who caused your brother's injury when he played the nutcracker. Next, you lured Nabi Bari and Katerina Lamas into the green room at the dance bar, probably with the promise of an interview. Then you strangled him with a dance belt and hung her from her tutu, since they were manipulative lovers like the dancers you believed tried to seduce your brother. Finally, you placed the chemicals on the green room floor and onto Otto Dietrich's shoes and tights, knowing his dance demonstration for Noah would end up in Otto's execution.
Yes, married Otto Dietrich, who came on to any guy in ballet tights.
And who rehearsed his dancers hard, the way Gregorio's choreographer rehearsed him.
She applauded. Nice work, Nicky. You're 5 for 5.
But you aren't finished yet.
No. I set a bomb to go off in the green room in 10 minutes to finish the job and kill them all. Noah, to Avi, Martin, Reuben. There's only one problem. I can't understand why the poison ivy hasn't killed you yet. So, it's time to take matters into my own hands. She fetched the scepter and raised it over my head. This is for you, my Gregorio, from your loving sister. The door burst open. Manuelo grabbed the scepter, and his officer handcuffed Rose and read her rights. Noah called 911, and Ta'avi raced to my side.
I told Dad I was in your dressing room when the reporter said the cast interviewers were in the basement. She had told the rest of us to go to the green room, so I knew something was up. Dad called Manuelo.
Noah was at my other side. The ambulance is on its way. Everything's going to be all right. He put his arm around me, rested my head on his shoulder, and kissed my forehead. I rasped out,
You two are my life.
And we're your family who needs you. Hang on for us, Noah said. Ta'avi took my hand.
And to do more shows and solve more mysteries, with my help.
I blacked out. Epilogue. 3 weeks later, on Christmas Eve, our tall tree, decorated in antique ornaments, stood in our front sitting room's bay window. In the dining room, Noah and I checked over the bountiful buffet on the table as our guests, in red and green outfits, milled around it. Manuelo filled his plate with maple soy-glazed salmon, Gouda cheese scalloped potatoes, harissa green beans with chickpeas and feta cheese, and roasted beet salad with pea shoots and chèvre.
You helped solve another one, Nicky.
I feigned modesty. You helped too, Manuelo. If you and your officers hadn't stayed out of my way, it would have taken me twice as long to figure it out. He grimaced. Happily rubbing salt into his wound, I said, and I saved the rest of the cast by tipping you off about the bomb in the green room.
Which wasn't as big as the bomb on stage,
Manuelo said. I gasped.
Sorry, Nicky. The Nutcracker Ballet just isn't for me. But don't worry. I still love you.
My jaw dropped to the Cornish hens.
Got you, Nicky.
Manuelo laughed and headed over to his wife. I sipped my drink. What are you drinking? Martin asked. I replied, apple cider vinegar and aloe vera juice. Noah explained, that drink saved Nicky's life. It weakened the effects of the poison ivy in Rose's cookie. And aren't we lucky to have Tree Meadow's own Sherlock Holmes alive and well? Martin dipped into the eggnog. Now more than ever before, this is my favorite holiday.
It should be. You're older than Santa, but you'll always be my little elf.
Oh, Reuben! The elderly couple shared a kiss. Anya Nikolaev-Dietrich made a plate for Shayla, who nodded her approval. That's right, Shayla said. Now it's your people's turn to serve my people. I asked Anya, has Liz come to a decision about the baby? Anya's face lit up brighter than the tree. She's leaving college to run for senator on a family values platform, and she's giving me the baby to raise. With my help, Shayla giggled. Now that's real family values. Anya kissed her cheek. Merry Christmas, boys. Buon Natale. Mom, Dad, Mama, and Papa smothered Noah and me with kisses and hugged us to their chests. Mom raised her iPhone, took a picture, and texted it to Judy in Wisconsin. Judy said we all look happier than Santa's helpers. Unfortunately, their party isn't going as well. Tommy and Timmy had a bit of a spat over which one of them should start looking for a job after the holidays, and before the guests arrived at the party, dung got into the food.
How long will this party last?
Dad waved his television listings.
It's a Wonderful Life is on in an hour.
Papa pointed proudly to the Italian pastries on the table.
We brought these all the way from Kansas.
Dad motioned to the cheese display at the other end of the table.
As we did from Wisconsin.
Thanks, Papa and Dad, Noah and I said in holiday unison. Mama nudged my side. Nicky, is there a Catholic church near here? I replied, Our open and affirming Protestant church is only a few blocks away. Mama shook her head. It has to be Catholic. For the bingo.
No more gambling, Mama.
Papa wagged his finger at Mama. That's religious discrimination against me, Mama replied. Piero Lamas and Nate Owen cuddled next to the hutch. After sharing a kiss, Piero wrapped his strong arms around Nate. I'm so glad I met you. Nate blew the thin blonde hair away from his eyes. I'm ecstatic that I met you. I never thought I'd have a boyfriend, especially somebody as wonderful as you. Well, you've got me. Piero kissed Nate's cheek. Nate said, You're probably thinking I'm going to be a possessive boyfriend, and you're right, and I'm not going to say another word on the matter, and I'm thrilled. They shared a laugh and another kiss. At the entrance to the dining room, Ta'avi raised his glass of hot apple cider.
To our family and friends, happy holidays from the Nicky, Noah, and Ta'avi Mysteries.
Happy holidays! As everyone made their way into the rear sitting room and sat around the roaring fire, Noah and I stood under the mistletoe at the entrance. He brought me in close, and I smelled strawberries. I don't know what I'd have done if I'd lost you, Nicky.
You'll never have to find out, my love.
Happy holidays, Nicky.
Happy holidays, Noah. As our